okay. Oh, they can't hear Phal.
They can't hear Phal? Yeah, good. That way I can speak ill of Moth's tip. Talk about how handsome he is, and he won't be able to hear it. Oh no,
That's a good
is
start.
this thing
I
on?
had you muted.
Oh, goodness.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing there's no name for this podcast, because that would be a scuffed start to this podcast otherwise.
No. I accidentally restarted my music. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting things whatever. It's good to see
That's
everyone.
okay. Yeah, welcome, folks.
You want to introduce the idea, or shall I?
I talked a little bit before you popped on, but essentially, Phalacin and I are good buds on and off of Twitch, and we were playing some 4 Ultimate together. We played a couple times off stream before deciding that this is something that maybe you guys would enjoy to watch as well. So here we are. We've got some topics prepared. We're gonna talk through a couple different questions, couple different, I don't know, segments, and then maybe do some challenges. We'll see how far we get in this game. Both of us have made fresh characters here.
Yeah.
So we'll see how far we actually get.
3 Ultimate is hard. So, I say you post up the first quest. You really do look like Sid from Final Fantasy XIV, and we'll get hip hop then. I want to.
Allison sent me a nice picture of something from Final Fantasy XIV. I was like, "That's you." And I was like, "No, but who is that?" He's like, "No, it's you." I was like, "Yeah, but what's the photo of?"
It's of a suspiciously jacked gentleman. He's huge. By the way, I saw Quill say Bang Bros podcast. I did when I was in the shower trying to come up with a name. I think Bang Bros would be good, but then, we'll probably get banned for that one, so...
I don't think that should be the name.
No, I don't think so. What are they actually called? The Hellscape Hunters or something?
Yeah, we could go with that. I would like that.
Yeah.
What about you? Would you like that?
Yeah, why not? I'll give Gucci $6. He can superimpose Phallic One Happy onto the green one. And you can be the red one. I feel like that'd be fitting.
The Pounds Town podcast, that is not what we're calling it either. Okay. Wow, they throw us right into it. The first key is a Kurapeko. Is there a gathering key we can do?
Yeah, you know what? Do whatever makes you happy. I'm not
There's no gathering keys in Hub 1. They just throw you right in.
I mean, we could just do a gathering quest. That's up to you.
That's true. Oh, so the buttons are in very different places to on every other controller I've been using for a while. Hang on. So if you see me flub the controls tonight, that's why.
I've never played Gunlance in this game. Intrigued.
I feel like this will be a strong start.
What is it? It's Wyvern eggs? Yeah, I'm into that.
I think it'll be a strong start. We can carry eggs together and really introduce our teamwork.
That's a good idea. I like how you think.
Yeah. All right. Well, I normally go through and say hello to each and every person in chat, or at least like every person who I can. Tonight, I'm going to opt for the sake of, I don't know, a show, to just say thank you guys so much for being here for our first little cast here.
Yeah, I agree. Work out the notes as we go, and I think that this will be fun. Worth mentioning, this was my first Monster Hunter game. First one I ever played. And I think it remains my favorite. It remains the one that I feel most strongly about. I don't know. They nailed it. Also, where's my HUD? Why do I not have a HUD?
Is it on your gamepad? We're playing on the Wii U tonight, Carrara.
That's future Phalacin's problem. But yeah, I'm amazed the servers for this are still up.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah.
And this was the first game to introduce Switch Axe, right?
Try on the Wii was, but 3rd generation was definitely where it debuted.
All right. First things first. We acquire honey.
Good idea. Good idea. This should be, aside Wyvern eggs, we should probably be getting some things for potions or whetstones and such.
Yeah,
not probably buy some.
I think like it'll be very interesting to jump into this game without doing anything from the village, because we both effectively have 1 armor right now, no access to really doing all that much. I think that'll be pretty exciting stuff. But yeah, I'm excited for the array of topics we have for today. I'm pretty keen. I'm glad that I get to upset people with my awful takes and terrible opinions. I think that that's going to be something really special.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. We've had a good time talking with one another off stream before, and I think it will be a good time sharing that with folks here.
Yeah. I think
I tried very hard in a cursory Google to figure out how to turn off like notification sounds for stream elements, and I could not figure it out.
on OBS, you
So
just click a button, as far as I know.
I have you coming through the same sound layer as that, so I don't think I can do that.
Oh yeah, not that so much. It's like I just turned off my, I have like a little alert box thing.
I don't know if I can do that.
Very true.
I tried to figure it out. We'll have to work. I'll work on it for next time. I had this thought like 10 minutes before we started. Like, oh shoot, there are sounds on my stream that might overlap with Fal's voice.
Don't worry, I believe in us. I am really concerned I don't have a HUD.
Hang on, I think I know what that option is. That option is I think it was an option when you were starting up your character. It might be something you have to boot out to the main menu to change.
I suspect that's gonna be the case, but you know, who needs to know how much stamina they have, or the map, or where Rathian is? Spoiler, it's right in front of me. Never mind, she's gone.
Oh, was she on the map?
She was.
That's cool.
She's now allowing me to take her eggs. I've gained egg.
So Jack, thanks for the sub to Gecko. I appreciate it. And Walk on the Sun asks, has anyone made any sort of ad hoc software to let 3DS play online without a Wii U? I don't think so. The bummer thing about 3DS 3U is that actually, you know what? Never mind. You probably can via Citra. You probably can.
Yeah, I've seen people play nutty versions of this game on Citra. I think that's really cool that the emulation process lets you still somehow play online with folks.
Yeah, you can probably ad hoc local play. It'll work a little differently, I think, than Generations or 4 Ultimate would work on emulation, because this game didn't have any online where those games did.
Hey, Kodoko.
Oh, there's Jaggy.
And
oh gosh.
you good
no.
folk Proto Anthony. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everyone.
How are you faring with your egg, Phalacin?
Hey, Jalan. I'm faring. Alright, I'm currently avoiding Melinxes. There are a million of them, and they are encroaching upon my location. It was nice knowing you. Please say goodbye to my wife. The cats are approaching.
Right. There's rocks here, and the base camp isn't in 1. The base camp is in 2?
I don't know where 1, 2, 7 is. I do not have
Right, you don't have...
I don't know why I picked... I looked at something, and against my better judgment, I was like, yeah, alrighty. Thank you so much for the hug, Jalan.
There are a lot of Melinks. They spawn like 4 of them.
I did see. I stopped in.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm such a portable third player. I'm not used to where the camp is in Tri and 3 Ultimate. Because you can swim out of it in these games. You can't do that in all the other games I've played, like portable third and Generations.
Want to hear me do something super scummy? Hey, Uchi. Okay. I know you can hear me in Wrist Stream. Please shout out Proto Anthony, who has just given us a raid. I know you know Anthony. Good egg. But yeah. Because Uchi is the ever mod. He has to do it everywhere.
Uchi's a pretty great mod. Props to Uchi for pulling double mod duty tonight.
Yeah.
Rathian's about to land on top of me, but I think I'll make it.
Don't worry, I'm coming back. I'll run...
Oh, she looks so pretty in this game.
She does. This was the first game where they
No!
changed...
I let my stamina run out.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I can't tell how much stamina I have. That's the best part.
And you still did better than me. And I have rations that I could have eaten.
Oh no. How do I reload?
Guard and press A.
Yep, doesn't work.
What?
Well, wait a minute. Okay, I don't recall. I didn't. Okay.
You might have full shells, says Fish Kebab.
Yeah, but I attempted, and he went click click. He gave me the click clack. Yeah, her colors look lovely in this game. They're absolutely gorgeous.
I haven't played a lot of this game on the Wii U. I've booted it up several times. I played like 50 hours of it a while ago.
I think we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Probably so.
You'll see a lot of monsters you're not used to. I'm not sure whether or not I'm just used to Monster Hunter now, but I'm having a much easier time with Freedom Unite than I ever did with like starting Free Ultimate.
Hmm. It's fun seeing how that carries over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Certain things carry over, but some things don't. Some things are basically the same, but they're so slightly different that they throw you off instead.
Oh, yeah.
Jack, thank you again.
I was coming to run bodyguard duty.
Alright, I'm on my way down. Apologies for dropping my first one.
No, it's fine. I'm in no rush. We're here to talk.
That's true, we have plenty of time. So I know we have a list of topics, Val, but is there anything you'd like to kick off our discussion with tonight?
I think it would be fun to ask, what is your favorite Monster Hunter game? I think that's a brilliant beginning. You know, we'll do a little Monster Hunter history, we'll do a little Monster Hunter, you know, past, present, and future, I think.
Okay. Well, I guess to anybody who's listening to me who doesn't see my streams before, I'm Rist. I started with Generations a while ago. I guess almost 5 years ago I started playing Generations. And then I've played through some of the new releases since then. I've gone back and played some of the old ones. I have a really difficult time choosing a favorite game. It's a question I actively avoid and kind of, I don't know, deflect off of pretty regularly in my chat. I think usually what I'll deflect to is that each game has things that I think are like some of the strongest aspects for it in the series. Like each game has its own strengths and weaknesses that make each one special. I think what I usually say, and what might be, I don't know, my favorite, is that Free Me Night has definitely shaped how I enjoy the series in a major way. Some of the ways that I got used to playing in Free Me Night, whether by choice or because of the game was just structured a certain way, has carried over where I kind of like some of those stricter, tougher experiences or ways of playing. Even in the newer games, you don't necessarily have to play that way.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that. I can see why it's hard to pick. Like, I often have a really hard time coming to a decision of what would be my favorite, because I do agree every game has something unique about it, something like, even if I was to show 10 minutes of footage to someone who'd never seen Monster Hunter from like each game, they could say, oh, it all looks the same. You know, the nuances are really lovely, for sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, like going back to Freedom Unite, I'm really having a fun time seeing how my time with it is quite different to how my time with, say, Generations or even 3 Ultimate is. Like, it feels like a slower game, but not in a way that I'm like, oh, it's so slow when it's such a slog. It's just, it feels like it wants me to take it at a particular pace, and not in a way that it feels brutal or, you know, it's robbing me of my time. Which I feel like maybe 3 Ultimate can sometimes feel a bit brutal on that front. But Freedom Unite
we have a joke
like
that 3U is cursed.
It's cursed?
We have a joke that 3U is cursed.
This is a
cursed to waste your time.
Haunted game?
Cursed to give you bad RNG endlessly. Cursed to put you on a bad charm table. It's just cursed. It might be good, but it's still cursed.
I don't know about cursed games. I don't think I can play cursed games. I don't think my parents... Parsec, what is this? This font?
That's 3U is cursed.
It's Stygian. It brings me fear.
As it should. It's 3U.
Yeah, 3 Ultimate, you know, I'm amazed that I stuck with the series after coming back to this as often as I do. Like,
I feel like that too with my first game. Like, how do you get into a game like Generations where there's just like so much crazy stuff going on and go, yes, this is what I would like to commit my time to for the next 5 years?
Yeah, like I bounced off 3 Ultimate hard the first time I played it. You know, I tried it, I was like, it seems like such a cool idea. This game sucks, and I'm going to break it over my knee, and I'm going to, you know, go and play Fortnite instead. Even though Fortnite wasn't a thing 10 years ago. Man, that makes me feel old. Yeah, I was playing this game 10 years ago. You know, I was 15, but... That was about when I bounced off it. That's interesting. It's fascinating. And then you look at something like World. I actually am interested how many people have gone back from World to play, you know, 3 Ultimate. Also,
specifically back to this game?
Radmile Trance. Yeah, you know, or like even further. You know, I don't think it's super far a stretch to go back to Generations, because you may post the next quest if you, by the way.
Okay.
To go back.
I'm just gearing up a little bit.
Oh, that's fair. Take your time. I still need to see if
I want to take a look at what I need to upgrade my weapon.
Good call. I'm going to see if I can make my
You're
HUD
gonna get a HUD.
exist.
You might have to leave and come back. I don't know where that setting lives. It's weird how in the older games, especially, some settings live in the options menu and some settings live on the main menu. But yeah, I'm planning on playing some Switch Axe tonight. It's been a while since I've played early Switch Axe. I played some in 4 Ultimate. I played some in Portable Third, but I haven't put a lot of time into it. Looks like I need Carpenter Bugs, Earth Crystals, and Matcha Light. And I can't really make a different one, so that's my one choice. It'll be interesting to see if, like, some of the other early incarnations of weapons, if there are fewer to upgrade into with Switch Axe than there are other weapon trees in the game.
Yeah, I haven't considered that.
Like, Insect Wave and Charge Blade, when they're introduced in 4 and 4U, have substantially less trees, at least early on in the game, so I'm kind of curious to see if the same is for Switch Axe here. I think a good chunk of folks probably went from World and checked out the older games. Maybe not all of them. I mean, like, if you think about it as a percentage thing, like how many people, when they first started with Generations or 4U, went back and played the older ones, do you think it's a lower or higher percentage than the folks who, like, got World? I feel like the draw of the older games probably isn't that much stronger, and there's so many more people playing now with World and Rise that maybe that percentage of people going back is lower. And the differences are so stark, right? Like, the difference between the newer games and the older games is a lot more stark now than it used to be.
Thank you, Redmile. Apparently it says HUD turned on.
People are sounding off in the chat about their personal experience in terms of starting with World. Did Bind have been playing GU, 3U, have a few others you're slowly getting through. I find it difficult to play through multiple ones at the same time.
Yeah, no, definitely the same. Gecko has informed me that we can hunt monsters in this game.
Oh shoot, we should probably do that.
Yeah, let's try Pecco. Why not?
Yeah, let's try it. Playing with fire.
Pecco is going to be horrendous to us.
This is Foul. Our quest comes to us from the red-cheeked huntress, who says that they ran into a saucy little wyvern on the deserted island. Before they knew it, their derriere was ablaze. We can't have perverted monsters assaulting women. I want payback, and you're gonna help me get it. So we're gonna help poor damsel in distress.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting that for the first quest description in the game.
Yeah. I really should read those things more.
They're pretty good. I've been having fun getting into that. We spent some time reading the lore in Monster Hunter Freedom right now before we go to bed each night.
That is fun. How's Freedom going? How's it
Yeah,
going?
it's going okay. For those who are joining us tonight, maybe not watching our Freedom streams, we've been playing Monster Hunter Freedom, which is a first generation game, one of the first few Monster Hunter games to come out. It surprises me a lot. You think that, like, first generation, it's just gonna be a bunch of Kutku and, like, Bolfangos and Velociprey, and there's a lot of that, but there's things like monsters invading into quests before you can encounter them in their own quests. There's subspecies kind of appearing out of the blue and having more health than they would normally. There's all kinds of things that seem like they would be variations the team would make once they'd had a few years of, like, putting out games. It surprises me to see it in one of the very first ones.
I think that is a fair assessment. Alright. I actually do have a follow-in to the thing that I am sort of most interested in talking about today. The thing that made me really want to do this sort of podcasty type deal. And that is, ask, what do you consider Monster Hunter's identity to be? Where do you think, if you were to try and describe it to me in as specific terms as possible without giving me an essay, and I know that I'm creating a large hoop here, how would you define Monster Hunter? If you were to say it's a third-person action game where you fight monsters and craft things, I think that description could apply to a lot of things. And as we know, being derivative or similar to something doesn't mean that it doesn't have its own identity. Like, there's a case to be made that this is similar to, say, Dark Souls, as haggard as that comparison is. I don't like to use it, but, humor me for a moment. It's a
Sure.
third-person, melee-based action game that's kind of slow-paced, and centered around dodging and being predictive and etc. etc. But obviously, there's a stark difference in how it is to Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Monster Hunter, that is.
I think, for me, this game series, throughout the whole thing, from the very first, like the crusty old ones that we're playing, right? Not necessarily this one, but Freedom that I've been playing a lot of recently, and Freedom Night, which you're tackling, all the way up to the new ones, is a really intricate balance of things. For me, some of the key points that really make it Monster Hunter and make it unlike other games, where like you can make a case that some MMOs are similar to this game. You can make a case that some other action games like Dark Souls are similar to this game. To me, what makes this series so so encompassing and so like makes it so unable for me to switch things up to another series is that balance. And for me, a lot of that is about the tone of it. This world that they've created is simultaneously grounded and fantastical, and it's also kind of gritty, but also cartoony and happy at the same time, in a way that it doesn't necessarily put me in a particular mood to play these games. It feels like there's ups and downs, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate that there's depth to almost every aspect of it, from the items to the equipment to the monsters to the players. There's a lot of depth here to get used to in each of the games, and it kind of varies bit by bit from one game to another in the series, where you have to adapt to how the bowguns work in one game or how the armor skills work in another game. And I like the depth that's there.
Okay, I think that's fair. And I guess the next question that I have, like, this is all culminating in something that we've talked about before, but I think it's at least a fun little thought, because I definitely have an idea of where I would like, you know, Gen 6 to go, and if not Gen 6 later down the line. At what point can you pull things away from Monster Hunter to the... Oh, I forgot to buy pickaxes. To the point it no longer becomes Monster Hunter. No, I will
Can I give you some?
I will take a little a little pickaxe.
What are your friends for?
Thank you, kind sir. Now we're gaming.
Now we're gaming. Look at that. That's a strat.
Yeah, I think I'm interested in all of the moving parts that make Monster Hunter, and I do think that it's really a series that is hard to give this sort of very specific identity, because it's a lot of things, and I think in a lot of ways there's elements I wish they leaned into a little bit more, and I think that there's quite a lot that you can change about the game's formula while still retaining everything that makes it special. And
That's true.
I definitely... I
think that want for them to lean into different things, I think it will differ from player to player. Absolutely. One of the other things that I think is a side effect of the game having so much depth is that people can play this game for similar amounts of time, similar amounts of investment. They've played the similar number of titles in the series, but for completely different reasons. One person might be a speedrunner, one person might be a collector, one person might just enjoy soloing or multiplayer, and there's no way that's not valid. And I think that that's really special, is that this game can support so many varied types of play while still being so deep and fulfilling. And so those people will have different ideas of what they'd like the series to be like.
I can 100% agree with that. I think in general you have hit the nail on the head. It can be so many things to so many people. And yeah, I think that's really special. Like, I know I really love doing challenge runs, but it would bore me to tears to attempt to do like speedrunning. But that's not to say I don't enjoy watching the speedruns. I think people who do these are incredible. But I just think that I don't have the guff for it.
I gotcha. I don't think I have the competitive spirit for something like that, personally.
No way.
As we get into this fight, chat, feel free and sound off if I need to tweak the volume of the game or Fal's voice or anything.
Yeah, same thing with my good folks here. I've never gone back this far to see how Gunlance plays. Like, Gunlance is always a weapon that I wish I could be more interested in.
What do you think keeps you away from it? I'm hitting the wrong button for everything.
Mainly what kept me away from it. Like, I didn't start really experimenting too much with weapons until like I started doing Twitch more and I had more access to resources. Because I've never been like a big Redditor or even necessarily, you know, an internet-oriented person. Like, it's always just been play game and, you know, whatever happens, happens. And to an extent, like, I do still enjoy interfacing with games in that way of, like, you know, I don't want to know the meta. I don't want to know what's best, because once I know that, you kind of can't unknow it. Yeah, so I think what's happening with my HUD gecko is, and everyone...
Is it still off?
Yeah, like, I couldn't work out how to turn it on, despite checking it. It says it's on. So it's probably displaying... Oh, it is displaying on the gamepad. I suppose I could have it set up like, you know, a second screen. But hey, where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that?
I think there's an option to change it back to the main screen. It might just be on the main menu of the game. Ooh, the fire effects from your shell were pretty.
Yeah, this game really does have some, like, amazing vibrance within it, I find. And, yeah, I think, for me, like, looking at what we have now, I love, you know, Monster Hunter is definitely my favorite franchise, and I think I've interfaced with it, you know, plenty over the generations, and I'm still finding new things to enjoy. But I think from a Gen 6, I might like them to change things up so as to not get stale. And I think for me, the change up, you know, maybe Rise wasn't it. I do love Rise. I think it's great. But I don't necessarily see myself wanting that for the longevity of the series, I suppose.
Not every game should be kind of like a clown fiesta of different options you can enable or disable for your weapon.
Yeah, and I think that...
And I don't mean that with a negative connotation.
No, I get you. I think we're both coming at it from a perspective of two people who think Rise is great. But, you know, I think Switch skills should stay, for sure. I think that was an amazing change to the franchise, and I think that if they were to get rid of it, then maybe I wouldn't like that. Because I'm still of the opinion that Monster Hunter is an RPG, not a traditional one with, like, you know, 2+ strength points, but it does have the makings of some sort of RPG business. Thank you, Red Mile. I'll try that. But I definitely think that leaning into some of those more RPG-esque elements would be not unfounded. And I'm not saying, like, add strength meters, but, you know, just, like, I don't know. I guess one thing Rise definitely also has going for it is the open world, I suppose. Or
that was one of my favorite things about that
game.
game.
The openness of the world. And I think that for the series, it would be really cool to take a more, not an open world RPG approach, but an approach where traversal is now a part of the gameplay, because right now, moving to a location is relegated to picking a hunt and going to a, you know, you load screen in, and then you've got this mission in an area, and you do it, and then the load screen takes you back. And I think that you could get rid of the loading screen, you have to travel there by yourself. Kind of, you know, going across distant lands and all that. I feel that would make some of the gameplay a little bit, like Gathering, for instance, a bit more organic.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see how they would handle something like that, where you wouldn't want to make it huge like Breath of the Wild huge. I feel like that sort of scale would be probably too much. I guess depending. But it'd be interesting. It would be interesting to see how they would tackle an idea like that. I feel like you could. I don't know if they're gonna do that. If they're gonna pull the trigger on a big open world iteration or take on a Monster Hunter environment. But you can see how they would be leading up to that, going from traditional loading screens to worlds, kind of, I don't know, worlds large areas that still have sort of defined corridors and areas to fight in, to Rise's more open world environments. It'd be interesting if they just kept that rolling and kept iterating.
Yeah, I could see that. I still think that, you know, while maybe not Breath of the Wildy might not be a terrible idea. Like, I think, you know, starting in a village and, you know, outside that village there's, you know, a great Jagras or something like that. And, you know, you could just walk out of the front of the gate, And you could fight that Great Jagras and hunt a few of them, and, you know, they're only active at this time or what have you. And you take it and you walk it back to the village and you grab some herbs on your way, mushrooms, etc., etc. I think that would be cool. But I also really kind of like the idea that you just go and do, like, travel north for, like, an hour. And, you know, you can bump into, like, a Zinogre or something like that. And feasibly, you might not be able to take it on. But you could definitely try, and I'm sure that an experienced player probably could. So it would kind of break the flow of the ranking system for sure. But I think that would be interesting.
I think that there's room for experimentation with that, where you think, oh, I have to travel an hour to hunt this next, like, monster. But what if you can, like, I don't know, what if you can insert the regular Monster Hunter loop of gathering, of hunting, of crafting into that hour of travel along the way, where you're not just traveling and doing nothing, but you're traveling and you're inserting that regular Monster Hunter loop of, I don't know, upgrading as you go.
Yeah, when I say
That'd
an
be
hour,
interesting. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how they could work that.
when I say an hour, I don't mean like a literal hour, but I guess more what I'm thinking is, like, you know, let's say you start off in village A and you can travel to a far off corner of the map and there's a different village there or something like that. I think that this open world idea could, and, you know, I'm not even necessarily saying that they're gonna do this. I can't actually imagine them doing this, but I think it would be at the very least cool to sort of gamify that traveling, and I think it could really work, and it would be pretty nifty.
For a way to frame it in terms that people might understand now, Uchi says, so travel towards an urgent and do keys along the way. Kind of like that.
Yeah, not a terrible way to put it, honestly. Like,
that's a way you could easily think of, okay, if this game is going to take a more scripted approach to the actual environments I'm hunting in, why not make it so along the way to your next area, your next rank of quests, like maybe there's a 4-star area and you travel to get to that 4-star area.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there's room for them to experiment with that.
And I think that...
And you go ahead.
Sorry. I think that organically gives, you know, a bit of life to the world of Monster Hunter. Like, it would be so cool. You know, I'm traveling on my way to, you know, fight this Zinogre that I've heard about. But you know, night falls and all of a sudden I see these eyes in red and it's a, you know, a Nagakuga sort of flitting about because, you know, we've stumbled into its territory because, you know, having to travel to find monsters within their own habitat, I think could be really interesting and give a bit more character to creatures that kind of exist in this world already, but, you know, all of them share these environments, I guess. And, you know, it would be cool to have sort of rare occurrences of elder dragons just absolutely tearing across the land. I think it would add the hunter element to Monster Hunter in a way that, at least I think, would be pretty cool. I think my weapon is in the red, and that's why I'm bouncing.
I'm really down for that kind of stuff. When I play games like Skyrim or Breath of the Wild, I really enjoy, I don't know, sort of role-playing, like getting into the feeling of, okay, I'm taking my day and I'm going across this area of the map and I'm gathering these things up and that's my chore for today, and maybe I'll also do this and this, and no, just self-inserting into that character. I think it's a lot easier to do when you have a world that's easy to self-insert in. He got you.
He did get it.
Do you think that'd be more... Uchi asks, do you think if they did that, like an open world Monster Hunter, would that be more of a spin-off? I don't know. I was thinking about that. I wouldn't mind if they did that. I'm not married to the quest structure in a way that other people are. I think there are some people who are really, they just like how Monster Hunter plays right now. They like how the quests go. They like going through the village and unlocking different quests and things. The Peko has called another monster. And they would be peeved if they changed up the formula in any way. For me, as long as the combat depth is there, and as long as we're not like spending too much time, like the balance between gathering and hunting is still there, the actual combat is still there, I'd be happy.
You see,
if they can find a way to insert that into an open world design, which I think they probably could, I'd be really into it.
See, I'm also sort of intrigued by this prospect of them not changing things, because we've got 5 generations and multiple games within those generations, no less. You know, effectively 2 games per gen that do this already. I think that a change up for the series while not stripping away what makes Monster Hunter, but instead, you know, I guess impressing on it more. I don't know how to put this. Taking those bits of its identity and stretching and strengthening them, and you know, changing them, but not in a way that it's different. Like, sure, the quest screen and the, you know, you got to do X amount of low rank quests to be able to do high rank quests. That's certainly a thing, but I think they could make it more organic. And
Radmeal brings up an interesting question about, like, how would you... Sorry, if you're in the middle of a thought, I apologize. But they brought up an interesting question about fast traveling and unlocking different ways to traverse the map like that.
I think I personally wouldn't necessarily like fast traveling, but, you know, let's get more into the idea. I wouldn't like fast traveling in the early game. I think you would have to do it, like, way later on, because I feel like maybe that might take away from the experience. And
for me, in open world games and fast travel almost always takes away from the experience, in terms of it makes it feel a lot less like a world, and you feel a lot less like your character when you can just say, okay, I'm going to skip these 3 days of my character's life while they warp across the one side of the map to the other. I think as long as you insert it into the world in a way that feels grounded and makes sense, whether it's like, oh, I pay for this cart travel, and you see a little progress indicator of your cart going across the map or something. I feel like as long as they do it like that, it could work out okay, as long as it costs resources or there's some trade-offs to it. It's not just like a free, I want to warp wherever I want, whenever I want button.
right. If I may, I saw Maestro Nox has brought up a point. Instead of trying to change core aspects that have worked perfectly, they should throw in more extras, like original monsters and new weapon types. I think that that is an approach that they could take, and probably the one they will, but I don't like it, and here's why. I think Pokemon have done that, and I seldom hear Pokemon fans really say anything positive about it, and I do think we will hit a point where it's like, enough is enough. I've played the same, not the same game, but, you know, she's got a new hat, like a game with similar features, similar functions. Like, I don't want to just play 3U with new monsters and new weapons. I don't want to just play World again. I want an experience.
Some people would really like that.
Yeah, no, I know they would, but... And that's completely valid. It's not to say that that idea is bad or I wouldn't play that game. But I have a feeling that Monster Hunter can't go, you know, 10 more generations being the same thing. I think that works maybe for something like Dragon Quest, which is more around the charm and the element of it. But I think that in its core design, Monster Hunter has, you know, the occasional flaw. The occasional poor design element, I would say.
Blasphemy. Not my series.
And, yeah, while I agree Pokemon is fundamentally different, my point is not the game is similar to Pokemon. My point is that people get tired of things, and if you think you're immune to it, you're not. But I think that sure, like, they could go on another 50 games and just add new monsters and new weapons or what have you, but, you know, we've already got 5 generations of this. I think that that's cool.
Nice. As both the Flintstroms we have broken on this Kurapeko. I don't know. I think it's a pretty interesting question. I think it's a question that a lot of people are going to be asking themselves and kind of grappling with as the series go forward. I know I grapple with it. Like, there was a time when we were playing Rise where, I mean, I had to stop myself and go, okay, well, I know for a fact I'm just not going to feel quite the same about Rise's armor system and World's armor system than I do about the old ones. Like, the old armor system is something I adore. I love it a ton. It's part of what got me into the series, like, locked me into the series, was just the mix sets and fitting everything together is so satisfying to do. And the act of using a set you've put so much time into crafting feels really nice to me. And so I think, I don't know, there's going to be more and more aspects of the games where people are going to have to evaluate and be like, okay, this is not why I'm playing this game. Like, I don't play Monster Hunter Rise for its armor system, but I do play it for other reasons.
Yeah, like, I think that, you know, I love the old armor system, and I love these games. Like, I really don't want it to be taken in such a way that, like, oh, I don't like Freedom Unite or what have you, and I don't want them to change things just for the sake of changing things, but I feel like Rise was more susceptible to, and this is going to sound potentially a little bit crazy. Rise was more susceptible to criticism because it was effectively the same thing that we've had and people are a bit burnt out on, and you know, the principal argument most people had wasn't, oh, there's not enough new monsters, or oh, this, oh, that. The things that they changed, I guess, just kind of weren't that meaningful. Like, wire bugging is I'm going to cart. Please no, I'm dead.
No!
I'm dead.
That's okay. Let's upgrade some weapons, then we'll go back in and try it again.
Sounds good. Kurapeko is he's a cheeky fella.
A saucy wyvern, as the huntress said, a saucy wyvern.
Extremely saucy. But yeah, I think that Monster Hunter, to me, like, the way that they've made us sort of take this slower pace is by making us do the same hunt over and over and over again, and people don't necessarily like about Rise that you can do one hunt a couple of times and you never have to fight that monster again. I feel like organically sticking something in front of you and saying, hey, come give it a try, big fella, might be a good way to look at it. And I think that, like all things, you know, it doesn't have to be... Here's what I'm saying. The open world concept is not fundamentally changing the game in the way that it might sound like I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's what I was trying to clarify, talking about some of the ways you could liken the progression through an open world from one area to another, to the progression of, okay, I'm going to do these keys, and then by the time I get to the end of these keys, it's time for my urgent. You can easily space that out along a world. It's a little more guided, a little more scripted than one might think of when you say an open world, but there's different ways to handle that.
Yeah, like, you know, a game dev I am not, a game designer I am not. Hello, Cubian.
Me neither.
Ion. But, like, I don't know, I think that gamifying a further element is a fantastic way to go about it. Gamifying travel, and, you know, some people might cock their head at me when I use this example, but in a sort of way that Death Stranding gamified travel. Some of the traversal was, you know, that was the core game. And to me, personally, I found that game to be very fun. And I'm not saying I want Monster Hunter Stranding, you know, the director's cut with Hideo Kojima, you know, doing movie references. But I think that providing that sort of keeping you in the game whilst making you do... You know, to me, it's not fun to go on a gathering quest. I don't like, oh, there's this in Area 7, and there's, you know, Jim Bob in Area 3, and, you know, this guy always spawns here. I think it would be cool to just start up the game and be like, alright, I could do what these jabroni villagers are telling me to do, or I could boot up with my friend Rist and travel, like, south for an hour and, you know, find...
a completely different route.
Yeah, find the Kurapeko and do smooching. And I think that it makes it a bit more organic. It's not like, oh, I'm out of potions, like, let me buy more or let me do a gathering quest. It's like, alright, I'm on my way to this place. Let's walk there, and I can pick up some herbs and some blue mushrooms on the way, and, you know, you sort of still have to do these things, and you still have to use hot drinks, and you still have to use cool drinks, and you still have to gather and do all this, that, and the other. But the principal difference is it feels more organic and not like a chore. Like, I
think there's a lot of opportunities for them to do that, and you see them playing around with that, making the gathering a lot easier to do as you run by the maps, making it easier to see where things are on the map as you run around the open world environments. I think it's, I don't know, you can definitely see them doing that.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to see how they continue to push forward those environments and push forward the systems playing around those environments, because you see them as they change the environments around in World and in Rise. They're also having to play around with the traversal and the gathering as a result of it, and it will be interesting. I think the next, I feel like you could say this at almost any point in the series and be equally correct, but I feel like the next game will really give us an idea of what they want these next few generations of the games to be like.
Yeah, I've definitely taken the standpoint of 5th gen is incredibly experimental. I think that World was an experiment in, you know, can we try these things within this sort of new engine? Can we try this sort of more realistic looking approach to something, etc., etc.? And I think that they certainly can. Oh, this is set in the flooded forest. Love this.
I didn't mean for it to be in the flooded forest, but it is. Radmeal had a pretty interesting take that they put in our chat, which is that they felt like the series is kind of worn out the welcome on its formula for now, and they would like this series to do like what Dark Souls did and just kind of make a penultimate game, end it, and then start fresh on a new idea. How do you feel about that?
I wouldn't be opposed to it, but that's
I'm not ready. I'm not ready for no more Monster Hunter.
oh like
Even though there's enough content across 15 years of the series for us to play forever in a day, just doing different things in different games, I'm still not ready.
yeah, no, I think that that's fair for you to not be ready, but I'm also of the opinion that, you know, if the brains behind Monster Hunter said, I'm done. I've made so much Monster Hunter, I don't really want to do it anymore, I would understand it. Like, I don't want another Metal
me
Gear.
too.
I don't want another Metal Gear Solid game made by not Hideo Kojima. I don't want.
Yeah.
The,
That would be a shame.
yeah.
If the series reached a point where it had outlived its welcome so much that people who loved working on it no longer worked there, and people who were integral to it staying itself no longer worked there, then I think that would be more, I don't know, of a mindset where it'd be like, yeah, I could see Monster Hunter going off into the sunset. I don't feel that way personally right now about the series.
I still think that there's a lot that they can do, but there does need to be a bit of a shake-up. There does need to be not change for change's sake, but meaningful change. And I think that that's what I would like to see. Because it's not that I'm worn out on Monster Hunter. It's not that I'm bored of the series. I love it. Someone puts a copy of 3U in front of a train, I'll Superman dive to save it.
Oh,
No, you didn't miss it.
hope your iframes last long enough.
They won't.
Oh no.
But I'm very strong, and the train will simply bounce off me. Easy clap.
Ooh. Orange sharpness train.
But yeah, I guess the way that I'd like to put it is, I want to be alienated. I want to look at something and say, I don't think I'm gonna like that, and then play it and be completely surprised. We're meant to be doing fishing, and I'm just here running around like a jabroni.
I'm trying to gather some stuff. I still need some more ore. I need bugs. I don't know where carpenter bugs are on this map. I should look on Chronico.
Not a bad idea.
Let's see. Is there anything useful in here? There's bugs in here.
Oop.
Did you bring pickaxes or bug nuts?
I brought the single pickaxe that you gave me. I
kind of figured. I've got more stuff for
I
you.
will remember to grab some more things. Sorry, the tangent is taking me.
I appreciate the energy you are putting into our discussion tonight, Phalacin. Phalacin, for the record, Phalacin had more ideas for what we should talk about tonight than I did.
Oh, I've got some fun stuff. And when I was in my shower, not thinking of a name for this unnamed 3U cast, I thought of some ideas for future ones. So don't you worry your
Good.
beautiful little bearded face, because I got ideas.
Good.
But yeah, I was talking, for those who were there for Freedom Unite yesterday, I was talking about how excited I was. So for this, I was pretty keen.
I didn't even tell people that we were doing this. I kind of meant to, and I just didn't get around to putting out a schedule post today. So
Yeah, it was a little
Tomorrow,
impromptu, but I think it's cool.
yeah, I don't know. Before I launch off on what will probably be sort of a longer thought, I want to ask you a question, which is, do you think that World and Rise had large enough change to be like to be a shakeup?
No, I don't think so. I think that
No, really.
I think that Rise is a step in the direction of more of a, this is going to sound utterly ridiculous, and I think so too, but it's a step, albeit a baby one, to something more akin to a character action game.
I often run up on that feeling where it's like, how much faster can they make these monsters? Can they make these weapons before I actually have just like combo trees that feel more like a character action game? I say this talking completely out of my ass, as I'm not a character action game player at all, but I worry about it in terms of I feel like the game's having sort of a slower pace and more weighty feeling to their combat is kind of core to it for me, at least. And if they changed it to the point where it didn't feel weighty, if there wasn't decisions and consequences behind even just the momentary bits of animation that take up your character's moveset, it would make me a bit sad.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, and the beautiful thing about Monster Hunter and people who play Monster Hunter is we all care very deeply about it, and we all have different thoughts and feelings, and I think that as we talk about it, people are going to certainly disagree with us. And I think that's good. I think it's good to be disagreed with, and I like that idea, and I like being challenged on these ideas, and I found the Veggie Elder, and he gave me a might pill. Are you jealous?
I am. I am jealous. For the folks who have joined us since we started, I'm Ristretto and this is Phalacin. We're doing kind of a discussion or a podcast show tonight. We're playing some early game 3 Ultimate just as sort of a backdrop and just something to have fun with while we're doing this, but we couldn't decide what other game to play, so here we are.
Yeah, I think that's fun. Yeah. But there's a lot of passion around it, and I'm not inclined to say that anyone who disagrees with me is wrong and stupid and, you know, they're not invited to my 5th grade birthday party. But, you know, this is how we feel about it, and I think it's cool, and I just want to offer some insight. Alright, apparently you're being chewed apart for saying Kiranico wrong, but I've learned...
am I?
Yeah, I don't know.
Kiraniko?
Kiranico?
I mean, I say Kiranico, I say Kiraniko, I say them both. It's like Rathian, Raytheon.
Oh, here's the thing.
It happens.
I've got a new rule.
Oh, is it about Tigrex?
Yeah, I say Tigrex different every single time I say it now. That way, no one's happy, and everyone is always upset when I say Tigrex, Tiagrex, Tablagrex, Tigrex, Old Tiggy Buddy. You know, there's a lot of names.
I'm uncomfortable.
You're uncomfortable?
Yep.
Yeah, well, maybe you should tell people to stop coming into my chat and push their glasses up their nose and say, actually, Phalacin, it's Tigrex, as in, you know, Tiger and T-Rex.
Is that what happens when people from my chat come in?
Not your chat, just people in general. People in general. Listen here, you. It's a dumb made-up word. This is from the same series that named an owl Horu Horu. I'm not gonna hear it. I'm not gonna hear it. I shan't.
Good pronunciation. Good pronunciation.
Thank you. Thank you. I learned from.
Okay, where are these golden fish at?
I don't know. I stopped caring about the
fishing.
fish.
There's a fishing spot. We can't gather for 50 minutes, could we? I mean, I guess we could. I think chat would get upset.
Yeah,
there's a fishing spot in base camp, and then in portable third it's in 4, 8 or 3. Okay, 8, huh? 8? We're in 8.
It's
3.
It's Cyrenaica?
We're in 3. How do you fish underwater?
I don't know, dude. You know, with difficulty. All right, Maestronox. Let me put this to you. What if it's Nico Ni, and that could be really fun because we could be so kawaii desune. Thoughts? Dove cooing noises. Yeah. Alrighty.
All right. I'm gonna launch into a longer thought for me, which is that we were just talking a little bit about how some people want more or less change in the series, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people are kind of a little bit sick and tired of the games where you boot it up. There's a few gathering quests. There's some early hunting quests. Then you get your urgent. You go through the game. It's the same deal. For a lot of people, that has grown stale. I think it depends on how you play the games, on if it's grown stale. And I mean, like, each person's gonna have a different tolerance for, like, okay, I've played through the games fast. I've played through the games slow. Like, there's gonna be different ways that folks want to play the games like that. So a lot of people are gonna want change. Some people aren't gonna want change, etc., etc. I'm being given mixed directions on where to go fish. I think for me,
listen to fish. They're not based.
I think for me, it's going to be something where each individual player is going to have ways in which they're okay with the series changing and not changing. Like, I would say that if the next game came out, and let's say that it's the exact same, except the combat just keeps getting faster, and it feels even less weighty, and it feels just even more different from how I'm used to the Monster Hunter combat feeling, at a certain point, that is one of my favorite parts of the game, and that being different would probably throw me off a little bit. I would say, like, after a few more games, if the combat just kept getting faster and didn't feel like Monster Hunter to me, I might not come back and play quite as much as I do these older games. But outside of them changing that, because that's maybe my one, like, kind of sticking point personally, is I really just love the combat more than anything else. That's what I'm drawn into so much about this game. I think every person's going to have different things that they are drawn into like that, where for some people, it's going to be that arena-based combat feeling. For some people, it's going to be the worlds being simple to get through and not having a big expansive area to hunt in, having it be kind of straightforward and easy to get through, or having flat areas or whatever it is. And I think that something that you'll see is, like, or at least something that I've kind of practiced or felt happen for me is, I'm trying to pay attention to this fish. Okay. That each of the games is going to have something different to enjoy. And as they go through and change things, it's going to be up to each player to kind of evaluate for themselves. Okay, this is a new kind of Monster Hunter. It's a little bit different. Can I enjoy this for the same reasons as the ones that I used to? Do I have to enjoy this for different reasons?
You know,
etc., etc.
I
And
think. Oh,
I
sorry,
think
forgive
you
me.
go ahead.
No, please.
You
You
go ahead.
finish your thought. I'm rudely interrupting.
Okay. Um, I think that that's something I've had to do a couple times over, and that's something I'm willing to continue doing so long as it like some of the combat. I mean, so long as the combat keeps feeling how I kind of trust Monster Hunter combat too. Or I mean, in the case that they change that, the game has something else that draws me in as much. Like I enjoy lots of different aspects of Monster Hunter. So if they do change up the core combat in a big way, then I hope they have something else that makes me enjoy the series as much as I do now. But I think that's going to be an evaluation that each person's going to have to make for themselves going forward as the games continue to change. Because I don't think the developers will sit on their laurels. You talk like they're going to keep going with the safe options, and I don't know that they're going to do a big drastic overhaul of the series, but I feel like they are constantly changing things, constantly searching for a way to add to the game in a way that makes things fresh or shakes things up. And I don't always like it. So I think that they'll keep continuing to change things in a way that does kind of mess with how the games used to feel, how the games feel right now, et cetera, et cetera. And it will be something people will have to kind of evaluate as they go on if they like whatever iteration of Monster Hunter is out next.
Do you think it would be better to attempt to appease people who have been playing the game for 5 generations and still want the same thing? Or do you think it would be better to change things in a way that might alienate them, but they might also go, oh, I didn't know I wanted this?
I think better is
That's
very
okay. Nico,
subjective. If you're looking at better from a monetary standpoint, I think it is best to make a game that could appeal to as many people as possible. And I think that they probably have done some things like that in the last few years. Ways to make the series more universally appealing to folks, not just people who liked Shen Galren and Freeman Knight or Yamatsukami and Freeman Knight or whatever the hell. I think that best is really going to be like whatever they think of when they think of what kind of Monster Hunter game they want to make. Where I think that I don't know that there are developers at that team who are like, I really want to make a game that is just like old Monster Hunter. I think that the people who felt like that probably aren't there much more. I think that they've already moved on, or they feel differently, or you'll see different people. I don't know. You'll see different people taking the ranks of the games and leading them.
I'm more meant for you. Would you rather?
Oh, for me.
Would you rather that they release? Just like to put it into the best perspective that I can. Would you rather you get like Freedom Unite 2, and it's the same game, but it has, let's say a completely different cast of monsters, and we'll say one new weapon, or would you prefer the idea that I've been, apparently dying on the hill of for the past month or so?
Mm-hmm.
Like
a substantially different open world take where like there are different aspects of the gameplay emphasized than the parts we've been used to for the past several games.
I think it's important to note that in this idea, the combat's pretty similar, and it's just like you travel to, locations. Like the flooded forest in Rise is big enough that it could fit into an open world, and same with like a lot of the areas. And it has that more analytical, you know what, Maestronox, I'm not really sure how I feel about the analytical versus reactionary based thing, because I think World is plenty similar to something like 4th gen. I think that in terms of combat, you have a few different bells and whistles, but the overall flow is similar enough for me. Also, I needed more golden fish bait.
I'm just using the regular worms. A trick you can do if you want to is if you had the one golden fish bait, you can use it to cycle until you see a golden fish there. I'm not doing that currently.
Oh, I got.
But you can throw in the golden fish bait. I got one. How many do we need?
6.
6. Oh God. Good thing we're talking. Something you can do is you can throw in the golden fish. Oh, you need big golden fish, don't you? Oh shoot, we're screwed. You can cycle it with golden fish bait until you see the golden fish pop up, and then you can use your regular bait to catch them. Anyways, you were asking what I thought was going to be best in terms of a massively changed multiplayer game or a massively the same multiplayer game. I'm really open to both. I don't think the idea of them doing the same thing or tapping into an existing game and trying to flesh it out more disgusts me in the way it sounds like it might you.
No, not at all.
Because
I'm dying to play Frontier.
Okay.
Would sell my firstborn to play Frontier.
That's fair. I think that when I'm playing a game like Rise, when I'm playing a game like Portable Third or Freeman Knight, I always wish there was more of it. And I think because I enjoy each incarnation of Monster Hunter, I always kind of wish to see what they would do if they would add more onto it and how they would do that. So I wouldn't necessarily turn my nose up at that. I also wouldn't mind seeing a very changed Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I don't know, like thinking about, especially if we're thinking about not Rise Ultimate, because I think we'll skip over that in terms of like that's kind of a given. We know what that one's going to be like. If they make an expansion for Rise, it will probably be like Rise. That's not like a unanswered question.
No. No.
More so like the big next generation game, the World 2, the big Mamma Jamma.
Monster
what we want that one to
Hunter
be like.
Galaxy.
Yeah. I think I would personally like Warp Stars and Star Bits. No, I would, I would personally like. I think that they're really gonna wait for a while for it, and I do think that I wouldn't mind if they really change things up for something like that. I think that part of it is those sorts of ideas, an open world idea, changing up the formula of that wasn't technically possible for them for a long time because they were stuck on handhelds. They were stuck on the 3DS. You can't do an open world game on the 3DS, or at least not in a way that would allow itself to transition to Monster Hunter's gameplay. I think now, for the first time in the last like couple years, they'll probably be able to. And you've seen them start making baby steps of designing and understanding how their design conventions fit into more open environments in World and Rise. So I do think that, I mean, like, if the next game comes out and it's like that, I think that they won't be throwing themselves into the deep end as much as some people might think. If they come out and they say Monster Hunter is now open world, I'm sure there'll be a lot of people that would be like, this is ridiculous. They don't know how to do that. It's going to be garbage. It's going to be awful. I think they've been kind of prototyping different ways to adapt their gameplay to that open area. And for the most part, I mean, you see people complaining about minutia of the maps in both Rise and World, but for the most part, I don't think the maps being more open has really influenced the gameplay that badly. There's different pain points in terms of like how the monsters interact with one another, how you get around the worlds, how the areas themselves are designed for fights and such. But I think that they've done a good job so far of baby stepping into more open designs.
Yeah, no, I could for sure agree with that. And it makes me wonder how much of Monster Hunter was born of technological limitations that we've just been running with. Because the PS2, wonderful console. Not exactly something incredibly powerful that's going to knock your socks off with how strong it is.
Val, I don't think we can complete this quest.
Yeah, I'd cop to that. So, do we want to keep everything that we've got and somehow find the way? You know what? Just drown yourself. Easy money.
Can you do that?
Yeah. I think
this is a unique we're showing off a unique third generation feature right now.
Easy money. Easy money.
Also, 9S, thank you for the follow. Or, that's not follow, excuse me, the sub. Thank you, 9S. Cheers.
Oh,
cheers. You'll die when you run out of air. I mean, this is gonna take a while, dude.
Yeah, for some reason we have immense lung capacity. Oh, also,
so do we.
I think I want to make my own.
Well.
I want to make my own idea.
Guide to the Gajau. Yeah. Are those Gajau? What are these?
They're Gajau. They're Gajau.
Really? No way.
They're Gajau.
Are they called Gajau?
Yeah, I suspect so.
No way. I thought Gajau were like 5th gen.
Yeah, my favorite monster from 5th gen, Gajau.
I'm hype. I want a Gajau whisker.
Okay, let's...
Where's it at? It ran away.
They can run away.
And then other fish spawned in on top of me, out of nowhere on top of it.
Wait.
They're just called fish? Aw, lame. I wanted a Gajau.
Alright, Lab Wolf. Monster Hunter World, despite having world in the name, is not open
It's the
world.
same design though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It is! Classic Capcom. They never change. Like, as we're talking about if they're changing or not, they will never change. They're gonna use the same they're gonna reuse as much as they freaking can. They had to remodel it, but they sure did reuse this design.
Alright. Next question.
That was a long-winded topic on like what the future is gonna be like. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think I wanna cap it off. Hang on. I think that I would be down for them. I go back and forth on this a lot. I talk about a lot of different things about like how the Beyblade move on dual blades is ruining that moveset on, I don't know. I go back and forth. I talk about all kinds of weird, stupid minutia. But at the end of the day, I really like every Monster Hunter game I've played. And even if it's like they change up some of the things that I hold dear, I still trust them at the end of the day to make a really quality game. And so I would like to see them take a shot at something like that, because you know what? I like open world games. I don't like open world games like Assassin's Creed because I think the gameplay is boring as hell. But if Monster Hunter's gameplay was in there, I'd be freaking down, dude. I'd be very into it. So I don't know.
Alright.
Rosianna says, let's be honest here. They could make a Monster Hunter game where you just sit on a toilet reading a newspaper and Risk would love it. If it had predictive newspaper reading on the toilet, I'd be down. I gotta be able to, like, really, I don't know, foresee how that's gonna go and really measure out my moves ahead of time. I gotta stop this.
I have
You talk.
like a fundamental disagreement. But first of all, I want to answer Maestronox's question, which is, if you could change one aspect of weapon to change it fundamentally and radically, what would you change? Stuff like gun lance shells have critical distance and range. I would make a further distinction between bowgun and heavy bowgun, and maybe bow. I don't know what they would do differently, but I think that heavy bowgun and bowgun is just like heavy bowgun is bowgun but worse. That seems to me how it feels. I say this as someone who doesn't gun very often. Maybe something in the middle even? Oh, you mean like the medium bowgun? Uchsta? Alright, buddy. Settle down. But no,
I'm gonna you go ahead.
I think in general I would make I don't know, just make heavy bowgun not feel like bowgun. Make the bullets have weight. Make it feel like it has impact. Make it strong. Make it really
giant slugs you're firing.
Yeah, and you're shooting stuff that, like, you know, it staggers the monster. You know, you can do a lot more with it because, you know, they even share ammo type. I dislike that. I agree. I think a new weapon would be nice. I know your feelings on it. But
Do you?
I do know your feelings. We've talked about this. You would rather they make Phalacin let you speak your own opinion because that's how opinions work, and I don't just parrot them for you. Wait, what was I gonna say? Wait, no.
Hang on. Before we move on to any other topic, I also want a shot at the what would you change about weapons. I think I'm gonna resist the low hanging fruit of I would make longsword play like second gen longsword, or I would take out the things that I don't like from this weapon and make it feel like when I used to enjoy the games. Like, I'm gonna resist those low hanging fruit, and I'm gonna try and think of something. I guess I'd probably say I would change up some of the newer weapons, like Insect Wave and Charge Blade, in big ways. They've both been the same. I mean, they're pretty complex concepts, both of them. But I would probably change up both of those. I think Insect Wave doesn't feel like it needs it as much, but to me, Charge Blade, I feel like could have a different focus going forward. Kind of how they've changed Longsword's focus over time, or changed Hunting Horn's focus over time, or like a lot of the weapons. You compare Greatsword in its combo form in Generation 1 to Greatsword now that you can charge and choose one hit to bottle up all of your motion value into. And I don't know. I think that changing Charge Blade up in a major way, whether that was making it focus more on its attacks or making it much faster or much slower, or just, I think that it deserves a remake. Charge Blade and Rise to me felt like the most gimped thing in a long time because it's just too slow, and I think part of that's just the balancing, and I don't really want to get into that too much, but Charge Blade didn't feel right to me in Rise, and I think that you could change the numbers on it and that might make things better, but I think it'd be more fun to try and make Charge Blade fit more holistically into a faster paced game. So if they're going to stick with a faster speed, I think Charge Blade getting kind of a reimagining would be really cool.
Yeah, I don't know. There's
kind of akin to how you compare old Switch Axe from 3rd or 4th gen, and then you look at Rise Switch Axe, and you're like, oh my goodness, some of the same moves are there, but it works completely differently.
Yeah.
I wanted the same thing, but Charge Blade.
I think that's fair to assess. I don't know. I think that's interesting. I do have a question, because this one comes up all the time, and it's potentially the thing that confuses me the most. And, you know, someone out there is going to be like, he just doesn't get it. He doesn't get Monster Hunter. He's playing it wrong. You know, well, you know, to my question then, I'm successful. So, in Monster Hunter, not in life. I disagree that Monster Hunter is a completely predictive game where it's like, I am a Watashi wa no samurai, and I predict the monster's movement every time, and, you know, there's not just, like, reading tells and rolling.
Well, it's funny you should say that. It's funny you should say that, Phalacin. I think that you can almost draw... This is something my chat's heard me talk about a lot. He's challenging my point of view. I don't think that Monster Hunter is all predictive, Uchi. I think that the further back you go, the games become much more predictive, where rather than reacting to, oh, I see Rathalos coming at me, I'm going to roll out of the way. It's, I know if I stand in front of Rathalos after he does a certain move, then I can get hit with these several moves. Or This is like morbid. I don't like showing this on Twitch. Our characters just drowning. This
I
is
do.
awful.
I like it, and mine's hungry too, so he's dying
So-
on an empty stomach.
You guys too hungry to drown. He's not like grasping his throat or anything. This is awful. I don't like watching this. I'm gonna get killed by small monsters instead. I would find that preferable for the next card.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
It's a rare animation.
You know,
I don't like
I've never
it.
seen the drowning animation, so I'm pretty
Sad.
excited. I've never
not
drowned in
excited.
this game ever.
Here we go. I died.
Oh, you do just die? It's not like
You do just die.
It's not like your health just ticks down. Your character just goes ah, and you die. Nice. All right.
I think that as Monster Hunter has gotten faster paced, which has been a slow thing going from first gen to second to third, etc. I think you see the animations becoming slightly more fluid. You see you being able to kind of tailor your attacks and your movement a little bit more, like change the angle at which you can roll out of things, or changing the angle in which you can steer your inputs depending on what weapon you're playing. They add a little bit more of that with each generation, and in response to those freedoms they give the player, they make the monsters a little bit faster and a little bit more, I don't know, a little bit faster paced to balance it. If you gave the players all the tools that you have in Rise or World, but you gave it just like first generation Rathalos where he like 90-degree pivot turns, like you'd be bullying him constantly. It'd be awful. So as they've gone through and they've made the monsters more fast paced, they've made the weapons have more options, they made them feel a little bit more fluid or fun to play in one way or another. I think some people prefer that faster fluid feel. Other people prefer the older, more restrictive feel. I think it's been a balance of predictive and reactive gameplay. Uchi, I've brought this up so many times that Uchi jokes they have a drinking game about this. I sure hope they don't just have like a cask next to their computer marked like Rist's predictive reactive game. Because that'd be sad. I talk about it a little bit too much for that. But I think it's a balance of things that they're always tweaking. And so I wouldn't say it's all predictive or it's all reactive, but I think the balance is just like as you go further into the games and they get faster, it does get more reactive where you're tasked with, okay, this Rathalos can do 8 different things from me standing in front of him, and there are proper animation tells for me to actually be able to react to them and roll out of the way. Now it might be fast-paced and difficult, but I think that it is pretty reactive. And then the further back you go, you don't have a reactive. There's no tell for you to know that Rathalos is about to frickin' instant charge. You have to predict that you standing in front of him after certain moves for long enough time will result in that.
All right.
So I think that I think it's a shifting balance as you go through the games.
I posit a question to you then.
Sure.
Is that good design, or was that born from technical limitation and then making something kind of new?
What, predictive design? Is predictive design good design?
I mean things like creatures having an insta charge.
Oh, is that good design? No. I think technically if you examine each move that's an instant charge, I think that is not a good game design decision. Having something that's just completely unavoidable until you've seen it enough times and been smashed by it enough times. And I think that especially with how it is, it's kind of rough. I think that I don't mind having monsters. I don't mind monsters having moves that will always hit you if you are in a certain spot at a certain time. But I think that when you couple that together with literally no animation tell, and it gets a lot more difficult for the player to handle it. So I think that while having fast-paced things like that in the game is not a bad idea, things that the player cannot always get out of the way of, I think that instant charges themselves are not the best designed aspect of certain fights in the old games.
Yes, I agree with you for sure there, Maestro. Avoiding openers but knowing they continue to a string is rewarding your knowledge. Yes, I agree with that 1,000,000%, and I like that. I think that's how I like it. Also, in my perfect version of like Monhun, you know, we have like World's Combat but like 3% slower. You know, the player's 3% slower as well.
Uh-huh.
Because I find...
That's your ideal.
Yep, I think the world at times felt a little bit not weighty enough, I guess.
And I think that there are things they can do to make the game as fast as World, but still have more weight. There's visual things, there's sound design things, there's like screen shake things. There's things you can do to make things feel weightier, even in a faster paced game like that. But I'm with you. I don't mind how nice the controls feel in World and Rise, but I do think that both those games could deal with a little bit of like, I don't know, Rise especially for me, improved on some of the deficiencies about that from World, where World was their first crack at making something so fast like that, and I think that a lot of the monsters suffered for it. They didn't tone the monsters up enough to match some of that fast-paced movement. And I think you saw them improve on that a lot in Rise, where I didn't mind it nearly as much in Rise because it felt like the monsters had fast ways to get around you and punish you. It's not just you punishing them while they're slow a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I don't. I think with Rise and them continuing to make things kind of more in the vein of the fight designs from Rise, not from the player perspective, but from the monster patterns perspective, I'd be okay with them keeping that speed, but I would be even more okay with them keeping that design philosophy, but making both the monsters and the player a little slower and a little more methodical.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that. Alright, I posed a question yesterday. I was interested to see people's response. How about a Monster Hunter game without any first-gen monsters? I think that's fair. And I think I said second-gen as well, but I think some of the second-gen monsters have some really nice stuff. Some really nice, like, things going for them. But I think that there's a case to be made that them carrying over the Rathalos jank, which we've seen a little bit less of in Rise.
He's pretty well reimagined in that game.
Yep, I agree. And I think that's a step in the right direction. I think a lot of the first-gen monsters do need a little something, a little kiss on the cheek, because
Yeah.
there is just, like, that jank that makes them kind of
I'm with you. I think it would be really weird if they left behind Rathalos and Rathian. It wouldn't like kill me. It would make me a little sad, but it wouldn't kill me. I'm not one to shy away from saying that games having drastically different monster rosters and games not having every mechanic or every monster that you love from previous games, it's not always a bad thing. That's something I've talked about in regards to Portable Third rather often, is I think that game is made special by the fact that it is small, it's short, it doesn't have a lot of monsters from other games. Like, it doesn't have Rajang, it doesn't have Teostra, it doesn't have Kashala, it doesn't have a lot of monsters. And I'm not saying every Monster Hunter game should be like that. I think there's room for games to be like GU, and there's room for games to be like Portable Third, but I think that coming from a game like GU or World Iceborne or whatever G-rank game you've just accomplished, going and playing Try or playing Portable Third is incredibly refreshing, because it's a whole different feeling going through a game that's like got a vastly different monster roster like that, has different mechanics, doesn't have a big end game grind in it. That's another thing we could talk about. That seems like a pretty topical thing we could talk about, is end game, but it's also very nebulous and difficult to talk about. So I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe we'll save that for next time.
I think that would be another day, another dollar kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. But I think that there's room for different experiences in Monster Hunter based on things that they include or don't include from prior entries. So I'm not opposed to that. I think that third generation is one of the notable standouts, which is what Maestro Nox was saying in your chat there, was that 3U, in a lot of ways, feels like that, where there's not that many second-gen monsters. There's no second-gen elders. There's not a lot of first-gen monsters in it. And I think that helps third-gen stand out, even against games that are almost direct upgrades in a lot of ways, like 4 Ultimate. Like 4 Ultimate takes a lot of the mechanics from this game and just polishes them even further.
100%.
That's something I like to talk about, is
100%.
each era of Monster Hunter getting polished up. Like, this era that we're in right now in 3 Ultimate began with Try, and to my eyes kind of ends around 4 Ultimate or Generations. And it's all about, I don't know, it's them taking some of the classic conventions from first and second generation and adding many more mechanics and moves and fluidity on top of it, and making the monsters a good sight more polished. Oh my god, there's so many cats.
Oh, peep this. Peep this.
What?
Oh.
Is
it them? Yeah, if you play with the torch, the Melanxes dance.
They dance?
Or
I think they're just afraid to approach you.
Sometimes. They can dance. They can dance a little.
I see them.
Are they dancing?
Yeah, I think third generation's already
No,
kind
they're
of
not
like that,
dancing.
and a good example of that. So I appreciate that. I would not be bothered if they had another generation. Like, let's say Monster Hunter 6 comes out. I don't think they'll do this, because I don't know. I mean, maybe they could, but it would surprise me if they did this. If Monster Hunter 6 comes out and it's like third generation, and then it resets a lot of things, and it jettisons a lot of the things from fourth and fifth generation, you don't see a lot of the monsters and mechanics that you're used to, I think that'd be neat. That would surprise me. To me, World was their chance to do that. They're starting fresh. There's a brand new game style. It's a brand new game, like all new maps, that kind of thing. And they chose instead to bring back a lot of those first generation and second generation elders and monsters, a lot of the mainstays, right? So I think that with 6, they'll probably keep reusing assets like you've seen them use with Rise. That's something that they'll probably want to do so that they can continue to flesh out the amount of monsters and content that they have in the games, even as they continue to add more in and bring back more from the old games.
Get away from me, baby.
I was thinking about the safety dance as well, Immortal Cripple and Uchi. I appreciate the reference there. The cats can dance if they want to.
Just a quick answer to a viewer. Wyrick, no one is playing for you because you have to emulate it or have a very expansive 3DS modification, and it can be a bit tricky to stream.
Mm-hmm.
But
with emulation, things are getting better for 4 Ultimate.
They sure are.
It's a good thing to see.
They sure are. But I think some people still consider it a little bit nefarious. A little bit.
I didn't get the carpenter bug that I need.
Oh no. Oh,
okay, hang on.
I had to get a carpenter bug in FU yesterday. It's pretty rough.
I'm gonna go pull up Chronic O, and we'll take a look at where we can find carpenter bugs.
Yeah, Nico. You enjoy pulling up your Nico website.
Let's see here. Also, for those who came here for the gameplay today, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we're just
1, 2, 4, 5. All right, 1, 2, 4, 5, huh?
Don't worry, the gameplay will pick up as time goes on. As we, it'll be metaphorical as we continue to hone our opinions and hone our discussion. We'll also hone our Monster Hunter epic gameplay style 420.
I'm going to transition us to our next question, if you're okay too, which is, Phalacin, what is something that you've learned from streaming or from Monster Hunter, just a lesson that you think you, like, broader than just, like, oh, well, I know that I can get carpenter bugs from Area 5. Like, what's a deeper lesson or a life lesson you've learned from streaming or Monster Hunter that you're thankful for?
I'm going to treat that as a multi-part question, and I'm going to start with Monster Hunter. One thing I have learned is, or rather compounded upon, is everyone has an opinion, and everyone's opinion is the most correct for them, and it's the thing that's right for them, and I'm not inclined to try and sway them one way or the other. But I do think it's important to not let yourself get into an echo chamber in which your opinion is untouchable and unchanging, and you sort of get hung up on this one thing because fear of the... You know, that's why I use the term crusty Monhunt boomers. Like, the future's now, Grandpa. It's, you know, it's not that everything has to be big changes, but people are really averse to even small changes, I feel. And I think with that, we sort of hit terminal velocity around Rise coming out, of people being a bit negative, shall we say.
Sure.
I think...
Also, oh, you go ahead.
Sorry. I think in regards to streaming, though, what I've learned is... It's a tricky question to answer, like, what I've learned from streaming. The answer is a lot. I've learned a lot about myself. I've learned a lot about what I want to be doing and what I feel good about doing. Like, I really enjoy doing mental health charity streams and, you know, discussing mental health with people and trying my best to be a part of something, you know, as someone who's never really felt like I was a part of something, not to be a little bit sappy about it, but, you know, it's lovely that I can do stuff like this and have discussions with people from all over the world and see viewpoints that I otherwise wouldn't have been able to, and, you know, just really experience things that I otherwise wouldn't. And, you know, it's opened up possibilities, I guess, like, of meeting some people in real life, and I've made meaningful friendships and relationships, and I think that's really cool. And I think that, you know, not to give such a long-winded answer to the question, but, you know, it teaches you about, like, a certain level of, you know, self-esteem and self-confidence to believe in what it is that you're saying, but also understanding, you know, where you are in the world, I guess, where you are in society. And maybe that's like a very broad and vague thing, but I do think about, like, how streaming has impacted me as a person and how I think about it in this sort of broad concept a lot. I don't know. It's peculiar to me.
Kind of hard to sum it up, I would imagine, because it's a lot of different things.
It's like, imagine that the entire world, including people on the platform, have a different perspective on this one activity that you're participating in, which is streaming, playing video games and talking to people. and it's whatever you want to make of it. But they have this one sort of shoehorned ideal that, you know, a lot of people, when they hear streamer, like, you get one, you know, a set of, like, you know, a canned reaction, I guess, of like, oh my god, hype Fortnite Victory Royale. And a lot of people expect that of streamers. Like,
the pride, thank you for the bits, wow.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they have this sort of ideal of what it should be. And a lot of streamers, I feel, do subscribe to that. And that's okay, you know? That's how it goes. But it's... I think it was most compounded for me when I was attempting to do a 24-hour stream when Rise came out. I was intrigued by the prospect. I wanted to give it a whirl. I made it to 19 hours. I was like, 5 hours to go, but I'm dying. And then, you know, it was like... Made it another 45 minutes. I went, this sucks. I don't need to make it to 24 hours because what? Stream, you know, hype beats nonsense. And I, you know, I think it's very easy to get sort of swept up in that culture, or like, you know, removing yourself from certain aspects of being, I guess, human. You know, this sort of like
kind of removing the human aspect of it and focusing on either the entire just video game aspect of it or on the numbers aspect, whether it's like followers or money or whatever it is, the number of the stream.
Yeah, like that, more so, you know, presenting yourself as not what you are, which is like a flawed human being with thoughts and feelings who makes mistakes and you know, isn't able to sit in front of a computer for 24 hours, and you know, obviously you can't be entertaining every minute. I don't know. I think people are very good at...
I never want to do a 24.
Yeah, like, it's hell. You know, respect the people who do them. But,
I do, but I never want to.
No, sorry. Respect to people that do them was my, like, offhand comment. Not saying... Not a direction to you, to respect people who do them. But, yeah, I don't know. It's many things, but it's also... It's remarkably simple and entirely complicated, like anything in life. What about yourself? What have you learned from these things, though?
I posited these questions to us here, but I didn't actually think of all the answers I was going to say before I asked them. So, I don't know. I think for me, something I appreciate that I've learned from streaming is to try and be a little more open to trying things and failing or changing them over time, and kind of just changing what I'm doing or the plan for things to fit what is needed or what feels good just at a given moment, that things don't need to go to plan or be exactly how I imagine them to be, which is something that I think I've struggled with in life in general. Something that I think I was a super anxious worker, a super anxious person, where I had ideas of what my day was going to be like or what my shift at work was going to be like, and if that didn't go to plan, I like just couldn't handle it some days. It would make me really anxious and upset. And I think that I've gotten better at that just through working. But then when it comes to Twitch, I don't know, you start off doing something, you go, I'm streaming because this is because I want to write about because I want to write about Monster Hunter, or because I want to become a elite speedrunner, or I want to be a funny jokester, or whatever it is. You start off with an idea for it, right? And that might not really be your place or your strength. You only find out through trying and failing, but eventually you might, I mean, if you keep at it long enough, you'll find something that does work for you, and being open to kind of searching for that and finding what works and change it, or change to capitalize on that, or change to focus on what really does work and what works well, is something that I'm thankful for from Twitch. I feel like I'm a little more open to viewing all parts of my life like that. I think now that I've done some of that on Twitch.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's very interesting to like consider how Twitch warps your perception of stuff, because it's like sometimes you meet people, they come into your stream and they'll be there every day and you talk to them and you build up this relationship, and then they'll just disappear for a few months and you're like, oh, how about that? And then you're like, I think when I first had that realization that that's gonna happen, like people are gonna go in and out of your life, it's like, you know, the internet is like anything. You have to put effort into like really thank you so much, Nox the Box Maestro Son. That's ridiculously generous of you. Sorry that I don't have the alerts up. They did. They did. Sorry, I needed to.
Nox is a very, very generous. Very generous person.
Very, very much appreciated. But yeah, I've learned that, like, I don't want to be playing it safe, I guess. That's one thing that I've tried to carry throughout my life. It's like, you know, we're getting off the topic of Mon Hun and getting in the nitty gritty of life now. You know, the hard yards.
I like that Australian bent to life. I like that. Was that one?
But
I liked it.
I don't know, man. Like, I've learned that I don't want to do things because, you know, I want to seem normal or not weird. I like messaging my friends and setting up weird stuff. In fact, if I didn't start being obnoxious and being like, I'm going to message Ristretto, we wouldn't be doing this cool-ass stream we're doing right now.
I'm not a very social person.
Yeah, neither. But, you know, I gotta... I gotta, do my very best for it. And, you know, reaching out to people and annoying them. I'm a big fan of the Socratic method. You know, going down to the local highway as a little ugly squat man and just annoying people. You know, what is a horse? Well, a horse is a bipedal creature. Not bipedal, quadrupedal creature with hair all over its body. It's like, does that mean anything with a... You know, is a gorilla a horse?
You've lost me. You've completely lost me.
The Socratic method is basically just asking questions.
Okay.
Also, I completely screwed up the initial prompt. So, you know, my apologies. But
it's okay.
Yeah, that's
it's okay. I need carpenter bugs still.
Yeah, well, I'm getting sap plant. How do you feel about that? And ivy.
I'm jealous. Well, I guess I'm not jealous of your sap plant. I'm jealous of carpenter bugs. I haven't gotten any yet.
Yeah, bipedal horse is a nightmare. Very true. But yeah. Like, that's one thing that I try and talk about often that I've learned, like, and that streaming has taught me is, like, things are simultaneously simple and you're able to be reductive about them, but also literally everything has infinite amounts of nuance, and everything that you ever say people will interface with in a different way, and, you know, you're always going to be wrong and you're always going to be right, but no, Ristretto, no matter what, you're always handsome, and that's good.
Aww. You're always lovely.
But I think, yeah, you know, just be you. Just be you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for answering that question. I know it's kind of a vague, broad question.
Dude, I love talking about vague, broad questions, especially ones like that. You know, I do like to do obnoxious, like, first-year uni student philosophy. So philosophy, rather, not philosophy. That's not in it. That's not a thing. That's I don't know.
Are you okay ending this? Are you okay ending this gathering quest?
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to refresh the bug spots because I've gotten 0 carpenter bugs.
Let's do it. Let's bugs.
This is what happened when I played this game with Annie. Annie was lovely and played this game with me, and we spent like 2 hours getting her like 3 carpenter bugs. And she was like, "Is this what Monster Hunter is?" I was like, "Yeah, that is what Monster Hunter is."
You know, Sophie plays Mon Hun with me sometimes. She when Rise came out, she got her own copy of it. She sat and played it for literally 12 hours because we had
That's awesome.
And she'd played a bit of World and has always been interested. Anne almost was on the podcast. She came and said hi to me before, and I got wrong what she was studying.
It's okay.
I don't know why I thought nursing. Mechanical engineering.
It's okay. You've never met her before. I mean, like, I've told you about what she studies, but I don't think she expected you to know what she was studying.
No, I have. I did tune into one of your streams where you and your friend Ethan were there with Anne on the couch. And
that was fun.
I came in and started talking about the popcorn maker.
Oh, of course.
The microwave. And it feels good to have always been correct. I know that that microwave has been used for popcorn. Sorry, how many times?
A couple.
A couple? Yeah, I'll bet. What else has it been used?
Reheating food.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
This is why you wanted to have me on, right?
Absolutely. To put you on blast for this stupid thing. Feels good to be right.
All right, Phalacin. I think now is as good a time as any for us to transition to a slightly different thing that we're gonna do. I'm gonna sit down at the canteen here, and I think we're gonna transition to a part of the stream where Phalacin and I are going to talk through the different Monster Hunter covers, not about what flagships are for what game. We're not going to touch that at all.
Oh, we are.
But just to talk about the different. Oh no. But talk about. Are we reviewing the covers? What are we doing?
Oh, we're gonna review them. We're gonna Vsauce not Vsauce. We're gonna be like those food YouTubers who sit in our cars and we like eat the latest Taco Bell burrito, and then like some dude comes off the street and he demands like $6 from me or something. I don't know. I'm pretty interested. I don't know where this analogy goes. Maybe you should stop me from talking before I do too much.
You're doing okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm currently cropping in my viewers so that people can see the lovely box art a little better.
Also, I've got a special thing I'm dropping in my chat and in yours. There is a thing where you can vote your favorite, because we're gonna show them all. We're gonna talk about all of them and show about the regional differences, and it's gonna be cool. But yes,
regional differences.
Yeah, I've compiled a whole thing of every Monster Hunter box art, and I don't think I told you where I got this idea, but
no,
we were talking about the flagship. Uchi and we were talking about the flagships the other day.
Where you know?
And I said, you know what? Azure Rathalos on the front of 3U, he looks cool. He looks cool, man.
He does.
And then I thought about the 3G, because I own a copy of 3G box art, and I was like, you know what? The one with Brachydios on it just looks worse. And that's my honest to goodness opinion, and we'll get there. So I thought, maybe Rissetto and RistrettoChronicles, we can sit down, we can look at all of the Monster Hunter box art. It's a cool family.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you lead this segment.
You're gonna
We're taking a look at.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you lead, yeah.
Okay. I am. Have you got your?
I have Monster Hunter 1 for the PS2 pulled up. Yeah, I have everything pulled up here. Chat can see our nice low resolution image of Monster Hunter 1 for the PS2.
Right. No, you can't skew the votes, Hermit. That would be unacceptable and unsportsmanlike. Anyway, I can't make it bigger than this, but one thing that I did think is pretty cool. If you look at the original box art for Monster Hunter, no, don't actually slideshow it. I find it interesting. You know, if you haven't played beyond 3rd gen, Rathalos had a more triangular head. I thought that was pretty cool. They changed it in 3U, so his head looks different. Thought that was pretty fast. Wish I could put this in dark mode. You're gonna vote for Dose Deluxe? You haven't even seen it yet. Anyway, this is the Monster Hunter 1 original box art. Then, actually, we move to that's the NA box art. I think this Japanese box art looks way better, right? Like, way more colorful. Like, they're exactly... They're the same, but...
That might just come... I mean, it would be interesting to see if that actually was borne out in person, if you look at two printed box arts, if they were that different in terms of color. Because that could just be down to how they were scanned in or how they're being displayed on whatever website. But it does look more saturated and colorful on the Japanese cover, for sure.
I've tried to buy a copy of the Australian version of Monster Hunter, and I can tell you the colors do look this washed out.
Okay.
Like, I've seen, you know, genuine photos of it, and it does look, you know, this sort of, like, almost brown and dark blue, whereas Rathalos, his colors just pop way more.
They do. He looks very nice in red on that Japanese color.
Yeah, I think that he looks more colorful. All right. And then...
How do you feel about this cover for being the first to set the cliche of, like, monster in center shot, hunter in foreground, where you're looking on kind of from the hunter's perspective, just like you would be in game? How do you feel about that?
I think that this looks like, you know how sometimes in TV shows they play like legally safe versions of games, and it's like, you know, Creature Destroyer, and it's like the nerd characters playing it, and we don't really focus on it, but it's just, you know, it's the most boring, like, you know, AI created amalgam of a game that could exist. Yeah, that's what this looks like to me.
That's what this looks like to you? Oh man, some people really like it.
Oh, I like it, don't get me wrong, but, you know, it's just like, if I was to pick this up, you know, age I am now, I never heard of Monster Hunter or whatever it is, I'd be like, yep, that's a dragon on the cover, and there's a man with a sword, or a butter knife.
You're saying there are more interesting ways they could have shown off this game's unique world and hook.
You know, maybe, but here's the thing, I'm just shooting from the hip. I don't know genuinely how I feel about it, but yeah, there you go. Alright, next slide. The North American Monster Hunter Freedom box art where Azure Rathalos, I think this is.
I think that's supposed to be regular Rathalos. We had this discussion recently. We weren't sure about if that was Silver Rathalos or Azure Rathalos or regular Rathalos is in this picture because he's so desaturated.
That's true. But on that note, I think he looks terrible. I think this box art is awful.
I think it's pretty bad.
It looks like a Nikon ad.
I think they were trying to go for like a UMD theme or something. The UMDs were the tiny little discs for the PSP. And I think old PSPs had a similar silver ring around the back of them like that. But it doesn't really look very good, does it?
No,
I mean, production-wise, it's fine. Like they're masked out properly, whatever. But in terms of Monster Hunter covers that make you think, ah, yes, Monster Hunter. Like this looks like Monster Hunter had a weird crossover with Assassin's Creed, where they were both teleported into like the weird, like techie void that Assassin's Creed goes to. Whatever it's called, I don't know.
Yeah, if I saw this, I would think there is a man who is escaping the Capcom-themed camera through the lens. I don't know. It's pretty... I don't like this one so much. I don't like it at all. It's
I'm not a fan.
No. It's a no from me, Chief. And then we move on to the Monster Hunter G box art for the Wii. Now
I think this one's pretty good.
Yeah, I love it. I think the colors are fantastic. I couldn't find a better picture. I looked, but I think that this looks great. Never, like, obviously Monster Hunter G was never released in the West, so this is just a Japanese only release, but I think it looks fantastic.
God.
I think the colors
I just learned that if you hit the plus and minus at the bottom of the Google Drive, it like zooms in way close on the crusty cover. I'm into that.
How good. Anyway, yeah, the colors look good. It's like fantastic blues and...
I like how it bleeds around the box and you can see the forest behind them. I think it's pretty cool. I think this is a better box art.
Yeah, for sure. And then
Immortal Cripple says there's a wallpaper engine setup of this where the fire is animated. That's pretty cool.
That sounds rad. That sounds sick. And then we move on to Monster Hunter G. This was the best picture of this I could find. I looked high and low. They just
this is so small, it doesn't even give me the zoom option.
They have this crusty, tiny, like, little... Like, yeah, here's what you've asked for, Phoebes. I've zoomed in, and, you know, it's so crusty. And you know what? This would actually look good, because the way he's holding the dual blades, which we can tell... and you know, this actually is Azure Rathalos. I know, because I checked the wiki, and it said the flagship is Azure Rathalos. I was like, checks out. Checks out.
If you zoom in far enough with Firefox, it just starts getting smaller again. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. This kind of dumb stuff makes me laugh.
My headphones are finally goes. My headphones have been breaking throughout the duration of this stream. So
nice.
That's not good. They've been uncomfortable on my dome, and I suspect they are going to fall apart any minute now. So I'm gonna.
Okay. So before we move on from this crusty, tiny picture, I think Uchi found us a better one. Uchi found us a better one.
Oh,
Thank
did
you,
he
Uchi.
just? Oh, he did.
He did.
God damn. I always knew.
Uchi says found one bigger in 15 seconds.
All right.
So this is technically the second. This is technically the second game that came out. So if you think about going back to like the initial, like you got the Great Sword and the Red Rathalos, you compare that to this cover where you've got like you still got the monster in the foreground, but it's a lot more dynamic. He's coming down out of the sky at you. You got the dual blades. How do you feel about this one in comparison?
Way better.
I think it's a pretty cool one. I was really happy to notice earlier that those are dual blades, and that's pretty neat that I mean, I don't think there are that many covers where dual blades are the focal weapon for the series, because I mean, from afar, they just look like a fantasy knife wielding person. It doesn't look like that distinct like Jawblade Greatsword or something. But the fact was that when Monster Hunter 1 first came out in Japan, they didn't have dual blades, and it was added in the American or Western release of it, and then was added back for G. And so this is the first game that had dual blades in Japan, and that's probably why they're on the cover there, is that was one of the major additions to that game.
That's pretty cool. I also do want to mention, before he gets up on his high horse, Uchi, it's only slightly bigger and slightly less crusty. So you climb back down from there, buddy, you're gonna hurt yourself. I can't let Uchi get away with it. I can't let him get away with it.
I always let Uchi get away
No,
with it.
he can't. He can't. See, you've spoiled him. and that's why. You've spoiled him. Alright. Monster Hunter G, pretty tight. You know, it's not even that much better. Alright. On to the next one. On to the next one. It won't let me progress to the next one.
Alright.
And
a
then
different a different Rathalos and Greatsword for portable.
I think we were talking about this before, right? But if you put them side by side, they are like almost the same picture. I'm gonna do a little
Yep.
side by side.
It's the same pose and the same two hunters. The Western release one just looks drastically worse in every conceivable way. And like, I don't think this one in Japan is really all that strong. It's like, I think it's a little worse than the first game. If you go back to Monster Hunter 1 for the PS2, at least there's like, you can see the sky and the grass, you get a little bit of sense of the world. In this one, it's just like some weird blurred out Gaussian void behind Rathalos there. But it is better than the American cover for Freedom.
Yeah, that's true. I don't really know how to feel about it, because it is still just like, it's basically the same thing, but for some reason, the Monster Hunter Portable, or Monster Hunter, like, Freedom, as it were, you know, I still think it looks a little bit, I think it looks better, all told. I think
The one for the West?
No, the one for Japan. The one for the West, like, I hate that. I hate it so much.
That might be the worst one in the series.
Yeah, he lives in a Nikon camera. And it's, you know, we'll see it again. We'll see that leitmotif, as Uchi would put it, again.
Will we? Okay,
Yep.
cool.
Because now we're headed over to Gen 2. With
Okay, let me go ahead and cover art Gen 2. I should just put these all in one big folder. All right, here we are. Oh, this one's good. Are you looking at those?
Yeah. Amazingly, despite the fact it's man, look at dragon, I like it more. I can't put it like...
Oh, this one's so good.
Kushala...
You don't see this one very often.
Kushala is like so much more imposing here. Like he's just...
And you got the snow flying by him, the light from behind his head. Have I seen the deluxe art? I didn't know there was a deluxe. What's deluxe?
It's in there. It's in there. Don't worry. I got it for you, buddy.
I've never heard of it. You've gotten box art and a title that I've never heard of.
Yep, I've got it for you. It was the collector's edition, effectively, of Dose. All right, next slide.
Wow.
We have.
Hang on, wait, no. I'm not ready to stop talking about that.
Okay, go on.
Look at the logo for Dose, like the whole logo and motif for Dose. It's incredible.
It does.
And the fact that they're showing off bow, which was new in that game, very cool.
It does look very good. Oh, and it's the Rathian bow as well.
It is.
But yeah, I think this one's great, and even though it's a little bit monotone, the use of color is really nice. Like just
this is my favorite one so far.
It's very good. It's very good. Are we ready to move forward?
Yes, I'm ready now.
All right, you're going to be severely more disappointed because we have the Monster Hunter Freedom 2 North American box art with Tigrex bursting through the Nikon camera.
Okay. I would posit that if you're going to stick with this dumpy theming for your American box arts, this is way better than the first one because you can see the mountains behind him. The hunter's like barely coming out the circle. There's just bits between his claws and the longsword that are poking out, and for the most part they're both contained within the circle. But then the parts that stick out are kind of impactful, like his nose and his claws and the longsword. It's a little neat. It feels a lot more purposeful than the other one.
I like the pose of the hunter as well. I am gonna take this moment to remind you all, if you want to, there is a straw poll that contains a list of all of these, and you can vote for your favorite, because I'm intrigued by what everyone's favorite is.
And you've got the awesome icon for Freedom 2 with the Tigrex claws. That's one of the better, like we've had a separate discussion about just the logos, not the box art, but just the logos before, and that's one of the cooler ones, I think.
You know, I think I like the more Aztec themed, you know, logos. I don't like this one so much.
Okay.
But you know, it's not so bad.
Valid. It's valid.
You know, just comparative.
Okay.
Okay, on to the next one. We have the Monster Hunter Freedom 2 European and Japanese box art, which is effectively the same thing.
I didn't realize that they came out in Europe with that cover. That's nice. Lucky.
I think it looks good. I think it looks a lot better. Somehow, actually, the colors are a little bit worse. I think the way they framed it in the previous one looks pretty good, but maybe Tigrex, he doesn't pop out as much, and neither does that hunter with his cool guy longsword.
Yeah, they fit into the background a little bit more. I'm with you. We're like, if you look, they've actually, look at the hunter's boot and flip back and forth. They've actually done quite the job of making it stand out from the snow he was in on the one cover.
Yeah,
where they've placed both of them in the scene a lot more in the Japanese and European art, which doesn't look bad. But I think there is something lost between those two, which is not something you'd think, like dumpy white void cover to nice environmental cover. There's something lost there.
Yeah, I agree. Like while the dumpy white cover is a bit, it's still dinky. It's like infinitely better than Freedom's. But,
Yeah.
you know, it has some really good qualities that this other one doesn't quite have, I guess. And also, Nathan, you say it would be better if you could dodge with that animation. That is almost perfectly the Fade Slash animation.
It is, yeah. Doesn't have iframes to it, but
No.
you can still get out of the way.
Correct. Alright, and now we have the Japanese box art for Monster Hunter Portable Second G, aka Freedom Unite.
Oh, this one's really good.
It is nice. It is nice.
I like the sense of motion you get from this one. This is like, okay, this is a drastically different perspective than most of the like big ones they've had so far. Between like Kushala and Azure Rathalos and regular Rathalos, it's the same sort of concept of monster and hunter, but the framing's very different. The same with the sense of movement, like the blurred background and everything.
Yeah, the Rathalos armor looks nice, and the
That sword is sick.
Yeah, I don't know what sword that is actually.
It's gotta be in Freeman Knight, but I couldn't tell you the name.
Yeah, and yeah, Odd Branches just said it looks like the Naga has dodged a swing from the Hunter. Also, if I haven't asked you yet, tell me one good thing in your week. Tell me how you are. I want to hear it from all of you. My apologies that we're a little bit impersonal today, but I think that it lends itself to this format a bit better. Okay.
Yeah, agreed. To those in my chat who I haven't gotten to say hello to, thank you so much for coming in today. It's nice to get to chat with Fao, and I hope it's fun to listen to and watch.
Yes, I love you, I kiss you, but Wrist is my date for today. But yeah, I like this one a lot. And are we ready to move on to the next one?
I think this is probably my second favorite or my favorite, up there with Dosh Kushala. This is pretty good.
Okay. I actually don't want to skip to the exact next one. I want to skip to the next Freedom Unite cover, because I think that the next one, people are going to lose their minds over, and, you know, that it's a good one.
All right. This is the English. I have this one. This is the English Freedom Unite cover.
I have this one too.
I think this one kind of sucks. The scale is just bizarre.
Yeah, like Nagakuga does actually look colossally huge.
Who is the Shengao Ren-sized Narga?
But also, I do really like how it has 4 hunters on it.
Yeah, the 4 hunters is cool, but the scale doesn't make much sense. And I don't really like the styling of Nargacuga. Like when you go back to the Japanese one, I know it's like not that different, but the coloration and like, I don't know, I just don't like this one that much.
Yeah, I think the red streak on the Japanese one is a little bit like, you know, it's tasteful, it's classy. We got some class in this guy. Beautiful.
It almost looks like the same pose. It looks like, yeah, it's the same Narga's pose. They've just not blurred it in the American poster.
It's funny, we're seeing a lot of like little discrepancies like that.
It's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Also, if you look, that Greatsword user is the same pose as before, but now he's part of 4 hunters. Those 4 hunters are using Gunlance, Greatsword, Bow, and I would assume Hunting Horn is the one that's underneath the T for teen there, because those are the 4 new weapons. Or no, those aren't the 4 new weapons. What am I talking about? There's a Greatsword, but at least Bow and Gunlance are new ones.
The pose is actually different. In the Western release, the Rathalos Hunter is facing forward. He's kind of like breaking his arms to... He's holding the Greatsword weird. He's got his right hand... It's as though that he's holding it backwards.
Weird.
But if
he's about to do the backslam.
Yeah, and if you look at this one, it's kind of like he's facing towards the cover art. I think... And, you know, again, I like the background art on this... the Western release more. But...
I think I would have liked this. I don't know. I think it's decent, the art, but it really doesn't give me the sense of the map that's in Freeman Knight that you fight Nargacuga on. I'm not going to talk about it too much because it's a pretty special map. You'll get to it when you're playing through Freeman Knight here. I don't know if you already know about the map that's in there, but
no, I don't.
It is quite a special map, and this box art does not really impart the feeling of that map, I don't think. And it would have been very, very cool if they had featured that particular map in an iconic way on this cover.
Okay. Yeah, no,
I'm doing that in a vague way to not really spoil the details of that map for you, because it's kind of cool.
I'm looking forward to it. Hey, Dance, how are you? All right, and now we move on to the one that you haven't seen. The Monster Hunter DOS Deluxe Edition box art, which is actually really good. Like, I don't know how this was sold. I don't know how it was packaged. I think that it's not as good as the other one, but it is nice to sort of just see...
No, I don't think so either.
Kushala, just there.
Yeah, I don't really like this one that much. I mean, I like that it gives a sense of foreboding to Kushala. He looks really mean in that photograph, from his spiky horns to his open mouth to the kind of muted rusty colors and the rain coming down, but I don't know. I think the other cover art for Dose is really, really good.
Yeah. It's regal. It's regal. And you hadn't seen that one before.
No, I guess not.
Okay. And now we're on to 3rd gen, of which we have Tri, Portable Third, 3U, and 3G. I hope I'm not missing one there. Now, Tri is interesting, because it had one box art globally. So you won't find a different box art for Tri anywhere. But
cool.
This one's really good. It's a lot like Monster Hunter 1. But you know, Legiacrus kicking up the water, and you know, he really looks mean. He looks great. Like he's just
they've got the
they do a great job. This one, I think.
You can see that there's a lot more detail on the hunter. I mean, it doesn't really translate through to the game that much, but you can see the detail on the hunter's armor and jaw blade are a lot more fine than the original one. Same with Legiacrus, honestly. He looks more finely detailed than the Rathalos in the Gen 1 cover. And you still get that nice kind of tribal or Aztec kind of themed logo. I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
It's a really good cover. This is up there. I think up there with the other ones I've enjoyed so far.
Just quickly, Odd Branch, are you saying that this is Joggy? This is Legiacrus, my man. This is not Joggy.
Are there Jaggy? I can't tell what's going on in the water there. Here,
Oh, there is a Joggy. Never mind. I'm just a jerk. I'm a moron. That is a Joggy. I thought it was like a boat or something. No, there's a Joggy in the water getting dumpstered by the Legiacrus. Never
You're
mind.
Right, it is.
Never
I see his little
mind.
face.
Joggy's the flagship
it
of
is.
Monster Hunter Tri. Good to know.
Thank you for exposing that to us, Val. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You learned something new today.
It's real good. It's real good. Onto Portable Third. I only have this like weird, overly saturated image. You know, Uchi, work your magic, find a better one. But you know, this is okay. I think it does a good job of. You know, I don't think the blue is a great fit for Zin.
I think that this cover strikes me as being a bit busy.
Yep, I think
like a bit too much for me.
Yeah.
I still like the pose from the. I still like Zinogre, and I like that you can see Misty Peaks very distinctly there. And it's like it's set at nighttime, which most of them haven't been thus far, the covers. You can see the moon and everything. But I think it feels a little bit like too much with Zinogre coming at you and the busy background and the kind of very, very... I don't know. It's. I don't dislike the Portable Third logo, but it's definitely not minimal.
I agree. You know what? Give me 2 seconds. I have a copy of this on PS3. I want to see if it looks any different.
I think it's about the same. Different aspect ratio, so maybe slightly different framing, but like the case is a different size. This is a fun segment.
No, it's only slightly less blue. Oh, you think this segment's fun? Well, for next time, I have segments similar to this one, but not exactly. So, Portable Third was not... It was on the PS3 as a sort of port of the Japanese-only release of the game, and this is a Japanese-only copy. I bought it because I was sad one day, and I was like, I collect things. I do a little retail therapy. But, yeah, it is all in Japanese. So it's really good.
Yep,
but yeah.
Portable Third HD. It runs very interestingly on the PS3. There are some options for visuals in that port of it that are not available when you emulate it, which is neat.
Yeah, I think that this is cool. All right, let's move on over to
Oh my,
Monster Hunter 3G Brain.
Monster Hunter Tri
HD.
3G HD Ver.
Yeah, HD Ver. I like this one a lot. I think it's good. The Legiacrus armor, the gun lance.
I've rarely seen this one.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it on 3DS. Admittedly, that was my only exposure. This is what started it. I was like, you know, it's a bit hard to read for me, but I do think it's really good. But
I think I wish I got a better sense of where they were. Like, it's red, so it's probably the volcano, but it doesn't really look like the volcano there, really. This is pretty cool. It's a different mood than most of the covers, and I think the fact that it has such drastically different colors than the usual covers is pretty neat, too.
yeah, I think it has
With
a hint
you go
of
ahead.
more adversarialness to it.
Mhm.
I will say, the 3 Ultimate, the Western release of it, I like a lot more. You don't get me wrong, I love Brachydios, but you know, and I think that this is really good. Like, the Legiacrus armor looks cool, the light sort of beaming off him. It's like the slime is, you know, mid blast. It's not, but you know, I guess that's the impression the light gives me. I think it looks really good, and the positioning of the foot, I think there's a lot to like about it, but it ends up a bit muddy. But then we move on to Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, which I think looks fantastic. And
I think notably, this looks drawn
Yeah,
as opposed to like a render
That's
or
what-
something like that.
yeah, if you look at Azure Wrath's face, and if
Mhm.
you look at the Shakalakas, they're drawn. Like, it
Yeah.
looks really good. And you have this unique pose of the hunter in the Azure Wrath armor. And this was my first ever exposure to Monster Hunter, this picture right here, because I went on eBay to buy a copy of it, because I was like, Monster Hunter sounds like something I could get into. Didn't look up gameplay, just bought a copy of it for Wii U, and then was summarily pretty confused. But, I think that this cover looks really, really good. Like, the drawn
I think it's a really special one. I
Yeah.
think it being drawn instead of rendered is a pretty big difference. I think there's something neat that might draw a new player in based on the fact that you can see Azure Rathalos there, but you can also see the player wearing that armor, and you go, that guy's got the armor of that monster. That guy looks like the monster there. That's interesting. I also think that it's nice you can see Desert Island in the background or Mogul Woods in the background in a pretty nice way without it being busy. I think it's a pretty nice cover. It doesn't evoke the same emotional response to me as like the Nargacuga above the hunter in the JP cover of Freemanite, or the Kushala standing over the bow user on the Dose cover, or Lagiacrus even standing in front of the hunter on the Tri cover. But I think it's really good. It's a very different tone than anything else we've seen so far. I think it's kind of special.
Yeah, and it's the only one where, like, the hunter, it's not mid-combat. And while I wouldn't like them to do that for every cover, I think this one's pretty sick. Like really good. And this sort of, the posing of the hunter on the hill, I don't know, there's a lot to like here, I think. Alright, and
Sklump just realized that both of us know each other. They said they follow us both, but they just realized we know one another. Yeah, we like one another pretty well.
I think that there might be a lot of people. They don't know that we're secret besties, as the kids would say. Alright.
Oh!
Sorry.
I think we're missing a cover.
Two to three?
I think
what am I missing?
we're missing in 4th gen.
Oh, what are we missing?
Oh, no, never mind. I'm blind. Never mind. I just didn't even know what the 4 cover looked like. And I was like, that's the 4U cover. Never mind. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Alright. We'll start with Monster Hunter 4 Original, the Japanese release. Hello, Gigi. It's good to see you, my friend. I hope you're very well.
Weird one. I don't know if I've seen this one that many times.
Yeah, it's pretty peculiar. It's
I think it's supposed to be like framed from you are the insect glaive user and you're jumping over Gormagala.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, that's
'Cause you can see your feline buddies down on the ground. It's unique.
yeah, like a little hard to read, but yeah, pretty good once you know
I
what.
think it's kind of it comes off as kind of abstract. Like it's kind of hard to tell what's going on there.
I'm sorry that I couldn't find a better quality picture of it. All right.
I think Uchi's got one.
Yeah.
Hey, oh, what the hell? What's this one?
That's the Western, one of the Western releases, actually. So there were a couple of different.
There is no Western release of this game.
No. Yeah. Hold up. I mean.
Are we gonna hang on? Am I jumping the gun?
No, never mind. This is different to.
Yeah. What is this?
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe
That one's pretty great.
Yeah, this one. Okay, I guess this is the. That's fascinating. Take a look at the hunter and remember what this hunter looks like. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know Monster Hunter 4 Original never came out in the West. Don't
Weird. So, what do you think of this cover that
Maybe
Uchi
so.
just linked us?
I think it's very good.
And Uchi says this is the original for 4. I think this is a great one.
I wonder what the actual original. I wonder what one I have then. Maybe
Yeah,
it was
weird.
like the Lux edition or something. I don't know. Pretty cool.
I like this one. For one, this one looks also, if it's rendered in a different way than most of the rendered ones are. It almost looks kind of drawn, like the one we were looking at
Thank you
before.
for the follow, Sclum.
And I like this one. I mean, it doesn't have the strongest sense of place in terms of like, I don't know where that is in the ancestral steppe or whatever, but gore looks pretty cool. It's neat seeing the hunter on its back, kind of jumping on top of it. Gives you a little bit of preview of the fact that you'll mount monsters in that game. I think it's pretty alright.
Yeah, I think that this one's pretty good. I like. Yeah, I don't know what this JP one I have is, but I think it's pretty good. The one where the insect glaive user is in the air. I think that's pretty cool. Now we'll move to Monster Hunter 4G. This is also what the Australian version of the game, the Australian release looks like. Maybe I've got that backwards. I have a copy of 4U in my other room, but I think it has Seregios on the front cover.
I don't like this one.
You don't like the one with Steve on the front cover? I could see that.
I think it feels kind of busy. I don't like comparatively to how the last one looked really nice for being a render, this one I think looks kind of bad for being a render.
Yeah, I think
A little too shiny in some weird ways. The lighting isn't right for me.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. And Seregios looks a little bit doused in Vaseline, a little bit muddy as well.
Weird.
I do think that the charge blade looks nice though.
Yeah, someone just said they like the charge blade pose. Whose name is that? I can't read it. Komori Ryu X.
Oh, Komori, yeah. My god. My god.
That's a cool pose for charge blade.
Yeah, and I like how it has the sort of sense of movement with the sparks coming out of it. I think that's pretty
Can
cool.
you tell where they are, by the way? It's like the dunes, maybe?
Yeah.
It's a weird little ledge the hunter's perched on, and then behind Seregios is just like the dunes, maybe?
Yeah, the only
Kind of weird.
The only thing that you can use to really tell where they are is like this sort of sandy patch in the bottom right-hand corner, just under Capcom. It looks a bit dinky, I think. But then we get to the For You America one, and I think that this one is a little bit boring. I think it's kind of you know, it has like four hunters again. The Tetsukawa.
I don't particularly like this one.
Yeah.
It looks nice and drawn. Again, this doesn't look like a render, and I kind of like that. But you're right. I think that this feels like very much like a static shot. I mean, like, I feel like the Seregios one's maybe a little bit too busy, a little bit too close up, zoomed in. But this one, it's better than Freedom. It's probably better than Freedom 2, but it's not great, is it? It's very static.
Yeah, and the Zenogre bow looks pretty gross. Like, it looks like they just took the model from the game and stuck it on there. I don't know. It looks...
Yep.
It looks...
I'm with you. This one doesn't look good.
No, don't like it. Don't like it. And sort of continuing what I feel is this 4th gen box art being a bit weak, we move on to the original Generations. And I think that this one's a little bit better than 4, but...
I like this one.
I don't know.
This... Fair disclosure, this was my first game in the series that I got into. And I kind of... I don't really... It's not like my favorite game or anything, but I have a soft spot for the Glavenus and those 4 hunters in the trailer with their cat. And I don't know, I like this one a lot.
I think that's fair. Oh, I've never noticed this hunter, sort of if you look just above Glavenus's horn. He's
The aerial light bowgunner.
Yeah. And I guess the 4th hunter is the Palico.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't like...
The neat part is that carries through both into the intro movies of both Generations and Generations Ultimate, and you see them get better gear as they go through the... Well, as they go through the game, air quotes. But as you see these different cinematics, the hunters, same designs will appear, but they have better gear in each one.
Yeah, I think it's not a bad cover. It's just not one that I particularly like. I do really like Glavenus's tail, the super,
it's really cool.
The super heated
that big orange.
I think I don't like the pose that much though.
For Glavenus?
Yeah. I think his head looks weird.
I think in terms of the shots that we've seen with 4 hunters or a hunting party, I think this is one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Especially compared to the previous one.
Yeah, for sure. Alright. Yeah. And next, onto GU. And I gotta say, I still don't really like this one that much.
This one's worse for sure.
Yeah.
I wonder what the 3DS box art looked like for this.
The double cross one? It's pretty much the same. That's why I didn't include them both.
Yeah. No, this one's worse than even the Generations one to me. Like, Valstrax is cool looking, but you can't really see where they are. You can't even see the whole... This is a shot. There's a wide, like, wallpaper version of this graphic that doesn't have the logo on it, and it's really a much neater composition than this. This, you can see, like, a bit of the guy in the Rise X armor, but it's not really... Like, it's not a great shot.
Rise X, huh? Dino Voldo.
No, the guy on the right. He's in Rise X armor.
Yeah, Rise X. Astalos, Frenchie.
That one.
Anyway, one thing I do really love is how the effect off Valstrax's wings look. I think it looks really cool.
It does.
But yeah, I could agree with the bad crop. Let me pull up the double cross. Monster Hunter. Let's pull up that.
Yeah, drop a link in the chat and I'll open it up.
Everyone's saying, oh, it's framed. That's the case. Line 2. Tab. Opening image. It's in new tab. I'm dropping a link in the chat. Link has been dropped.
Thank you.
Chat. Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
It is framed a little bit better.
That's a lot better.
I also really, I kind of like the corny text on like Monster Hunter double cross with the the Japanese
I'm a big sucker. I think it perfectly fits with how dumb that game is in terms of like everything's here, and there's giant cheese wheel lances, and there's pizza charge blades, and it's double cross. Like what? I mean, they will never. I mean, I doubt they ever will. But there's not much of a better title than like, oh, we're gonna call this special title Cross, and then what do you call the amped up version of it? Double Cross.
Yeah,
like,
it's pretty
so
good. I also yeah, it's very Street Fighter, like this sort of janky like chrome transition from almost white to like darker silver. Like,
and the way the Monster Hunter text is like at an angle.
Yeah, it's sufficiently corny. It's pretty fun. Still don't like it that much, but it's fun.
No, it's not like one of the stronger ones. This is definitely better than the Switch box art.
Yeah, I think in
I
general,
like the Glavinus one better than this.
I could see that. I think in general, 4th gen box art was maybe a little weak. I think
A little over-engineered.
Yeah. All right, now we're on to Gen 5. The
Almost
Iceborne
done.
cover. Yeah, there's there's not that much. When
Are we starting with Iceborne?
well, that was the first one, and yeah, I'll pull up World first. How about that? I'll pull up
Which one?
I'll pull up the NA World
Okay, here we are.
with the true flagship of the game.
Rathalos' 5th flagship game.
Yes. One thing that's nice is the hunter with the greatsword. He has the same greatsword from Monster Hunter 1, or the equivalent of it, and he's wearing the same armor, I think.
It's close. It's the same mood regardless.
No,
We don't need to get pedantic over, well, excuse me, that's the jaw blade
Yeah.
versus the bone blade. Like, we don't need to get there, but
Yeah.
it's the same mood. I got you.
you know what? I like this cover. Like, I'm not
Me
going.
too.
I don't prefer it to the other one, but I like this one. I think it's good. It's got a nice
Even though
cover.
it is Rathalos, I don't think it's that bad. I think it does a good job of showing off the ancient forest. Good job of showing off the party.
Yeah.
I think that you can kind of tell the difference that like the hunters are drawn, and that is definitely just a Rathalos render. I think it would have been a little bit better if they'd maybe drawn him like the rest of the hunters were in the image, but I think it's still pretty nice.
Yeah, I think I wish Rathalos was a little bit more red, so the colors popped a bit better. But I think this is
Yep.
I think this is good. All told, I like it. I like it.
Fish Kebab says also ledge.
Also, ledge, truth ledge. But yeah, this is a good
All
one.
right.
All right, on to
Oh,
the Japanese, and or if you bought the special edition, which came with the steelbook, the Japanese version of Monster Hunter World. Yogigante looks pretty
I
full.
think this one's kind of crazy, but it's a pretty great cover.
I think it's good. Yeah, I think Nogi looks good
Like,
here. I like the
To me, it doesn't give off like the feeling of Monster Hunter the same way that the Rathalos one does, but it definitely gives off the feeling of Monster Hunter World with like the giant overarching like villainous Nergigante, and you got the big scale of like the Great Gorge or the Great Ravine in the back, and like I think this one's pretty good.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot. I also really like the Great Sword Hunter here. I like the pose. I like the lighting on his coat. I like
Classic pose.
Yeah, it's good. It's real good. This one's banger, certifiable banger. Now we come back to Rise with Magna Mulder.
Yeah, this one feels pretty weak.
Yeah.
I think at the time when it came out, I was just so hype about Rise and there finally being like a dedicated Switch Monster Hunter that I didn't really notice it that much. But when you compare these two back to back, oh wait, we skipped Iceborne.
Yeah, my apologies. Here's Iceborne. My apologies.
Is this really the cover?
Yeah, this is the cover of Iceborne.
Really?
Well, this is the cover I own. Do you have a different one? Maybe there was a different one.
No, I don't think so. It just doesn't look much like a cover. There's no ESRB or anything.
I guess this is the one without those, but what do you mean this?
What do you think about this one?
I agree with Uchi. This ain't it, Chief.
Uchi says
Too much of one color.
I think Uchi might be saying this is not the cover art.
No, I think he's saying that it's bad. I think he's saying it's not good. But I own a copy. I own 2 copies of this game, and this is what the cover looks like. You know what? I actually own...
I think this isn't a great one either.
I own the deluxe Japanese collector's box, and just
Alpha says this is not the full cover.
This is not the full cover.
That's what Alpha says. Here, hang on, let me.
I gotta take some pictures of that Iceborne box that I have, which was the collector's edition, because that actually looks, Velcana looks nicer on that one.
Yeah, hang on. The actual box art is a little bit bigger.
Okay.
I got it here.
Is it
I'll drop a link in the chat in a second.
Oh yeah.
I have the master version. The master edition looks slightly different, but I think it's gonna be about the same here. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh right, wait. There's only the master edition because that's the only physical version you could buy because it was an expansion.
Yeah, that's
Right. I was like, where's the regular one? But no. That's what's going on here. Hang on.
All right,
Here is a link in your chat, good sir. Oh, I'm timed out. I can't post links. Here's a link in my chat,
yeah,
good
there
sir.
You go.
All right.
Oh,
here's
yeah,
that.
I already had this one.
So it's a little bit wider than the image you showed me.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about this?
I mean, I like the other one more because it has less shit, but the lighting's a bit better in this picture, actually.
I think this is way better than the one you sent me. Uchi says also check this out.
It's the same thing, just the lighting's better. The Steelbook
one?
one? That's the one
wow.
Oh, yeah, the Steelbook one. This is the one I have, actually.
This one, I like them both, honestly. I like them both. I think that the one that with the actual like PS4 logo on there and everything, I think it looks pretty cool for a cover. I like that you can see the hunters in the foreground. I like that you can see Velkhana. I think this is a better one.
The Steelbook, worth pointing out, that's just a slipcover. So you take it off and you have just like this Velkhana thing. And it actually has Nergigante on the back fighting Velkhana.
That's cool.
Yeah. I should probably just go fish it out of a drawer. Yeah, like...
I think these are both pretty good. I think the one with just Velkhana is neat to see, and especially if you could see the Nergigante fighting it, I think that'd be extra cool. But I think even just the regular version, the Master Edition, because it's physical, you can see it says plus Monster Hunter World at the bottom. I think that's a pretty great cover. I like that better than the Nergigante cover, I think.
I could agree with that. I also like this insect glaive fella in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, that pose is neat, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's good. All right. Forgive me for fishing out all of the wrong images. I'm a wrong image fisher-outerer. Okay. All right.
Let's look at Rise and Rise Deluxe.
Oh.
What a weird... This is so weird!
They're exactly... All right. We look at Rise, and we got, you know, brown and, like, dark green. And, you know, it's okay. Like, Magnum Arlo looks way too big, as per, but that seems to be par for the course on these covers.
Yeah, I also agree that Magnum Arlo kind of looks like a toy. Like, he doesn't really look like he... I mean, he's been lit, but it's very simple.
Yeah, they're like, this looks like Dauntless. I don't like this. I like the Kamara Hunter Armor, and I like the Palamutes there, but it's not a good cover. And then we come back to Deluxe Edition, which is just like...
This is so weird. I didn't realize that they just took the same, like, rigging and everything and just re-lit it.
Yeah, it looks weird, doesn't it? And... I can't say I like one more than the other. They're both just bad and boring for different reasons.
I think the deluxe one's better, but not by much.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Komori. It would have been better in a nighttime scene with some hellfire.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah,
and like I said, I think when these first came out, I was too hyped about Rise to really notice that these are just like they're just okay. But
yeah.
They're, I don't know, they're not great.
I think out of all of these,
Rise bad poopy game. You heard it here first.
Out of all of these, I think World with Rathalos on the cover might be the one I liked most.
Really? Okay,
Yeah.
I gotta get ready to place my vote.
Not in the context of the thing before someone beats me up and says...
Oh, out of 5. Out of 5th gen.
Out of 5th gen. Out of 5th gen.
I think I like the Volcano one the best. The actual Volcano one we had pulled up a minute ago.
Okay. Yeah, that's not... You reckon that one's your favorite? Or
out
of
all
5th
of
gen?
them, or just out of 5th gen?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. One thing that's cool about the Rise cover is it has a Bushi and Nawa in the logo. It has that going for it.
Yeah, but that's the logo. That's not the cover.
You know what? On the original... Yeah, that's true. On the original version, without the jank lighting, there's sort of like this black effect behind...
Yep, the drop shadow.
Yeah, it looks stupid. Don't like it.
Don't like the drop shadow behind the Monster Hunter text?
No, not behind the Monster Hunter text, just behind like a Bushi or Nawa's head. Looks dumb.
Yep, that's because they're part of the logo. That's the drop shadow, yeah.
Just to answer Fish Kebab, we're doing an honorable mention of 2 Frontier covers.
Right. I forgot we had those.
Yeah,
Let me get to those now.
We've got spin-offs. We've got some honorable mentions from ones that we both liked, plus like the original ones. But I want to save it for another time where we do all of the Frontier stuff.
Oh, all right.
All of the Frontier covers. I've got Monster Hunter Frontier G. I completely forgot to get the original Frontier, but it is...
I didn't even see this one.
It is Teostra. What's this dude's name again? But yeah, Nefus.
In the middle? That's Shantian.
Shantian? That's his name? Oh yeah, I drew this dude.
Shantian's so cool.
Yeah. I actually like these creatures like quite a lot. I think it's pretty good. But there's way too many Frontier covers for me to have put them in here. That's why we're gonna do Frontier covers another time. I think.
We picked a couple out though.
Yeah, we picked some honorable mentions. Right.
Yep.
What do I think of
Okay,
this
so
cover?
after
It's just
What-
dude.
yeah, what do
it's
you think
just-
of this one?
It's just dudes on a cover.
Yeah, it's kind of just in a void. It's neat because they're cool designs, but not the most dynamic cover or anything.
Yeah.
I like it because it's Shantian. I didn't see a Shantian cover earlier, and I wanted there to be a Shantian cover because Shantian's pretty cool.
I actually didn't get an original Frontier one. I'm sorry to say. So if anyone wants to submit that as a link in link form now, I would.
What the first Frontier cover?
Yeah, it's Teostra. It's got Teostra on it.
Yeah, it's pretty okay.
It's okay. It's all right. All right, let's move forward to my pick for the honorable mention.
You said you liked this one a lot.
the one with the
Was
red
that
eyes.
Vashiru?
Wait, is it the one with the red eyes? Just the red eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like this
I
one.
think that's Vashiru, right?
I
That's
know,
what it's called.
I don't know who Vashiru. I don't know who this dude is, but I just like this cover. I like how there's this sort of paladin-looking hunter there, and he's holding the longsword with one hand, and you know it's got these foreboding dark eyes. They're
To me, this is something where you would have no idea what kind of game this was really if you saw this on a shelf.
I agree, but I think that's what I like about it.
It's Akura Vashimu, excuse me, not Vashiru, Vashimu.
Vashimu? Okay, Akura Vashimu. Okay.
I hope you get to fight one someday.
Oh, dude. If they do a Frontier, like, private server or something, you know, we should just both...
We're gonna play together.
Yeah, we should just both burn all of our bridges to ever getting that
Yep,
sick
just drop everything else.
Capcom sponsorship. Never gonna happen, and play a private server. Because, man, I'm not even kidding. Like, I would sell my firstborn to play that game, from what I've seen of it. Actually, I have a GIF that I found at the beginning of the stream. Let me quickly pull it up. That made me go...
You have a GIF.
Yeah. Let me send you this GIF.
Okay.
I found it on Twitter while scrolling Twitter. Here you are. It is in your chat.
Okay.
Let us look at this GIF. You can sidestep whilst guarding roll and can do a vertical jab with Lance and Frontier. And I think that this is the case to be made for them making changes to things we already know in like older Monster Hunter. You know, that's Frontier, baby. I think Frontier has like a lot going for it. Like the vertical jab, you know, it's just small changes in big ways.
That roll blew my mind. There's a clip of me accidentally discovering that you can roll while your lance is out. Blew my mind.
Yeah, no, I think that this is good. Like, I think if we continue this, you know, Bang Bros podcast or whatever we want to call it, I think...
Are they called the Hell Hunters? What are they called?
I don't know what it's called. Yeah, you know,
we're gonna have to look it up.
Lance Revolution, baby. You're absolutely right, Komori. But yeah, I think that this is, you know, a case to be made for me playing Frontier forever. Also, apparently, Michael K. Williams, star of The Wire and Boardwalk Empire, dead at 54. Rest in peace. And the Wii U is trending? I don't think so, buddy.
Is it really? No.
Apparently so. Alright, sorry.
No.
Anyway, we got sidetracked. On to your pick for the honorable mentions for Monster Hunter Frontier. You've got this gigantic adamantoise looking fella. I think he looks cool.
Dude.
I think this
is Odibatarasu. He's so neat. He's a giant sand turtle. It's the size of a Cantor and Eucanlos, and he shoots giant sand bullets out his back cannons.
I actually have I actually saw a fight of this, and I think it looks fantastic.
Oh, the music's so good too.
I got it. Sorry, a package I've been waiting for like 6 months just arrived. It is the...
Whoa.
It's good. It's good. Good stuff. But yeah, this guy looks cool. I like him. I like him a lot. I think this is a good cover. It looks a little bit muddy and washed out, but I think it's a good cover.
I wish there was a hunter somewhere to show scale or something, but it's neat. I love his teeth.
All right, and then next...
I feel like...
Oh, sorry. You go.
Any monster you put humanoid teeth on is going to be a good time.
I also like that they're kind of janky and jagged looking. I think it looks good.
Yeah. You need some help.
All right. Next up, we have the Monster Hunter Diaries
Is
Poca
this a...
Eru Village. This is the one that I got when I looked up the cover. It says that it's the cover. I'm sure someone's going to be like, that's not the cover, and, you know, if you're right, I'm sorry.
I'm Googling it right now. I found it.
I went on the wiki, right?
Ah, that's okay.
I'm a wiki go-oner.
I have a link for you in my chat, not your chat, so I don't get timed out.
No, that's fine.
Okay, there.
Oh yeah, this is the cover, so I was right. Oh, do you did you specifically want them with the text and stuff?
I feel like that's how it. I mean, that's the cover.
Okay.
The other is just like a
All right, I
just like a
got you.
picture. But
I got you.
It's a cover when it's got the the text on it and everything.
Want to hear something funny? I was like,
Mhm.
oh, you could compare this to Dark Souls, developed by From Software. Just so you know.
Yep.
Literally,
This game.
literally the Dark Souls of Monster Hunter games.
I like this cover pretty well. I don't. How do you feel about Poka Poka Iru Village's art style?
I like it. Like,
Yeah, I think it fits.
it's dumb and cute, and I'm of the opinion that Monster Hunter.
I really like the logo.
Monster Hunter could, it could benefit from some spin-offs. I don't care. Spin them off, baby.
I like the logo a lot. I think it's cute.
I think it is cute. I also like this little palico fella holding up part of the logo.
Yep.
I think it's pretty nice.
Good cover.
Yep.
Good cover.
Yep. I also like the other one that has Sophia from Monster Hunter 4. Like wearing the guild mom's garb. I think that's good.
Where is this?
Let me find it. I should have actually. I specifically did Poka Eru Village DX. I don't know why I was like, oh, it's the same, so I don't care. Whatever. I'm not touching it. But then, we bring it up now and you're like, hey, moron, like, put that in the compilation.
I didn't say that.
No, you said
Phalacin. I wouldn't call you a moron.
You absolute dunce. You schmuck. What's wrong with you? Here it is. I'm dropping a link. I'm a link dropper. There we go. There's the Poka Poka Eru Village DX. You know what? This one's better. This one's a lot better. Oh man, I love this Jan Kutku. I love this dude. Look at it, how cute he is.
Yeah, this one's pretty good.
What is this game? My human sister asks. It is a spin-off of Monster Hunter, only released in Japan, where you walk around as a palico and perform menial tasks.
It's like Animal Crossing, but with felines.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, this palico at the back, wearing the guild mom's garb, I think.
I see it now.
I like the small Jan Kutku. I'm of the opinion Jan Kutku is very cute, and
yep, I like Kutku as well.
I pick him up and I kiss him.
I like Kutku. I'm glad we're in agreement.
Yeah, and the little Rathalos, he's alright. I don't mind him. But Poogie looks good here. Yeah.
I already moved off of it. Whoops.
Oh, never mind. All in all, solid cover. I like it.
Indeed. Indeed.
This is good stuff. That's all of them. That's
There's one more.
There's one more. Is there?
Yeah,
oh yeah, stories. The original stories. How did I miss stories? Oh, I'm embarrassed. You know what? This stories cover is actually a bit of a banger. I think. I don't like how Rathalos looks. I don't like how Rathalos looks. I don't know why.
I think it's pretty. I think if you're gonna do like a weird cover where you like remove them from an environment and you just kind of put a bunch of designs like that, make it look like this, where it's like it's not too busy, it's not too minimal, it's not weird and in some weird white shapeless void. It's just a really cool cover with a bunch of neat monsters poking out everywhere.
Yeah, this is good. I like how Kieran looks. I like the pose of Lagiacrus and Lagombi up the back. Naga
for a game that's supposed to be about collecting monsters, I think this is a pretty good cover.
I agree. I think Nagakuga looks
Kezu!
a little bit dinky. Wait, Kezu's on this cover? Where?
Yeah, look at the bottom side of Rathalos' right wing.
Oh, he is there.
Or right side wing. Look at. I've never noticed that.
Yeah, neither. I think this is pretty cool.
It's a pretty cute Kezu.
I think all Kezus are cute, and anyone who says they look like penises are wrong. It could be, if you wanted to get to, like, weird about the scale, I suppose you could say it's a Gigi or a Gigi.
It's a Kezu whelp.
Kezu whelp. Yeah, I don't mind this guy. He's pretty good.
Oh, we're having a raid coming in on my channel. Thank you, Ham Slayer. Welcome, folks.
Ah, Ham. Good fellow.
All right, we got the stories to cover linked in the chat here.
Yeah, amazing. I spent an hour pulling all of these up. Oh.
You did a lot of work. You did a lot of prep work for this.
All right, stories through cover, pretty good. I don't like it as much.
Me neither. I mean, it's cool. To me, it strikes me kind of like the Rise cover, where it's perfectly acceptable, but it's not as neat as some of the other designs they've gotten.
Yeah, That's all right.
Also, I feel like the background there maybe it's the art style of the game. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to fit with the cartoony design of the Rathalos.
Yeah, I don't think it's very good. I don't know.
For those who are just coming into the streams, Phalacin and I are doing a podcast tonight. We've gotten some topics lined up. One of which that we're just rounding up right now. We're just finishing up here is kind of deciding what our favorite box art in the series is. We were just going through all of them, and we've just finished with stories too. So I think we're probably gonna come back and talk about some of our favorites here soon.
Yeah, no, I think these were good. Which, all right. I think we've reached the end of all of them, unless you've got anything to put on here.
No.
Okay. All right. I think 3rd gen was the strongest.
Oh, we're choosing gens?
Yeah, I think just, off the top of my dome, I think Gen 3 was the strongest. You've got the
That's
3.
tough.
You've got the 3. All right. Gen 4 was definitely the weakest, though. How about that?
Yeah, agreed.
I think we can agree with that. Which is funny, because it's probably the games everyone likes the most.
Yeah, I don't think these covers are that exceptional. I mean, there's some of them, like, I think the Valstrax one's okay. I think the one with Glavenus is okay. I think the 4 ones are pretty weird.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the English 4 one is just kind of, it's just okay.
Yeah, but, like, on the shoulders of, like, 3G and 3U alone, these covers are amazing. But then you include Tri in the mix. Like, the worst one's Portable Third, for sure. Like, weird colors, Zin looks like a render, I don't like him. But Legiacrus looks like a painting. Azure Rathalos here is a painting. He looks sick. And, the Brachydios one, I didn't like it initially because I thought it was too muddy, but I think it's way better.
I was going to say 2nd gen at first blush because I really like the original Kushala Dose cover a lot. And I really like the portable 2nd G cover with the Narga whizzing by. But when you put it like that and you compare it on a gen-to-gen basis, where you're saying that most of these are bangers, like Tri is a certified banger of a cover.
Yeah, I like the...
3G is very unique and neat. Maybe not my favorite design, but pretty neat. That 3 Ultimate one's kind of special. I don't think it's my favorite design of a cover either, but it's pretty special. I think 3rd gen's definitely, like, the most varied.
Yes.
While all still being pretty good. So I might give it to you there on 3rd gen.
Yeah, okay.
I think we should... There is a straw poll in the chat, in my chat here. If anyone wants to go ahead and jump into that and give a vote to one cover that you think is your favorite. I'm gonna go ahead and do that on my end.
Okay. I think I'll do the same. Yeah, I put the poll together. I hope I didn't...
Yes, Phalacin did.
Sorry, that wasn't like a praise me. It was just... I did, so I might have missed something. But I think I'm gonna vote for 3U in the West. I just love how this Azure Rathalos is drawn. The pose is a little weak, but it is unique, and I really love how the Shakalakas are drawn.
I think that we have a consensus, or at least we have something as close to a consensus as we'll get with so many different options.
Yeah, that's largely what I was going for. I was really interested to see how we how these all shook out. And I think that it's pretty cool.
The results for that are that 3U in the West wins by quite a few votes, then Freeman Knight JP, and then Dose Deluxe, and everything else has a couple, 1 or 2 votes.
Yeah, no, I think this is cool. If anyone wants to talk about why what they picked was their favorite, I'd love to hear it.
For me, I picked Freeman Knight JP because I really like Freeman Knight, and I think that cover's really rad with the neat Rathalos Greatsword pose and the Narga like jumping right over your head and the backdrop of that particular forest. I think it's pretty nice.
The only thing I didn't like about that one necessarily is I think that the green is a little bit gross. That's it. That's all.
Sure.
That's my one criticism.
Hyper Ray, I think they just came in with Hamslayer. Says they don't get how the 3 Ultimate cover from the West is special. Fal, would you like to talk about that one a little bit?
I think that the hand-drawn look to it, all of the lines and stuff are really very cool. I think that the pose has not been done in any other Monster Hunter game. I think that the color, like the actual drawings themselves are really nice. I like the background. I will admit that it leaves a little bit to be desired, for sure. But, it's special. The thing is, like, what I like the most, you aren't going to like the most. But I think that, in general, this is the most... This and Tri are probably the most unique looking one.
I thought this one was special, both like what you said, where this is... Most of them have, like, renders or a combination of renders and drawing. You can see that this one is all drawn. The lines are very much hand drawn for this cover.
Yeah.
And I think that it's neat that you can see the hunter wearing the armor of the Rathalos. It's not the most dynamic cover. It's not like the guy Chris throwing that wall of water at you, or like the Nargacuga. But I think it's pretty cool. I like that you can see that. Oh, that guy's got the armor from that monster in it. So I think it's pretty unique.
Yeah, it's specifically, I look at Azure Wrath's face and how it's drawn, and how I can tell it's drawn.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at Kayamba down here, and like how he's drawn and the shading, and that's what I think
Sure.
is.
Oh, I just timed out on the Wii U.
Yes, I think that has also happened to me. I was wondering why all the music turned off. But that's okay, because I can fix up my I can fix up my
fix
stuff.
Your menus now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's okay.
Boy,
But yeah,
French, welcome.
I like this one. Hyper Ray. What was your favorite one of all of them? Hadn't been used for 1 hour. Well, at least we made this segment last an hour. That's impressive.
Yeah, I think it was fun to talk about the different covers.
Oh, don't worry. I got some more of these fellas for you. Like, more topics on this note that I think that you will really like. For instance, next time I would like to talk about music.
That'll be tough.
Fun.
There's so much.
Yeah,
There's so much.
I know. That would have to be an episode unto itself, I think. But I think it could be fun.
We'll have to see.
All right.
That sounds difficult.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. All right. If we have all of the votes in, Monster Hunter 3 won by, not much, and it's a fairly even spread, and it's good. Also, another one, favorite intro movie. Ah, man, I got stuff. I got stuff for you. Just when you think he's out of ideas.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
All right. Thank you for joining us for that segment, folks, for examining all the different box arts.
Yeah.
So, Fal, did you say you were going to go ahead and fix your menus?
Yes, I am. I am going to do that. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys did as well. It was really fun to put this together. And, if nothing else, look at the box art in a more meaningful way than you otherwise might not have. Yes.
It was enjoyable. I think I might run to the bathroom while you fix up your menus and you get us a new hub going. So I'm going to put a BRB up on my screen, and I'll be back in just a few minutes here.
Have fun.
Folks, you get to listen to Phalacin while I'm gone.
Yeah. How's everyone doing today? Are you guys well? Have you been eating? I'm concerned. Because it doesn't seem like I can change my menus here. Say something wacky? I don't want to say something wacky. You guys are all nice young fellas who would never say anything wacky. You want me to just go haha funny naughty stuff? Something wacky? Well, hey! Okay. Monster Hunter 3U HUD on screen. How to get the HUD on the main screen. Let's check out this crusty old game facts from 100 years ago. Start the game using your gamepad as the main controller. We're in Muga Village, go outside. Options removing info from the gamepad. Something wacky technically. Yep, that was the gag there, Odd Branch. But yeah, there's gonna want to edit panels in my gamepad. You're gonna want to edit the panels in your gamepad. Bad Mill? About that. Consider that one. Also, this dude has a link to his My Anime List profile, so, let's see what he's been enjoying. I don't know. Apparently he doesn't finish a lot. Got a lot of dropped and 82 planned to watch. What a goose. Alright. Customize panels. I don't want these. Why are you guys fighting? No fighting. I don't know what to do if you get in a fight while Rist is... iPad? That could be the case, yes. Oh, it's that kind of thing? Yeah, no worries then. Enjoy fighting. I'm concerned because I just got bad juju. Never mind, no bad juju. Thank you for the follows. Cervical Gia? I don't know, that sounds bad to me. You guys real human beings?
Oh no.
I don't know, man.
I've returned. It appears there is a bidding war going on in my
There
chat.
is. Good thing. They appear to be trying to, I don't know, buy your love.
Jack and Frenchie, thank
I
you
appreciate
guys
you, Odd.
for the bits.
Hope you guys have been having fun. We're trying something different
How'd
today.
you guys fare while I was away?
They tried to convince me to say something wacky, but I didn't relent.
It's okay. I trust the Australian man. I left my stream.
Terrible idea. Never trust the Australian man. Of all the Australian mans I've ever met, none of them are worth trusting.
Okay, good to know.
Alright, create a room. I'm gonna name it. I'm gonna name it RP. Not for role playing, but Phalacin.
We have both. We have a raid coming in on my side, and we have a scam train going on.
Scam
Thank
train
you guys for the bits
ahoy!
and stuff. Oh my god.
How good.
Well, dang it. Thank you for the raid. While we get set up here, you've come in on a podcast that we're doing tonight with Phalacin.
What have I done? Yeah, ruined everything. Did I? No, I didn't open up. Oh no. What I did was I opened up a hub without a password, which means that I'm effectively putting us into a lawless wasteland where everything could and will go wrong, sir.
Do you want me to join it?
No, I don't like lawless wastelands, Ristretto.
Okay.
I care for
I'll
them
wait
not.
for you to make a room. Well, dang it. Thank you for the raid, and thank you to everyone who is doing subs and bits in my chat. Thank you, Frenchie and the Jakes and Jack McBride.
Welcome on in, raiders. I think I've ruined everything forever, and nothing will ever be good again. Oh, it's because you have to hit fast travel? Yeah, it's stupid. Create a room.
Uses my Nintendo Network ID, which is my name. How
Yeah,
lovely.
Yeah, I hid that before. It's okay.
Whoops.
It's part of my name also.
All right. Well, have you made your room?
I'm working on it.
Okay. Are you allowed to join the room? I think it's just gonna be me and Phalacin here.
Depends. Do you have a new character with no armor on? If the answer is yes.
We're just getting carpenter bugs tonight. How do you feel about the art behind the lobby menu? You're like in a boat with the marina behind you.
Behind the lobby?
Why would you use your real name for a Nintendo Network ID? I may have been a lot younger and not a streamer at the time.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Don't worry, you can't. Mine has like the first 3 letters of my last name as well. So that puts us in a predicament there, doesn't it? That puts us in a spot.
It's okay. We're both compromised.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care. What are people gonna do with my name? What can you do with someone's first and last name? Oh,
I don't know.
it's up by the way.
Probably a bunch of. Let's not talk about it.
Just give him ideas. Uchi shows up on my doorstep. Oh, you want to know the worst part? If you Google my full human first and last name, there's a ridiculous video. Do you remember that Jilai Bilai Gumai Kandai guy? The answer is going to be from you, I suspect no, and I'm going to sound like an insane person.
I don't know what that is at all.
Okay, there was a video of a man cutting up a gummy rat, and he says things funny. Kermit the Amphibian,
Oh.
my mod.
No, I do know that.
Yeah. He paid that man $5 to say my name, and now there's a video of that man saying my name on the internet.
Really?
Yep.
I don't want to subject my chat to that, but I want to watch that sometime.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you my first and last name. What do you want, my social security number? No, that's fine. I'll send it to you. You can go, wow, that's the worst shit I ever heard. Sounds good. Alright, the thing's up.
Okay.
The hub's up. You know what?
Is it RP?
Yeah, it's RP. RistrettoChronicles.
What's... Oh, okay.
It's not...
And is it the same password as last time?
Yeah, 9696. Probably shouldn't have said that out loud, but, you know, no one's gonna...
They saw me type it in.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're just compromising our room, we're compromising our names, everything.
Well, you know what? Who sent my name to them? It was Kermit. You know, my real life friend.
Classic first episode of a podcast. You dox yourself.
I don't care. Alright. Frick boys. Go ahead. Do your worst with my name. This is the worst thing I could say ever. But also...
It is.
Do it, you won't.
Alright, I need carpenter bugs.
Yeah, let's go.
You're coming with me.
Let's go.
Can we eat already or not?
Yeah, you can eat. I've been eating for every quest.
Eat. Something like that, Hamslayer.
But yeah, why not? Why not dox myself?
It's okay. It's not the first time I've shown my name online. It'll be alright.
For what it's worth,
You're calling my bank. You don't know my bank.
For what it's worth, I already knew your last name.
The guild protects me at the bank.
Also, my last name is like the furthest thing from difficult to find out. Like, you know,
Smith.
Smith? No, it's way more Scottish than that. You can find it in like by clicking around on some of the links I have in my channel description. But I don't care.
You like there are still 7 other people online playing 3U. Isn't that nice?
Yeah. Every time I jump on, there's always someone on. Alright, let's go. Let's get some carpenter bugs. Man, I like the idea that this podcast is, or like this series is gonna progressively get more and more unhinged. We're just gonna be playing like 3...
It's already pretty...
Oh no.
It's already pretty unhinged. Oh no, Jack.
I'd say it's sufficiently hinged.
This marks the second time that Jack McBride has given so many individual transactions of bits or subs that their bank has locked them out.
Yeah, have fun buying milk later, buddy.
Jack, I'll Venmo you money for milk. It'll be okay, buddy. Demon says there were 4 people on Monster Hunter for PS2 today. It's amazing. That is amazing.
That's
The private server that exists for Monster Hunter 1 or Monster Hunter G is a really nice thing. Once again, thank you to Frenchie and Jack and Jakes for those bits and subs. Y'all are very kind.
Gotta love car. That's the case, baby.
Alright, I'm mining and I'm trying to find carpenter bugs. I would imagine, Radmeal, that yeah, they would have moved over from MH1 to MHG when that new G server came out. Just makes sense. You can probably do most of everything in that. No reason to do 1 when G is out, yeah?
Very true. I'm just getting honey. I just require.
Jack says it's a 30-second phone call. So Jack's sitting there watching Twitch,
calling his bank so he can gift
and then
more
the bank
subs?
calls him, and then the bank calls him. Excuse me, sir. What are you doing? Just watching Twitch.
That's even worse. Like there's the cost
You're
of
sitting
like.
there, you hit the give bits button, your phone rings next to you, like, oh, not again, shit.
The worst part is like, not so much that you have to interact with another human being. You have to tell another human being that you're spending your hard-earned dollars to watch someone play video games. Like, you have to explain that to another person who's probably, I don't know, investing in, like, Apple stocks way too late or something.
I mean, come on, pal. You could be out there spending it on alcohol that you piss out instead. It'd be much better.
Yeah. Oh, I got a carpenter bug. Yeah,
I
no.
shouldn't probably compare
That's
us to that.
a fun question. Do you drink?
I do not drink. No.
Yeah, neither. Here's the thing.
Nope.
I worked out.
I never have.
Yeah, like I have been drunk in my adult life, but it's not for me. I learned pretty early on if I save my money that I could spend on alcohol, I can just use it to buy weeb shit. I can buy some non-Descar anime statue.
Okay, I'm sorry to keep dragging it back to this. Apparently, the person that Jack McBride talked to on the phone also knows Twitch and Monster Hunter, so he's set. We're all good.
You know what, Jack? That sucks for you. You told another human being who works at a bank. Like, your interaction for today was you spoke to a person from the bank who knows Twitch and Monster Hunter. What a sad universe we live in.
Yo, I feel like that's a that's an awesome existence, dude.
I'm just trying to hurt Jack's feelings, that's all.
I think that's awesome.
I'm just...
If I, like, had to call my bank and not only did they know what Twitch was, but they knew what Monster Hunter was, dude, I would be over the moon. I'd be like, I'm never opening another bank account again. This is it forever.
I don't care if that other bank is going to give me better interest rates and not siphon money, $5,000 out of my account every year after a nefarious policy change. That dude knows Twitch.
Yep.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no, my family has had multiple different people on either side that have been like pretty blatant problems with or have had pretty blatant problems with alcohol. So I'm good. I have my coffee. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, I think that's
I'll be stupid and picky about that instead.
You want to know what's funny? It's actually like kind of a dumb reason why I like didn't keep drinking after like the first year I spent being 18. I would go out with some friends and we would get turned up, as the kids would say, and then I would come home. I'd be like, man, I want to play some video games, but I'm drunk and I can't really, so I'm just gonna fall asleep. And I felt like I wasted my weekends. And I think historically I'm a pretty sad drunk, so not fun. So I just don't drink. It's just not sensible.
That makes sense. That's like very logical sense. You got home, you couldn't do the iframes, you went, this is not worth it.
Drank it. Oh yeah, the legal drinking age is 18 here.
Yeah, I made a face that I was like, wait, what? Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good.
I forgot.
Yeah, Phalacin is Australian for those who are not familiar with Mr. Phal.
Yes.
All right, I didn't get any carpenter bugs.
I did. But yeah, alcohol not so good. Like, glad I tried it. I certainly know, but never really got into it.
All right, how are you doing? Are you okay if I end the quest, or you want to keep going?
Go nuts. I don't really.
We're gonna get those eventually. This is like when Annie and I played, except with more side chatter and box arts.
It wasn't good. It was good to do the box art talk. My headphones are really falling apart.
Do you need a minute? Are you good?
No. They're already held together with tape. I think it's just... I did my taxes. The government's going to give me a little money back, so I think I'm going to buy some new headphones.
Nice.
Missed the Lost Freedom 1 art, though? Alright, Uchi, you put your capper away. I think Uchi wants to be on the podcast, and he wants to be like... It
sounds like it.
He wants to be like that dude Joe Rogan has. Hey, Jamie, pull up that video, will ya?
The production manager.
Yeah. Oh, Uchi's box art for the fake flagship?
Oh, right! We didn't show that off. We should have.
Exactly that guy. That sounds good. Also, come arm wrestle me.
Okay. 1 second. I am inventory managing. I will show Uchi's box art next. Alright, I'm gonna lose at this, I'm sure.
You press Y.
You press Y?
Yep.
What? Really? No, you don't.
I'm also really awful at button mashing.
Me too. I'm doing it with one finger.
100% win rate. Easy money.
Hang on.
No. I can never lose now.
That's okay. I always lose at the arm wrestling.
Oh, same. And you only lost because I was a saboteur, so... But
Okay, here. This is the one box art that we missed. This is clearly my favorite box art now.
It has Garuga.
It shows the one true flagship. Yeah, Garuga.
All right. What makes something a flagship? I think we were going to discuss this.
No, we're not going into it.
No. What makes something a flagship? Go on.
I think that if you look at games like 3 Ultimate,
Mm-hmm.
and if you look at games like World that happen to have Rathalos on the cover,
Mhm.
even though like the flagship of those games is clearly something different, right? It's Brachydios, it's Nergigante, right? I think that the flagship is something that you have to kind of go through the game and you figure out it's the monster that they hype up in the terms of the small bit of story they give you, or the progression of the game. It's one of the biggest urgents in the game, maybe, or it's something you build up to. You see it once and then you have to run away and you come back and you fight it again. I think that's way more a part of what the flagship is than what exactly is on the cover in only the region of our Lord JP.
Okay. I present to you a question then. In Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, they do not tout Bloodbath Diablos on the cover, nor do they mention it in the story all that much. They mention Atulkar more. And yet, Bloodbath Diablos is... Is it on the cover somewhere? No, I don't think so.
Nope.
They have
It's
one.
him.
They do have one Bloodbath box art.
He and Valstrax are the two flagships of that game, much in the same way that the Fated Four are the flagships of Generations.
He is on the logo. Yeah, maybe he is on the logo, but like, there's also other monsters on that logo.
Yep, you can also have more than one flagship. I think that's actually, you know what? That's actually very integral to my argument. I should look up in interviews what they said about the 4 flagships of Generations, because there are not 4 cover arts with those monsters, even though they are the flagship. That's a pretty good point.
That's true.
If I do say so myself.
Oh, worth mentioning, I got like no horse in this race. It's just fun to play devil's advocate.
I've talked about it a lot recently, so I don't want to dredge it back up for everybody in my chat.
Oh, don't worry.
Again.
Here's the thing. That's why I wanted to do this. I feel like
Marks comes in, he goes, "We're not having that combo again. We're not. Don't worry about it."
But I want to. Alright. Tell you what. I got my sick alloy armor. I got my... sick alloy armor. Yeah, that's all I got. Let's do a Royal Ludroth.
No, I need carpenter bugs.
Oh, alright. Post your carpenter
Where
bug quest
wait,
again.
where does this quest take place?
I don't know. Flooded Forest.
God darn, I can't get them there.
Oh, okay. Post another gathering quest. I can gather more stuff.
I'm sorry, Fal.
No, it's fine. I'm not bored or anything. I was like Royal Ludroth because I like him.
I like him too. I like his theme the best, actually.
Hey, you save that for the next episode there, champ.
Okay, I will.
No discussing Monster Hunter music until the inevitable Monster Hunter music discussion.
I'm screwing up the menu so badly, I just want you to know. Okay.
Well, I want you to know. I've ruined everything on my HUD, and I need to work out how to fix it. And I've been told
Did you not fix it while I was away?
I tried. I really did. But the game, it seems that it wants me to have, you know, bad stuff forever. Wait, let me... Yeah, the problem is, if you do what I was thinking of doing, it just takes away all of the audio. It's not good.
Yeah, it's not good.
Well, whatever.
Did you end up going all the way out to the main menu?
I did.
And then change. Wow, is that something where you set it one way at the beginning of your save and you're just screwed?
Seems it.
Wow, that sucks.
I'm sure there's a way. I'm sure there's a way to fix it, but I'm not gonna troubleshoot my own foolishness.
I haven't brought it up yet, but I am historically of the opinion that this game, while looking pretty in some ways, runs like absolute garbage.
Well,
most of the time, it's not a problem. Earlier tonight, when we were hunting that Rathian and the Kurapeko at the same time, this thing was running like real bad, like real bad. I didn't say anything about it then, but I thought about saying something about it then.
okay, I can see your point. I could concede to that being something, but also I think it runs pretty good. Even get
I didn't.
something that looks
I
like
didn't.
many FPS.
I I didn't want there to be a full episode of me playing this game without me mentioning that, because I wouldn't want someone to like later on tell me, no, you didn't feel that way because you didn't say anything about it, even though you played that game for a whole night. Like, no,
Man.
I did feel this way.
You let your chat tell you how you feel,
Only sometimes.
huh?
I got a carpenter bug.
Man, Uchi will tell you what tellers get told here. Tellers, they're not welcome here. But also tellers, you guys are welcome here. And Parsec Mech, the baked bean dragon, huh? Yeah, tellers.
That's a good question. Fish Kebab poses a good question. What Monster Hunter game has the best food?
What Monster Hunter game has the best food? That was another episode. All right, Fish, don't you come and
Oh, that sounds like padding for an episode. That's not a
padding
whole
for an episode? I think you're probably right.
Maybe we'll save it.
But I need a comprehensive list, okay?
That's a good question though.
I don't know. I've always been intrigued by the concept of trying Laranoth salami.
Oh, are we going by? Oh, never mind. I thought you were just talking about like which game has the best like visuals for the food in the canteen. You're talking about individual food items. Hang on, the meat wagon. I'm pretty partial to.
You know, well, you know, by any stretch. The answer is not generations. If you're thinking that you're going to consume like 6 million pounds of cheese and then do physical activity, I thought this game was supposed to be based in realism. I thought it was supposed to blend the fantastical and somewhat
bugs.
random.
I think we're good.
This is true. And grounded. But you're telling me that the hunter can consume like 5 million kilograms of dairy product and then can function at max capacity whilst fighting a monster? No, sir, that person has shit their pants midway through fighting a Rathian. I don't think so. I don't think so, and I don't think so, and Burrito Man, thank you.
Maybe Kieran Butter just works different than our
Maybe Kieran Butter just... Ristretto. This game is based in realism. It's supposed to be analogous of things that you and I can understand. There is no fantasy here. There is no magic in
What would a meat wagon be like?
I imagine it would be some overcooked gimmick food in which you have little salami wheels attached to a wagon that is constructed of hot dogs and toothpicks. And inside of that wagon, there is turkey pastrami piled oh so high. Oh wait, sorry, it would probably... What's a chicken in this game? I don't know, horu breast or something. Just piled high, and then you've got gamey Azeros.
It would be a gargua. It'd have to be a gargua.
Gargua? Like emu meat?
I guess. I don't know. What other birds are there? There aren't that many. I was picturing like an actual wagon-sized wagon, just full of meat that like the cats would drag in from outside, and it's just piled with like meat of varying degrees of quality and freshness.
The cats would drag in from outside. Oh boy, you make it sound appetizing.
It's called the meat wagon, dude.
Yeah, like you go to a restaurant and get a meat wagon, they'd be like, oh, here you go. It's like a T-bone steak with like a second T-bone steak or whatever. It's like hardly a wagon of meat. It's just a colorful name. I don't know.
People are saying that Rise doesn't look that appetizing. Okay, we gotta save this for the actual food episode someday. We'll sit here, we'll make some meals, Fal. How about that? We'll sit here and we'll eat. We'll give a Monster Hunter, look at this, a Monster Hunter mukbang podcast.
You're implying that I'm going to make... You know what? Sophie, my special lady friend, she's been bugging me. She's not really bugging me. But she has said she wants to make a Korean dango equivalent. So, you know what? I'll make this Korean dango equivalent, and I'll try it. And I'll make fondue and proceed to, like, feel awful for the rest of the day.
I think, in case you just missed this, the mukbang bros.
Mukbang bros? That'd be... Uchi, puns are lazy writing.
Puns are good, man. I like puns.
well, explains.
I guess we know how you feel about the Ace Cadet, huh?
Yeah, you come into my chat and you type quote and then 1. Go on, see what happens.
Am I gonna get timed out for this?
No, you are not. Yeah, I just have a command that times you out.
Hey, some chats do.
Do they? Man, I gotta find these chests. Gnarly cougar. Garguasum. Not very garguasum.
I like the Ace Cadet.
Yeah, I like him too. I just don't like punt. You know, exceptions to every rule. Sometimes Monster Hunter can get away with it. So you got your carpenter bug, did it?
I think so, yeah. Now I just need all the Zenny. Hang on, let me sell some stuff. Don't start that here, Parsec.
Well, apparently I need lots of stuff to upgrade my gun lance to marginally less terrible gun lance.
Okay, what can I sell? I got a steel egg. I can sell that.
Egg.
That'll get us some of the way there. I don't need these aqua glow jewels. When am I gonna get decorations? Screw that. Killer beetles. I don't need those yet. I'm gonna hang on to them. Thunderbugs. Who needs those? All right, I'm almost there. Flash bugs.
Take your time.
Screw a flash bug. All right, I got it.
I think we're starting this game in like the we're starting what is already a pretty hard game in the hardest way possible because we can't do like an Azeroth for the Azeroth set. It's like you're gonna do Kurapeko, Lagombi, or like Royal Ludroth, and you're gonna like it.
All right, I got my upgraded switch axe. I think we're ready.
Right, let's go.
How about you? Do you feel ready?
Yep, I got a dumb looking helmet.
You have a helmet. I have a slightly more yellow switch axe. We are set.
Yeah.
I think I wasted all my money on pickaxes.
Wow. Well, you know, what are you gonna do there, huh? It's actually I can totally make some potions.
Yeah, I have some with me.
I can make one potion. I have one herb. I've got
What? You can buy them from the store here in the hub.
24 blue mushrooms though.
You can buy them from the store
Oh,
here.
look at you, Mr. Moneybags, or you can buy them from the store.
Well,
Okay.
now I'm broke, but you know,
Yeah.
you can buy
A
them.
man of great affluence. Telling me to buy freaking potions.
All right, you're down to hunt Kurapeko.
Yep. I was born ready to hunt.
Playing with fire. Let's go save that huntress, or avenge that huntress, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Will we hunt? Will we kill a single monster on tonight's stream? Is the question.
Honestly, I think it's been a quality program, even if no single
so,
monster
too.
has been.
How
killed.
are we doing on our overview, by the way? What have we talked about? Let's see. We've talked about most stuff. I think we have like 2 other questions still there on our show notes.
Admittedly, I have closed the tab that had the show notes, so I'm winging it.
Okay. Would you like me to pose the next question?
Yeah, go on. Why not?
Okay. What one game, doesn't have to be a Monster Hunter game, what one game, if someone told you, Phalacin, for all of your, I guess we're going to say streaming, we're not going to say like personal play, but for streaming, you're only allowed to stream one game forever. That's your one game. What are you gonna pick? And what are some things you would get up to in it?
And it has to be not Monster Hunter?
No, it could be Monster Hunter. I'm just saying you don't have to pick Monster Hunter.
That's a tough one. That's really hard, because I like doing variety stuff.
I know. I thought this was going to be a tougher question for you than me.
Yeah, because it's like...
Come on, Riz, that guy doesn't play anything else.
Uh,
Fal's interesting. He does different stuff.
that's... One game. Final Fantasy 14.
Good. What would you get up to in that one game?
I would play it. I don't know. Like an MMO is kind of a safe answer, I feel, but I do play it like a lot, and you know they add content to it all the time, and I do stream it and I have fun with it. And
let me add on to that. What are some things in that game that you like in regular course of play you haven't done that you're kind of like, oh, I'll do that someday. When I have time, I'll get up to that. Like, what are some things like that on your bucket list in that game?
So you've played Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, I assume.
Yeah.
New streamer RistrettoChronicles. You know how occasionally you would join a lobby and there would be people erotic role playing in the.
Oh yes.
Yep. People do that in a sanctioned format in Final Fantasy 14.
How is it sanctioned?
So you can own player houses in this game, right? And the guilds can own them. They're called free companies in that game. They set up like clubs on a Friday night where they go and they give you in-game drinks. And there are cat boys who are scantily clad, and they'll talk dirty to you in ye old English. I've never been to one, but
Are those NPCs or are those other people?
they are other players role playing as their character,
Ah,
and they'll hit you with the ooh woo, and they'll say, "Oh, you're so," you know, it's sick. I've never been, but
so that's on your bucket list.
yeah, that's on my bucket list. I think it would be a fun thing to visit.
Arth says, so it's like RuneScape.
Oh, thank you. So it's like RuneScape. It's kind of like RuneScape. Sure, why not?
Okay, but that's your answer?
I suppose, like, if I had to pick one game that I would play for the end of eternity, yeah, I suppose it would be that. And, like, you know, I had to quit Monster Hunter. That would probably be it.
Okay. I didn't say you had to quit Monster Hunter. I said, like, you could pick anything. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I was adding that caveat to make it easier for myself.
Okay, I gotcha. Gotcha.
Oh,
Sure.
Look at this.
For me,
now.
it would be Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. I've thought about this, like, rather a lot. Is like, what do I do once I'm done playing through all the games for the first time? And once I'm done slowly playing through all the games for the first time, I think I want to go back to Portable 3rd.
That's fair. I
To
guess
me, that game strikes a really nice balance of old and new and not too long and not too short. And I'd probably get up to all kinds of stuff in that game. I would make full armor sets and finish the guild card and do challenge runs and all kinds of stuff.
I think that's fair. I think for me, like, I like to experience, you know, different things and see different design philosophies and an approach to games as an art form. And I think, all told, like, it's I like seeing ideas that were good but poorly executed or, like, not seen before. Like, I'm playing through Vagrant Story at the moment, and that is a game that has systems within systems, and, you know, I've never seen anything like it before, and it's really interesting and really weird and really janky old PS1 game.
I like that
that's cool.
too. Before I streamed a bunch of Monster Hunter, I was having a lot of fun playing loads and loads of indie titles for the Switch and kind of finding out which, or I don't know what made them tick, which ones were actually interesting in terms of interesting game designs or game mechanics that add up to things feeling or making you think of things in a certain way. Kurapeko is somewhere here, huh?
Oh yeah, it was a Kurapeko. This is not a gathering quest.
No, it's not.
My
Yeah,
head.
I don't know. That's my answer. It's Portable 3rd. I think I would be happy for a very long time
I think that's
just
fair.
chilling in Portable 3rd and finding things to do. To me, if like you have to choose one month, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the easier answers would be like one of the big G rank games, like Freeman Knight, 4 Ultimate, or Generations Ultimate. Generations Ultimate's probably the answer, right?
You know, despite the fact it's literally my most streamed game, and I do love it, GU is like the fast food of Monster Hunter game.
Really?
I think that's how I would describe it. Like, it's
How
easy.
so?
It's easy to come back to. It's satisfying, but it doesn't leave you feeling full. Like, I really love GU. I do. But it's missing, like, a certain element of charm, be it because it's just maps from the old games, or... I can't quite put my finger on it.
Doesn't feel like it's its own game, sort of.
Yeah, it
Like
kind
there
of...
are parts of it there, like Burna and a couple maps there its own, but it feels more like other things.
Yeah, it
Cobbled
feels,
together
it
or
feels
put together?
peculiar. And before anyone's like, Phalacin, GU hater confirmed. Literally my most streamed game. And not by a...
We're talking about GU.
Yeah, not by a short... Did I not say GU?
I was answering someone's question. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay. I just thought I misspoke. You know, it's by not a short margin either. It's the game I've played most. I got 500 Hunter ranks in it you know, on stream for my second character. So I've effectively...
My goodness.
I've gotten to Hunter rank 500 twice in this game. Before anyone is like, oh, gee, it's good. It's really good. It's a fantastic game, but it has like too much, I think.
Hyper says it's also a game that they think a lot of people resort to on viewer hunts. No, it's interesting. I think it'll be interesting to see that game's legacy in the future. If it'll come down to like this is the best of all those games, or that's that one game that has everything but doesn't feel quite as good as all the places where they came from.
Yes, that is like a perfect way to summarize it. I think it's good. Just alright. Frenchie, you're in trouble. Just give me 4U HD. You don't need 4U HD. No Monster Hunter game needs a re-release, except Frontier.
Are you sure about that though?
Yep.
Like,
Yep, absolutely.
it's hard for a lot of folks to go and play 4 Ultimate.
Because of the 3DS.
Yeah, it hurts their hands.
Okay, I would accept that, like, as an accessibility option, yes.
Yeah.
I would...
For a lot of people, that's their thing. It's not just like, I know, like, the pixels, it's the, I can't play this or my hands hurt.
That is, alright, that is a completely fair and reasonable response. 100%.
Oh, I found him.
Oh, where is it?
How do I... there. Oh god, I made the map small.
I'm coming. It's a 5. But I think, you know, largely I wouldn't be too opposed to it, actually. You know, 3U and 4U coming as a double pack. But I think maybe I'm just a bit anti, like, re-release and remake and HD, you know, upgrade, like, culture that happens in gaming now. So you know what? Maybe Monster Hunter is something that could benefit from it, because there are a lot of good games trapped on the 3DS. And I'm wrong. I said the dumb thing.
You're okay. I understand. I understand, especially because I think Marth just said that they were talking with another person named SD Shepard about how a lot of folks in the community want 4U and a sequel to that game as opposed to like a new game based off of where they've gone since then. We talked about that earlier today a bit, about how that's not how either of us really truly feel about the series. As much as like I'm sure either of us would still take a 4U too, I think both of us are pretty happy seeing where they go otherwise.
Yes.
Yep, Turnip also says stuff like Try and Dose and Monster Hunter 1 don't really have proper online support when played on emulators. Even with the recent private servers, they're still not 100%.
I think that's true, but also, I don't know. I guess I'm of a couple of different minds of it. I'm sick of game companies selling me a game that came out on the PS3, but
Well, it makes sense because you're a Resident Evil fan.
Yeah, it's true. But then again, I think Resident Evil actually does the re-releases a lot better. I think Resident Evil 2 Remake is really, really good.
Now, those are good. Now, the 18th RE4 port?
Okay, yep, I'll concede on that one. But, you know...
Sorry if that was mean or savage.
No, that's fine. As, you know, I didn't make the game. As Todd Howard said about porting Skyrim for the 5 millionth time, we keep on doing it because you keep buying it. And I think that's what annoys me. Like, I would love a gaming renaissance. Like a PS2 era.
Yeah, nobody's making new things, right?
Yeah. I don't know. So, yeah, 4U port HD. If it hurts people's hands because of the 3DS, you know, I'd cop that. You're right. The 3DS is not an entirely accessible console.
Yeah, both to play on and to record video from. Like, I'd love to see the amount of like content and masterful play from folks that I'm sure is out there for 4 Ultimate. That you can find on YouTube for games like Free Me Night, 3 Ultimate, Generations Ultimate. You can see people doing amazing things in that game, whether it's a speed run or a challenge run or whatever it is. You can't see that for 4U because that's just not easy to stream or record. It's just a bummer.
Ow. He gave me a resmash with his tail.
I want to take down this bird. I want some bird parts.
Damn.
I think I may take this. I may take this file to work with me on a 3DS and play it, so I'm in slightly better fortunes for next time.
Not a bad idea. I'll do some stuff too.
If I feel like it. I don't know. I always say that about files, and then maybe I don't.
Up to you. I'm good for whatever.
Hey.
Very nice.
I completely missed that discharge. Good stuff. Oh no.
But yeah, I suppose, like, I'm of a couple of minds. Because while I would love to play 4U again, I am playing 4U again on the 3DS. But also, if the issue is less the software and more the hardware on which it is played and the accessibility of it, then yeah, I'll concede to that as a reason. But I wouldn't like to hear we at Capcom spent a year building 4 Ultimate from the ground up just to sell you the same game for a second time.
I think they'll never do that. People keep talking about re-releases. I'm of the opinion that while it would be nice to get a re-release, I don't think we'll ever get that. I think that I mean, there have been so many opportunities where they could have done that. The only examples being G for the Wii, because that was the first time they jumped actual full console platforms before, and they wanted to give folks more than one game to play on that console. And like the double cross GU for the Switch.
Yes,
I don't think they're gonna. I think that when you start looking at some of those older games, like 4 Ultimate, like Freedom Unite, you start looking at how you port those to new consoles. They would need a significant amount of work to fit with players' expectations of what Monster Hunter is like now, more than people would think. I don't think that Capcom would release them just in their existing form. Just, hey, we made the menus function enough, and here you go. Like, they would not do that, I don't think. And I don't think they would dedicate the amount of time and money it would take to actually improve it. And at that point, like, would it really be even the game that folks want re-released? Not really.
This is true.
So I don't think they're going to do it. I would be really surprised if they ever do a remaster. They're more likened to do stuff like in Rise, where they reimagine the maps like that, or in GU, where it's a different game, but the fights are back.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, on one hand, I kind of just have to put it out there. Like, classic Monhun, they're not going to make a new one. That's just not happening.
Nope. It's over.
They'd re-release an old one. You're not getting another game that looks like GU. It's just not happening.
No, I don't think so either.
And if it does,
and, like, it bums me out, but it's not. It's not happening.
I don't know.
I can think of no real reason for them to do that. The only reason for them to do that would be like if they were like, oh, we're just going to release a new Monster Hunter game for the 3DS again, which they're not going to do.
That would be.
Now that they've proven they can just fine release something in the newer style on something like the Switch, there's no reason they're going to do that again.
And also, one thing that I want to say is, like, you don't want that. You don't want them to, like, half-heartedly sell you a game that they didn't really want to make, you know, in a classic style. I don't know. I don't like the idea of, like, yeah, we did the same thing, but it's got different monsters. She's got a new hat. But yeah, like, you can just go back, you know, like, oh, I want Freedom Unite again. Play Freedom Unite.
Yep.
Like,
I think we're just being dramatic about it because there are people who you still see folks who are like, well, I'm going to wait for the next classic Monster Hunter. And it's like, well, then you're not, I mean, you're not going to get it.
Yeah, like, you know, okay, here's the thing. I love Resident Evil. 5 and 6, bad. I'm not going to play them. Like, I've played a bit of 6. I didn't like it. Okay, anything played co-op is fun. Like, if you're like, it's fun with friends, then yeah, like, I'm sure you could make watching paint dry with the homies pretty entertaining. Remember when we spent an hour looking at box art for old-ass games that,
I think that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, exactly. It was pretty cool, but it wouldn't be fun to do by ourselves. Like, yes, look at the tasteful line work on the Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate Azure Raptors. Yes. Come on, you're not doing that. And if you are doing that, why didn't you do it before today?
But yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're going to see that kind of a remake. I would be happy if we got it, but I just don't think that's going to be a thing.
I'm a box art enthusiast, I'll have you know. Yeah, same. But Uchi, when was the last time you sat and looked at every single Monster Hunter box art for an hour in sequence?
I also think that while people might not want to admit it, they're like, oh, all these games are pretty similar. These games have changed more than they'd like to think over the years. So both, like, there are things that folks have to get used to going back, but also just the control schemes. Thinking of, like, the ones from the PS2 to the motion controls on the Wii to the double screens of the DS. Like, it's not just as simple as going, oh, they're on Steam now. Like, no. There's a lot of work to be put into those. Oof.
It will happen when Monster Hunter starts to sell really bad again. Monster Hunter will start to sell really bad again if they take it back to the nigh impossible to get into structure with which it had for many years. Show a new player the skill system from this game and be like, yep, this is fun, go on, have fun. They're not going to.
It might need to take a few minutes, but
they might need to take a few minutes. Don't delude yourself, okay? Did you enjoy Monster Hunter from the minute you played it?
No, I tried Try and 4 Ultimate and eventually got into GU.
Yeah, same.
But when I got into GU, the skill system was what got me into it the most.
Okay, that's fair. It's different.
Like, that was my, like, you go back to my Generations file, I've got, like, bizarre, like, bubbly dance resuscitate gun lance sets.
Yeah, that's sick. You're just unique.
It was pink and green.
But yeah, I don't want to hear this like, oh, you know, Monster Hunter, you know, I got into it right away. If you did, outstanding. I think you're the outlier.
What Radmill Trans just said is probably the most likely is if they ever actually want it to be a remaster or re-release, it will be from a different studio and it will be handled by a different team like that.
Yeah, are you gonna buy the Metal Gear Solid 1 remake that Kojima had nothing to do with and Konami had everything to do with?
Hey, I would check out any Monster Hunter re-release that came out.
Okay.
But I don't know that that would necessarily be a good idea as far as like it would have to be a really specific team of people doing a remaster to actually get the parts right that needed to get got right. Well, let's say you're re-releasing 4 Ultimate or Free Me Night, like you need a team that at least understands what makes that game good.
Okay. But here's the thing. I understand what makes 4 Ultimate and Free Me Night good. You understand what makes 4 Ultimate and Free Me Night good. Those things might look very different.
That's true.
Look at the Dead Space remake buzz. Dead Space is not a game that needed a remake. As someone who played it last year for the first time, it's fine. Doesn't need a remake.
How did you play it?
How did I play it? On a PS3. No, I played it on
Not
PC.
everyone has a PS3 though.
No, I played it on PC, bought it off Steam for $10.
Oh, it's on Steam already?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then that game probably doesn't need a remake.
Demon Souls didn't need it's not even a remake. They just made the graphics look good. And by God, it looks good, but... You know, this is largely my opinion. I'm okay with re-releases for accessibility, but not...
I mean,
these games don't need re-releases.
I gotcha. I feel like it is kind of a blight where you talked about you wanted a PS2 era renaissance. That's not like I've heard other people say that before in recent years, where it just feels like there's no new IP being invested into, not many risks being taken. Series just being revived and turned into live service games for our continual consumption.
Yes.
That's not Demon Souls, but a lot of games are like that.
You know, Komori, they actually did put Metal Gear Solid 1 on PC. You can play that game on PC now. And also, they did already remake Metal Gear Solid 1. It's called Twin Snakes, and it was on the GameCube. Not everyone owns a GameCube. You can emulate it. They put MGS3 in pachinko machines.
They did.
Uchi. And Uchi.
He's got 2 chats. He can ban evade like a pro.
Uchi
just
on
jumps back and forth.
Uchi on a speedrun to just getting banned, huh? Double ban me? I would never.
If I was in your chat and I gave you that Resident Evil comment about ports, would I get banned?
If you gave me that what, sorry?
That Resident Evil comment about ports.
What? No, I agree with you. Like, dude, no one... Here's the thing, no one's really dying on the hill of, like, Resident Evil 4 needs to be on the PS6. They'll put it on the PS6 because it'll sell like hotcakes. Sure,
and that's part of what makes me so sure that they probably won't do remakes for Monster Hunter, is it's the same company that does that stuff and does Street Fighter 2 for the 18 millionth time.
Yeah,
and yet Monster Hunter's never gotten a port.
No,
it's just different.
It has Violent Ken and Evil Ryu in Street Fighter 2. You don't understand.
Where did this Kurapako go?
Oh, I'm with him.
Oh, you are? Gosh darn it, I didn't know. I was looking around like, where'd this thing go?
Sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know. I got, like, the thing is, like, this is a very multifaceted conversation. But the thing,
sure.
like, you know. Oh, it's leaving now, by the way.
Okay. Darn it, no.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of feelings. I got a lot of feelings on
I can see that.
and ports. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people can see that and they're probably unhappy about it.
That's okay. It's still better than someone talking for 2 hours about the Beyblade move for Demon Dance or for Dual Boys.
I like it.
All right. We have about an hour left of our lovely cast. Our initial 5-hour podcast. Jeez.
Oh, jeez. How long?
But our last question, we can probably stretch this out for now.
A podcast?
Phalacin.
Sorry, one sec. Gotta address Mark's second. Hey, Mars. It's not a roast sesh. What are we roasting? Like, I'm not talking about a human being with flaws and faults. I'm talking about a company selling you something you already own. Probably multiple copies of.
Capcom is my friend.
And, you know, I'm allowed to be critical of it. And you're allowed to be uncritical of it, if you so choose. You know, it's all personal preference. That's what this is.
Alright, my last question for you of the podcast. Oh, it's limping. Hell yeah, we're gonna kill a monster on tonight's stream.
Go on.
Phalacin, if you could take Monster Hunter series producer Ryozo Shujimoto on an afternoon around your hometown or city or state, what would you get up to with Mr. Ryozo?
I live near a very nice forest and a few very lovely hiking trails. So we would go hiking or walking. You know, I live, like, not insignificantly closer to Melbourne, which is, like, our big city. So we could go there and look at the meager aquarium. I don't know.
The meager aquarium.
It's a very unimpressive aquarium. Thanks. But yeah, I honestly don't know. I guess the question is, like, what do I have in my hometown? I have a man who's a wizard. That's pretty cool. And you think I'm joking, but no, he's a
wizard in your town?
Yeah, there's a wizard in my town.
Who's Rathian?
He wears an eye patch. I showed Uchi. Not even a meme.
What does your wizard do?
Wizard stuff. He walks around mostly and talks at you as you walk past him. He was in the newspaper a few times. I don't much care for him. He doesn't do magic, no. He does... Well, you know, it's hard to say what he does.
Okay, so you'd show Ryozo Shujimoto your wizard.
Yeah, I'd show him the wizard, I guess.
I'm talking about, like, your whole... We have done it. I'm talking about your whole day, though. Like, you have a day with Monster Hunter series producer Ryozo Shujimoto. What would you do with him?
Not talk to him about work, that's for sure. Not ask him for the Monster Hunter 4 remake. You know, your chat, my chat, they're chomping at the bit. Phalacin, ask him for the Monster Hunter 4 remake. I would say, oh, Ryozo, I got an idea for you. Monster Hunter pachinko machines.
Oh, no.
No, honestly...
I'm sure that already exists. I'm 100% sure that already exists.
Yeah, very true. No, he doesn't have a pointed hat. He has a bandana.
Oh, it does. Hey, look. Oh, yeah, there's 100%. It's like a Poogie Pachinko. You, like, choose a Poogie. There's so many.
Outstanding.
There's so many, Phalacin. There's so many.
I'm not the least bit surprised. At least it's not like, Guilty Gear, where it has a pachinko machine, which is canon to the story.
Oh, no.
So...
Alright. As for me...
I was gonna ask.
I live in a mining town. So I would take Ryozo to the mines, and we would probably find some kind of a hammer. I think that he would enjoy that if we could find an authentic Michigan mining hammer to add to. I'm pretty sure he has some kind of a hammer collection. That seems like something that he would do.
He would own hammers.
So I would probably try and find a hammer. I'd probably try and take him to my cafe and make him a coffee of some sort or something, whatever he wanted, whether it was a tea or a coffee. And then I would probably pull out my my PSP and my Vita and see if I could try and play Monster Hunter with them.
Do you think they play Monster Hunter? I know the...
Yes! I mean, not old Monster Hunter, but, like, of course they play the games they're making.
Oh, do you... How do you... Alright, what do you think they feel about... How do you think they would interface with the conversation we're having right now? Do you think they'd be like...
What? About Ryozo?
No, not this one in particular. The whole day. We were just, you know, they stopped into the stream and they're like, here are these sweaty nerds talking about some old-ass games.
I truly think that they would tell us that their idea for what they want Monster Hunter to be shifts as they've made more games and as they make games targeting new hardware, and that their idea of what their ideal Monster Hunter will will be different on every game they're making than the previous one. And it's just a big, like, learning experience. More so than them saying, ah, yes, we have this grand vision we've been working towards ever since we made Rathian as the first monster for the PlayStation. I'm like, no, that's what I think they would say.
I'll bet they're winging it. That's not true. So, I think it's interesting. It's like a hard question. If you could ask them something Monster Hunter related, like pick their brain about something, what would you ask them? There you
There's
go.
so many good questions to ask.
Yeah, just one.
Is this a question I think they'll actually answer, or like I can literally coerce them to answer any question?
They would just answer it, like.
Okay.
You know,
So it's not like an interviewee, like think of your best interview question that you think they'll actually answer. Okay.
What question do you think you could ask them that they wouldn't answer? It's not like they can spoil the story.
I don't know, like what's the next Monster Hunter game?
They would say it's
They can't tell you that.
They would say it's Monster
They can't
Hunter
tell you
6. Monster Hunter 6? That's what they would say.
Okay.
And then Ryozo Sugimoto just like poofs into the air like I Dream of Genie. Gone. You ask your silly question.
Oh no. Okay, hang on. What would they say as people who've worked on the games? Would they say that the series has been what would they say are some definite turning points in the series for them?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. Like, I don't know.
And why?
Yeah, I think I would ask them what their overall design philosophy is. Like, what kind of game are they trying to make? Because I find it really hard to, like, pin down what Monster Hunter is doing, really. Like, I find it hard to pin down what the intention behind something. And I mean that in, you know, not a bad way. I feel like a lot of what I've said today has come off as, like, the most negative possible interpretation
I
you
don't
could
think
have.
so.
I hope not.
I think if folks didn't know you, they'd be like, who is this negative Australian man? Maybe, not even. But I think if the folks here are familiar enough with you, or familiar enough with like how we do our streams here, where we can talk about positives and negatives of all kinds of Monster Hunter stuff, and it's okay.
They've explained in some interviews. I suppose maybe I should look up at that. But I don't know. I think Monster Hunter is different from some games in that way. Like, it feels like maybe I can sense the intent from just playing through something. But Monster Hunter, I'd want to talk more about it. Who's Phalacin? The dude who banned JRP Yeah in his channel. That's who, Arcane Doctrine. Would you like to fight a... You know, I want to do a Royal Ludroth, because he goes
Let's
underwater.
do it! He's got the best theme. There's interviews going back for a lot of the games that you can find if you search deep enough. It's fun.
Okay, I'll give them a watch sometime, and maybe I'll feel informed.
They're pretty enjoyable.
Not in that one? Not yet, Arcane. Not yet, buddy. I'm working on it. I'm going to make some more. I'm gonna buy some herbs.
Bougie.
And not potions. I somehow have more blue mushroom. Feels good now.
I'm glad you have more blue mushroom.
Sorry. I didn't know how I ended up with so many, so I'm glad.
No, I'm laughing about something else.
Also, hello, Katie. How are you? Oh yeah? What are you laughing at, huh? What's funny?
Nothing.
Oh, nothing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get the laugh? I don't get to
Just
be in on the joke?
Just some, you know how when a moderator does something in your chat, you can see it, but nobody else can see it?
What did Uchi ban?
Did
Did he ban
I don't
talking
know.
about it too?
I don't know. It's just laughing at one of those moderator actions, that's all.
I wanna
As you do.
Shucks. Shucks.
Is all the fantastic a question? If given the opportunity to play a Monster Hunter game with VR implementation, would you? My answer is no. I think that, well, I mean, I guess, okay, let me take that back. Yes, sure. However, I wouldn't want it to be first person. I think that if there was a VR implementation, it would have to be like Monster Hunter, but you're like a floating head camera in the world rather than just a 2D floating camera like this.
Since I started wearing glasses, I experience motion sickness because I'm a gigantic nerd, and virtual reality makes me want to grow up times infinity, so
Okay.
I'm a little biased on that one.
Yeah, I don't think first-person Monster Hunter is a thing I want to see.
There is not a
I don't know which...
Monster Hunter VR game.
Yeah, it would not be a thing. Like I said, I think it would just be something where, I mean, I wouldn't mind having VR just as an experience. It'd be kind of neat to be just in the world like that, but I don't think that a first-person perspective would work out.
Okay, I know why I'm laughing now.
Yeah, there you go.
Feels good, man. Feels good.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I know.
You don't want to do 5th gen heavy bowgun roll in first person? I mean, if I had to choose a way to end it all, I think that'd be a good way of doing it.
Just throw up in your, you know.
Just like
the best part
the
is
awesomeness of heavy bowgun roll just takes you out of it.
You know, I've never seen a Ferris wheel of vomit before, but I think it would be, you know, like one of those pinwheel type fireworks. It'd be like that.
Inside of your VR headset.
Yeah, they have like a. You know, they should add a mask component to that. I think that would be pretty cool. But yeah, I kind of liked the very short bursts in which I could play Resident Evil 7 in VR. I think that, you know, it was a really cool idea. But I think in general I'm opposed to VR. I don't know why. Monhun. What a big, complex series that's decidedly hard to talk about. I don't know. Intriguing. For some reason I can't hear Risting.
I was not talking. I was looking at something in chat. I'm trying to find this Ludroth.
He vibes. But yeah, virtual reality does not make.
I like trying it out whenever I get the chance, but to me it's something that I think that technology, while the technology is really getting there, at least in terms of actually functioning, I think that game design needs like a good 5 to 10 years of iteration before there'll be a blockbuster game in VR that will actually convince a good number of people to play it. I think that currently when you look at what works, they've got like a couple different gameplay paradigms that work well in a headset and not enough there to really make for a full game.
First-person shooter and first-person shooter.
First-person move items around a store counter, or yeah. I don't know. I think they need some time with it.
I don't like first-person games as much.
I feel like how Roosh and Radmule are having this epic conversation with reading, but it's getting buried. That is an unfortunate side effect of running a show like this tonight, where we're having a conversation. It's a little tougher to keep up with longer-reaching conversations in chat as we're trying to keep up with our own.
It's very true.
We cannot find this. We cannot find this Ludroth.
And now my cat is mad that there's something on her pillow.
Your cat has their own pillow?
Yes, she has a pillow on my. So she can sleep there while I do stuff, and I turn to my cat, and there is something on meowing at me, saying, "Please move it." Alright, buddy. How are your cats doing?
My cats are doing quite well. I found Ludroth. Thank you for asking.
Where is Ludroth?
He is here in Area 5 with me.
Okay, I'm gonna try and find it.
Time for me to be janky at underwater combat.
Should be pretty good. It's funny, after playing through this game twice with Sword and Shield, I have now been informed that Sword and Shield is the worst weapon in this game for underwater combat.
Yeah. Folks like to say that.
They do.
I still want to prove them wrong sometime.
I mean,
I think it's funny to see what kind of opinions like that are like pervade and are true, and which ones pervade and are just like kind of mildly true. Like there are a lot that are, I feel like, overblown. I don't know if that's one of them, but I feel like a lot of, especially when it comes to Sword and Shield and Dual Blades in some of the early games, like folks are always in Freeman Knight, like, or actually I'm not gonna say that one, but folks are always like in various games, like, oh, Sword and Shield or Dual Blades, blah blah blah, like they're just bad in this game or something, when they're perfectly workable.
Yeah.
I think in general, folks overblow how much things are like viable or unviable. It's like maybe if you're some like speedrunning optimizing person, but most of us aren't, and so we can enjoy those things.
yeah, like, it's funny. I said yesterday, I was having a conversation. I was like, oh, Hunting Horn came up. I was like, oh yeah, you know what, person. You and I, we both play an underappreciated weapon. And they did the chat equivalent of looking at me funny. And I was like, yeah, you know, like, Sword and Shield, underappreciated weapon. And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, in world, Sword and Shield has a 3% player usage stat, and Hunting Horn has a 2% player usage stat. Admittedly, it's, you know, tied with some things, but, like, yes, like, the numbers are there. And I think I really like that about World.
Jack is like, I'm scared of what Jack is threatening to do in my chat right now.
What is Jack doing?
I think he's threatening to like use the September pricing to like gift more subs than anybody else in my chat, and I don't want him to do that, so I had to say something loud.
That would be, Is SNS underappreciated? According to numbers, yes.
How do you feel about them having usage stats in the games?
I like them. I think it's cool. Doesn't really change anything. Do you think?
No, not too much. I don't think I like people saying like, "Oh, Sword and Shield is bad in this game. Look at the stats."
Oh yeah, no, I don't like that. Like, remember, Sword and Shield is literally my favorite weapon. How's my health looking, by the way? My thing died.
You've got like 30%.
Yes, Marth.
Were you looking at the
I'll upload
gamepad
it
for your health?
I was using the gamepad as like a second screen for my health. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this will
Also,
be
hey,
archived
how you
both here
doing,
on Twitch and on YouTube, Marks.
Yeah, we'll put it on.
Okay, I guess I have a question for folks. Feel free and sound off. I know this is kind of early because we haven't wrapped up fully yet, but we've done 4 hours of this, right? What do you guys think of this format? Do you guys have any things you'd like to see about this format changed a little bit? Or are you pretty happy with this, just like our normal stream, but a podcast style? I don't know.
Yeah, be brutally honest as well.
Because, I don't know, I'd like these streams, what we're doing right now, to mainly be consumable, kind of like a podcast. If this is too spaced out, maybe we can consolidate the more talky aspects and then have a more playing part of the stream later on or something like that.
That's a good point.
Folks seem to generally like this.
Yeah, it's good. I do want to be clear that I'm not like, I don't want this to become like Rist and Phalacin with the hottest takes. We're the baddest dudes of the Monster Hunter community.
I don't think that.
No.
Unless we really brand as the Bang Bros, then we might have something to worry about.
Yeah.
Which I don't think we should do.
That's one of those things. I don't think we should either. But I think mostly, you know, I do want to be clear. Like, we're not trying to have hot takes. We're just people discussing, and I think it's good to have opinions that don't necessarily meet everyone else's, and I want to hear yours as well. And I'm really glad that this has provided like a good way for me to hear perspectives that I otherwise wouldn't, in a more dialogue heavy format. Because you go on Twitter or something, it's like people mad. Like, I saw people complaining about divine blessing.
Thing bad. Thing bad.
Yeah,
it's a good way of summing it up.
You
Man,
know,
3 use Jax is just peak tactility. I love it.
for a second, I saw Chorito SSB's message about, I don't like that Phalacin guy, and then he used one of my emotes. I was like, oh, wait, it's a joke. Or alternatively, he's someone who doesn't like me and just has access to the emote. Which are, you know, honestly... The
wait,
For
Marth's,
You community is as well?
Wait, what? No, hang on. By the way, I'm mad, and the For You community too. Wait, For You 2 community is as well. About what?
Well, you know what? All 6 of you can be mad with your outdated opinions. Get with the times, Grandpa, and that's gonna be my response every time. Really is a roast stream? No, it's not a roast stream. It's just a... You get as good as you give stream.
It is definitely a different experience fighting this guy underwater.
I love Royal Ludroth. How's my health looking?
You have about half.
Okay, I gotta fix
This
that.
is a nice break.
Thank you.
I want that shiny.
This is really fun to play Gunlance underwater, if not at all understandable.
Ooh, that forward lunge with switch axe is really meaty underwater.
I'd be interested to see how your quotes command ends up looking comparative to my quotes command.
Mine is like a bunch of like a mixture of like really weird out of context things that don't make much sense and like innuendos, along with some actually ridiculously funny quotes. I feel like you will appreciate the quote that I hate the clutch claw. He stole my grandmother's Cadillac in the 90s.
That's a good one. That's a good quote.
I think it is.
You're funny, man. You said a funny
That was
thing.
not me.
Oh.
It was not me. That's from our Schmegel Eskimo.
Oh, Schmegel. Love that. What a swell fella.
Excuse me. Clutch claw is the worst. He stole my grandma's Cadillac in the 90s. This was said during the midst of a hot clutch claw discussion.
I don't know what my sharpness is either. I have to assume bad because I'm bouncing with every hit. Man, this is the way a Monster Hunter was meant to be played. No HUD, no nothing. Just you and the glowy-eyed monster underwater. Only one little helmet.
Doesn't this feel like you've just started playing Monster Hunter for the first time, pal?
Nope.
I like the contrast of us talking with these like high level, like what do we think Monster Hunter should be, coupled with just like the saddest gameplay.
Saddest gameplay, speak for yourself. I'm getting lit-ass dubskis, baby. I'm
You
getting
did get
those,
that cool break.
I'm getting those,
I got that one dunk on Kurapeko earlier.
those fat Vic Roys.
We made him flinch.
We did make him flinch.
I'm pressing the X button.
I'm doing full slams underwater, which doesn't make sense because there's no impact against the ground. But hey, you know, Monster Hunter's pretty. No, this is fun. I've really
happy.
enjoyed myself.
Me too. I think we should do this again.
I agree. Although, you do understand, embroiling yourself with me, bad idea, because I'm kind of a bad boy around these here parts. Leather jacket
yeah?
and everything. Just ask Uchi. Don't ask Uchi. Uchi will just call me a notice.
I think the only time I get myself in real hot water is when I get really worked up about something like Gold Rathian or I don't know. I forget what things I get worked up about. People telling me that I'm never mind.
People telling you your own opinion? Yeah, that's funny.
That's the only time I land myself in hot water. It's probably as hot water in my head too.
I can't. Yeah, you know, like things often end up way worse. I've apologized to people after streams, and they're like, "Yeah, what are you apologizing for?" Really?
It's good to apologize though. It's good.
It feels, yeah, it does feel nice to say sorry.
It's real. Like the interactions here, even though there are many, are real. So it's good to treat it that way.
Hey, chat, both mine and Ristretto's. You are wonderful. I appreciate.
What is this move?
Respect you, and I'm sorry. Feels good.
Look at him go.
Yeah, like he's
Wow.
actually a threat here, and his glowy eyes are cool, as Komori Ryuex pointed out. What a devil.
The little Ludroth got me.
I'm cringe. I'm not cringe.
Here he comes.
Mr. Bob,
No,
you're
Superman. Oh, I'm stunned.
What do you think of stun in Monster Hunter? I think that's a fun question.
I like it in the old games. I don't like it in the new games.
Why do you like it in the old?
In the old games, it feels like a decently good punish for being hit multiple times without like healing or putting significant amounts of time between yourself and the monster when you last got hit. In the new games, it feels like it happens about the same amount of time. Sometimes it feels less predictable to me, but it feels absolutely inescapable.
Then it's you, Fish.
In a way that I really don't like.
You're cringe. People don't understand stuff. I'd like to hear that perspective, actually. What don't I understand about it? I actually don't know my real feelings about it.
My favorite sauce. Kermit asked what my favorite sauce is. Probably ketchup. I'm boring.
How much HP do I have?
You're at like 20%.
Okay, thank you. I gotta fix this. Shepherd the committee. Hey, I like Shep streams. The For You
like
community.
Shepherd streams as well.
You know what? You can just play For You again. You don't need a For You 2. What are they gonna do? Make Gore Magala 2?
Gore Magala, but spiky.
Tell me, what would For You 2 have?
Spiky Gore Magala.
Oh, Spiky Gore Magala. That's Seregios.
No. Gore Magala.
Okay, sorry.
Not another flying wyvern.
Okay.
Gore Magala.
Get this. Gore Magala. Right? You understand? I need confirmation. I don't know
Yes.
if he's lying. Okay, Gore Magala, you understand. And then think of it like this. Gore Magala, but sunglasses.
Okay. I could take sunglasses instead of spikes.
Thoughts? I like Seregios.
I agree, Alpha. Shepherd is pretty cool.
But he does need something.
I'm whipping a lot. Ow. That comfy underwater combat. Every time I come back to this game, I come back to this game for like a one-off stream or like a two-off set of streams. And I never get comfortable with the underwater. Someday it'll change, but it hasn't yet.
I'm not gonna let you one-off it.
Okay.
You know what? Speak your truth, Brad Mill. The handler, not even.
I also like the handler.
Not even that bad. Even if you.
Nope, I like the handler.
Even if you like don't like her, you know why the hell would you dislike her? She just exists. She doesn't actually do anything.
I think I dislike how often they made her the trope of like the handler gets in the way and you have to save her. But like I think she's an okay character. It's nice having a cheerful character that's along for the ride with you. I don't like the English dub at all, but that's like across the board, not just her.
Oh yeah, I never heard the English dub until I watched a couple of streams. I'd only ever played in Monster Hunter
It's
language.
bad.
Yeah,
It's bad.
Yeah, but that's the rule, not the exception. That English dub bad. You know, like in other news, water wet.
You don't say.
Like, yeah, it's like, you know, she's not bad. She's alright.
No, I agree with you. I really like this. I've never seen this animation before today. Just like you pounding your sword mode switch axe on the monster. I really like it.
Can I say, I love the colors in this game. They're a bit softer, but somehow a bit more vibrant as well. I can't quite describe it, but
It's got a good color palette.
yeah, like the tones and the colors are not quite as.
Is that a limp?
Um,
No, it's probably regular swim. He's going on land now. Time for the bully fest. Let's go. I know how to play this game.
but also Zelda fan, you have
it
a
is a
tendency to force yourself into harm's way when you play Monster.
Oh, wait.
Oh, hello, madam. Cat has come to say, and please move the thing off my pillow. She's now on my desk. She's mad at me.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Actually, precious stones. I didn't even think about it, but yeah, we can bounce in sword mode. That's why I hadn't seen that animation before. Is it takes you going down to red sharpness or orange sharpness for you to bounce in sword mode?
My cat is giving me kisses.
Aw.
Very nice. Anyway,
Hang on, I want to read Turnip's take about the handler. Most hate to handler comes from her not being an anime blob face.
anime blob face? What does this mean?
I think it's just not an anime waifu,
Oh, I get
so
you.
they don't like it.
Yeah, like, I don't ever want to imply people can't think for themselves, but I will definitely say a lot of people do hear a point and they're like, that's kind of funny, and then they resonate with it to the point that they just like repeat it verbatim. And you know, if you
Not
ask
actually
someone,
examining how they feel about it.
yeah, I think that's pretty common in like on Hun. Like thing bad comes, and you know, maybe it's every community, but this is the only one I've ever really been embroiled in. Is Ruchi here too? I think he got mad that I didn't have transcoding when he left. Understandable. Cute? Yeah. Very nice. Name's Alvina. Alright. I'm enjoying Gunland.
We have almost finished 2 hunts.
We have almost finished 2 hunts in 4 hours. Woo!
This is how my first episodes usually go.
Yeah. Definitely... Yeah, exactly, Hyper Ray. That's largely how I feel about it. It's like people say thing bad, and then new thing comes out. Previous thing good. But...
Yep.
You know,
I mean, Turnip, I would even say that the handler is a better character than the twins in Rise. Like, the twins in Rise are okay. They're not the worst NPCs ever, but I think the handler's got more going for her.
I like all of these characters, I think. They're cool.
Maybe that'll be like maybe that will be the thing I say on stream that takes down my stream forever. Like, that's it. That's my career gone. But
yeah, I pose this question to you. When has a handler ever done anything? Maybe, you know, what's the title of this character with no real name? The serious handler in Iceborne? I think she does something. But yeah, like...
only they'd put that dialogue into the actual game, Marth, and not into like random side conversations. Marth says that they do have character, but only if you chit-chat with them in between each quest.
Okay, I think that's cool.
It is cool, but it's like if that's not apparent in like the cutscenes or anything, I feel like the twins aren't really super characterized.
Where's my HUD, Frenchie, you ask? I may have made a mistake when I set up the game, and I picked the one that doesn't give me a HUD, fortunately. So, I had it as a second screen on my Wii U gamepad, but it's becoming a bit aged, the old Wii U gamepad. So now that has run out of battery, and I have no HUD, so I'm kind of just guessing.
Where is my friend Phalacin gone? He was hunting with me here.
I don't know where I am. I think I'm in Zone 4 now.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I got lost. Where are you?
You were right here with me. I'm in Area 8, where he sleeps. The cave.
Ah, yes, the cave. Sorry. Yeah, I think Rise was good.
I think Rise was cool too.
Whole
I'm just
game.
saying, I feel like I don't mind the twins. I like them just fine. I think they are okay. They are adequate for Monster Hunter characters. I don't think they're that out of the ordinary. I think that Handler has more like character going for her than them.
You know who the best character is? It's Julius.
Who's that?
And you want to know why? It's because he's handsome.
Who?
Julius? The Ace Commander.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, definitely. 4U's characters are pretty top tier.
Handsome. He's a handsome fella. He's the best guy.
That's pretty cool, Safe. That's fair. The twins do come and help you in the rampage. That is pretty neat.
That's true.
That's cool.
You know who the best Monster Hunter character is? It's me. And that applies to all of us. You're the best Monster Hunter character.
That's true.
Alternate
Granny
Alpha,
Goto has
you're the
Granny
best
Goto has several speedrun categories named after him. That's pretty cool.
Well, I have
Ace Cadet has a movie made after him.
That's true, he does.
I do like the Caravaneer quite a bit.
Honestly, for you, I can see why people say it's special. It had nice cutscenes, and, you know, the little bits of flavor that you did get for it were great. Also, sorry, I don't...
No, you're good.
Every ecology cutscene is real good.
Yep. I think if you're gonna do a minimal Monster Hunter story like that, where it's like a not big, overarching, like dramatic thing, I think that 4U does a good job of it. I mean, like there are dramatic bits of that story too, yeah. But I like that. I like that story a lot.
Very much so. It's very good. Uh-oh, I'm out of bullets. Or
I'm
shells.
trying really hard to cut this tail. It's not coming off.
Oh, I haven't been trying at all. Allow me to help.
Okay. Aww.
I'm helping.
Well, we beat a monster.
We did. We're both effectively beating these monsters with no armor because lazy. But go us.
This has been a good time.
Yeah, it's been great. It's the best of time and it's the blessed of time. Oh, oh, hey. Apparently I scared my cat by saying for you too.
Your cat got excited about For You Too?
No, she got freaked out when I said it. She like jumped, had like a little jump scare. So I want you to know, if you're part of the For You Too community, you enjoy scaring my cat.
Alright, I got some Zenny now.
Wonderful.
Oh, we've reached the time of the night where people are just saying that their opinions are worse than or like are better than other people's opinions. That happens sometimes. Yep, exactly. You see it, Uchi? Yep. There it is. No, this is the best game. This is overrated. You're wrong. All right. Everyone's gonna have a different perspective of it. It's getting late. That's when I need to tuck chat into bed. Usually it's around the same time that I'm contributing to those opinions. So usually it's about time for me to go to bed too.
Uchi knows my stance on the word overrated.
Thing bad, thing good, thing best, thing worst.
Okay, my
Okay, let us come up with. Okay, do you have a plan for your armor yet? For this file, this podcast file.
My headphones just fell apart, so my plan is to make a good gunlance set.
Okay.
It's a 1.5 hour take. No, it's not, you oaf. Okay, here's my take on the word overrated. Overrated implies that someone else's opinion can be wrong. I think things can be underrated. I don't think they can be overrated.
Okay. I'm looking at some early armors here. Man, alloy does seem to be the play, doesn't it?
I just made the thing. Here's my take on the word oaf. Yeah, go on. Don't call you that. I'm sorry, Uchster. I won't do it again.
Uchster.
Yeah, it's my affectionate nickname.
My headphones fell apart. That's the name. There we go.
Someone's opinion can be wrong? No. Unless their opinion
Whoa,
is based on
Yukumo!
Yeah, you can.
It doesn't have good skills, but I don't care. Baby, we're going with that.
Hell yeah.
Oh, they have the Lock armor too? Yo.
They do have a lot of good stuff here.
Yo.
Oh yeah, I tend to just make the great joggy armor and call it a day. But I guess I can't. But I'd be interested to hear how someone's opinion can be wrong. I'd love to hear it, in fact. Oh, the Lock shawl? Yeah, it looks good.
It's so cool looking. I love it. It's one of my favorites.
It does look nice. You look like a
I'm combining that with Yokomo.
A yeehaw cowboy.
I'm excited. I'm gonna sell some of this Kurapeko stuff I don't need. Maybe.
Oh damn, these pants got drip. I'm gonna take the hunter's leggings.
I'm not building a set that has any skills, by the way. We're just doing the big no-nos.
I want to say something. I have never, ever in low rank made a set that has skills until Freedom Unite. Then.
Oh, never mind. My set has Pro Transporter, Have Hunger, and Dumb Bomb Expert.
So as an aside, anyone here ever buy gamer headphones? I just bought Hunter's leggings, which are not what I need.
Truly alpha, truly a meta set. I don't think I like the boots. I think I like the Yukumo boots better than this. I'll have to finish the Yukumo set next time, which I'm sure gives meta skills in this game.
Apparently I bought Gunner Pant by mistake. But now I have some goofy, goofy shorts. And like warm.
Do you have any final discussions you'd like to get into, Phalacin? Should we hunt one more monster? Do one more quest? What do you think?
That is up to you. What was a mistake? Well, these were some Razer headphones that have fallen apart on me. And because I'm in lockdown, I can't go and purchase some new headphones.
Alright, I've got a banger for us to end on.
Yeah, let's do it. A Barret. G-rank Barret in this game is the bane of my existence.
I think Baroth is a banger.
Discuss the cuteness of Dodogama. I don't care how cute it is, I will still murder it and take its flesh.
I don't really care about Dodogama that much. He's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. But yeah, G-rank Baroth in this game is a jerk.
Thanks, Alpha. I hope you guys have enjoyed the cast so far. I don't know what we're gonna call this thing. This cast.
My headphones fell apart. Oh.
It's not a good name.
No, it's not a good name, but it is a pressing issue to me right now.
What it's called, or your headphones?
My headphones falling apart. Like, I can't tell if you... I don't know if people can tell, but like, this thing's just swanging.
I can't tell at all. You sound perfect to me.
Oh, that's because I don't... No, like, the things I used to hear.
Oh, okay. No, I can't tell.
Of course. Of course. But, yeah, this sucks.
Would you possibly have guests on the cast? I think we could think about that.
Yeah, like, whatever. But yeah, we'll think of a name. I think neither of us wanted to come up with a name because we were like, what if it doesn't make it past 1 episode? Did it just snap?
Yeah.
No, it snapped previously, and
Look
then...
at our fashion, dude. Look at us.
Oh, yeah, look at oh, look at my knees.
Yeah, you got some. We both got some style in these. Here, hang on. Pose this way.
You
This
know
is the cover of the podcast.
You know what?
Us in like some nice maroon kilts.
I think hunters in this game have baby knees. You know how they don't really have like formed bones? They're just like gelatinous mass. That's
There it is. That's the name. Gelatinous mass. All right, let's go hit the Great Wire Bug up this way.
You know. Oh wait, there is actually a secret thing here.
There is. It goes down to the cave. Ah, yes. My talk show, my Monster Hunter talk show with Phalacin, gelatinous mass.
Well, you know, I would call it that if that wasn't already the name of my crust punk band.
Oh, shit.
Oh, here it is.
It's our first quest in the Sandy Plains. How do you feel?
Good. Always good. Always happy to play 3. All roads lead back to 3 Ultimate, I would say.
I have had 0 roads take me to 3 Ultimate yet. I mean, I'm here, but I don't know.
I'm here and holding your hand. They did remake this Desert and Rise core.
We probably should, Uchi, you're right. I talk often about how not enough people have named things after Monster Hunter items or meals or very specific odd combinations of things. Like, I don't know. There's so many good names. They're just weird little names in this game. In these games, we'll have to think of some. We'll have to think of something like that.
God, I love this status effect.
You look very fetching. I don't refuse to play through this game. I just haven't played through this game yet. I'll play through it someday.
Don't worry. What is this if not playing through?
This isn't how I usually play through games.
Oh, this isn't how you normally stream now, is it?
No, I suppose not.
Hello, Finn. God, my hunter looks dinky.
Large mud bulb. The large mud bulb podcast.
Believe it or not, this is what peak male perfection looks like.
You?
Iron gun lance, shorts, alloy helmet.
I feel like that's correct. It must be manly to wear shorts. I don't know. I don't wear them.
All right, Jack. Fowler's 100% going to triple. That's only because I can't see my health.
It's currently like 30%.
Okay, I should probably do something about that.
Gunlance in shorts is so chad. It's a pretty good look. I like it. The boots are awful. I don't like these boots. They're like uglier Mafu Mofu boots.
I love them. I love them. I love the shorts. The best part is like your shirt is tucked into the shorts as well. So you're just like some dad at a water park.
Dude, low rank Baroth is fast.
Yes. Oh man, I hope we make it to G rank Bloss. G rank Black Diablos.
I've heard about G rank
I'm
blows.
sorry. I don't mean
I've
to
heard
moil.
about it.
I don't mean to moil. But you know, it's like Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo Edition. Oh, Foul's gonna triple, huh? You know what?
I attacked its face.
You know what, Jack? Put your money where your mouth is.
You don't call the podcast Critical Eye, I'll be mad. I'd have to call it Reckless Abandon Cast.
Oh man, I can't wait until we
be
get to the
OG.
episode where I talk about attack skills and this.
That would be a good episode. I have a segment for you to watch before we do that.
I would like to. Ow.
You okay? You got full health.
No, ow, because I was like testing my floppy headphone and then I smacked myself in the face with the flop of the headphone. Honestly, well deserved inflicted pain upon myself.
Yeah.
You
I hope you enjoy the voice that I selected for my hunter.
You know, I made it without my headphones on, so I didn't really check out my hunter's voice. I don't know what he sounds like yet.
Oh yeah, you don't have a map, so you can't tell. He's in Area 1 with me.
Okay. Yeah, I have no UI fin because I screwed up, and I haven't really worked out how to fix it because I don't want anyone to watch me suffer through technical difficulties. So I had it.
I'd rather suffer with no UI for the whole night. There's been like twice where I've been off hunting the monster, and he's like, "What's going on? Where is everyone? Why is it so dark?"
It's like, man, it's pretty funny. It's like you've got the affluent stream with the headphones that aren't breaking the green screen on the UI. Phalacin over here, like disheveled, breaking headphones, can't afford a health bar.
We love him.
But yeah, I'll just tell people that I don't need to play with the UI because I'm just that good at the game.
You really are that. There are people like that. I don't understand them. I want to understand them, but I can't understand them. I can't give up the information on the UI.
You know, behind every UI-less Phalacin, there's a Ristretto telling them his health.
Really. No. Truly a good team.
Very much so.
Keep in mind his stream has unregistered hypercam too. I saw that. Why do you have that?
If you don't know, then I can't tell you.
I mean, I know what that is, but I don't know why you have it on your OBS layout.
Because I think it's funny.
Okay, that's
Honestly,
fair.
that's it. That's literally...
It's better than what most people put over top of their streams, I'll give you that.
I don't know. I've accepted that my stream is a little scuffed, so, you know, lean into it.
Mine usually is too.
Like, who needs fancy stuff? Just need unregistered hypercam too. Roses are red, violets are blue. Please don't forget to register hypercam.
You like that song, Uchi? This is nice. I can attack the Baroth's head with my switch axe and not get punished. Fish Kebab asks for my hottest take. This is one that's been on my mind recently. If you're a streamer and you feel the need to put something that apes another system notification in your going live notification, you need to stop that.
What, like, you know, you have one new message?
You've received a message from this person. Like, don't do that.
Just a call.
That makes me actively upset that you've done that and makes me not want to come by your stream ever.
Want to hear something funny? I've had the same
I'm
going.
like, I like some streamers who, I like the people who do that sometimes. So I'm like, why are you doing this?
Admittedly, I had the same, like, 2 streamers did it in 1 week. And I read the message and got a little heart attack.
I don't understand why you would do that. Like, okay, who likes getting messages? I don't. Like, random messages? I don't like getting random messages.
Oh, I've got a story for you, actually.
It's like a negative connotation for me immediately. Yeah, go ahead.
Close out the night. I've been receiving texts, like, all of last week from a number that I didn't know. And
Okay.
when I asked who it was, they said, "Do you know who this is?" I said no, to which they responded, "Tracy." I said, "I don't know any Tracy, I think you have the wrong number." They just didn't message back, so I was like, oh, that's the end of it. I wake up the next morning from a text from that number. Good morning, smiley face. Good morning, smile. Like, okay. Pazzy Tracy. I was like, oh, thank you. Thank you for that. I was like, Tracy, I'm sure you're lovely, but I think you have the wrong number still. And no response to that. Later that night, I'm streaming. I check my phone midstream. I've got a missed call.
Missed call?
A missed call. A missed call.
Whoa.
And then, you know, later on, I'm talking to Chad about this. The phone rings again. I pick it up. I just hear, like, a little bit of breathing down the phone, and then it hangs up, and I haven't received the message since.
Oh, no,
And the best part is, it's not a prank, because I know who it is, because we punched her number into Google, and it came up with a Facebook account attached to a woman from Tasmania. I was like, yep, I'm good. Why y'all don't block people?
Yeah, me too, Politifar. Me too, Politifar. I would block immediately.
Alright, here's why
I barely like texting with people I know, much less random people.
Alright, here's why I don't block. Because I had to know where the conversational thread ends. That's why.
Yeah, no, the breathing, Uchi, for me too.
That's why. I don't know. I guess I've had some, like, enough odd interactions in my life that this one struck me as fairly tame. Also, I found her Facebook profile. She lives in a different, like, she lives in a state that's not even connected to the continent. How much health do I have?
You have 75%.
Okay, I'm fine.
I can't stop laughing at that.
You know, I gotta know somehow. It's not, you know, replace my Wii U gamepad battery. She'll swim over to me. If she can swim over here, honestly, she deserves to murder
Oh
me.
no! Okay, I almost died. You can't see, but I have like 5% health.
Anyway, the hottest take you have, it's about people putting that in their stream title. I don't think that's that, you know,
No,
contentious.
It's not that hot of a take. I've been looking for a way to say it where it fits in. It doesn't just strike as me being like unnecessarily mean. But if you're asking for a hot take, like there you go. That's something where I think that people need to hear that. Like if you're a streamer and you're looking to attract people to your stream, don't do that.
That's, you know what else? Okay, while we're talking like streaming etiquette, I don't like it when I play video games and I see people with TTV in their name. It bugs me. I don't like it.
Like in their usernames?
Yep. Their
How
Steam
do you feel
name.
about MH? How do you feel about MH?
MH is fine. I don't mind MH. MH is fine. But if I'm like playing, I don't know, Guilty Gear or something, you got like TTV Jim Bob or something. Like,
Oh, you mean in the game?
yeah, in the game.
Oh, like,
Oh,
hey,
on
I'm
Twitch,
streaming. Look at me.
it's like, it's even worse. Because it's like, you know, yeah, what else?
No comment on MH. We've already given you so many takes tonight. You don't need any more Monster Hunter takes.
How do I know when I need to heal? Precious stones? I know I need to heal because I say, oh, Ristretto, how much health do I have?
You have about 80%, darling.
And that's how I know. How are you doing, Precious stones? How about gives? I'll, you know, what would you like me to give you, my friend?
Hey.
But yeah, I don't mind, like, MH in the name. MH in
No,
the
me
name.
neither. I've thought about changing my name to RistrettoMH a couple times.
Wouldn't be bad. I like RistrettoChronicles. The only thing that,
Folks keep saying that.
the only thing that could be of concern would be, you know, someone's like, oh, you're a huge Xenoblade fan? My favorite character is, Shulk. I like how he does the backslash in Super Smash Bros.
I've actually never gotten somebody connecting Chronicles to Xenoblade. Ever.
I thought that.
Huh. If anyone's ever thought that, they've never mentioned it. More often we get the risotto.
Yeah, Risotto Chronicles.
That happens fairly frequently.
That's weird. Oh man, I love how people say my
I
name.
know, Frenchie. That's something where, like, I don't know, I've thought about it, and, like, I feel like it'd be weird changing the name now, even though I just wanted the name straight up Ristretto. And I feel like RistrettoMH is, like, one step closer to just Ristretto from Ristretto Chronicles, but folks like the name, and it's the name now. Would I buy a
Everyone
t-shirt
knows
that
of.
reads Ristretto Chronicles in impact font on the front? No. No, I would not.
Thank you, Finn. Enjoy your luck. Sorry, yeah, it is 3, 2, 1, let's jam. That is my message, and I never worked out how to change it.
You can see at Ristretto Chronicles in an outlined brick font for some reason. Look, if we ever do merch,
I'd buy
it's
it.
gonna be, it's gonna be like a beautiful piece of art from somebody or a neat design. It's gonna have nothing to do with my name.
I'd buy it.
I also think, I don't know if I ever want to do merch.
I'd buy it.
I guess it depends on if I need to make money from this, right? Like if I wanted to do this as a job, maybe. Do you think you ever want to do this as a job, Phil?
It inadvertently is. I quit my job back in March, and now I've kind of just been streaming full time and
I feel
having
that.
fun. So, you know, like, by transitive property, it is, I guess, my job. But, yeah, you know, I feel
Nice.
like...
That was sick.
Oh,
That was sick.
That was pretty sick.
Would you ever like to do this as your full-time career, Phalacin?
Okay. The answer is, if I get to keep doing mental health stuff and people keep telling me that it helps them, then yes. And that's not me breaking my arm to pat myself on the back, but like, you know, you get the one comment every now and then from a viewer that's like, yep, you know, if I quit tomorrow, I did everything that I ever needed to on this platform. And I think I've gotten, you know, enough of those that I'm like, yes, I would like to continue doing this, and if I feel like I can make meaningful impact in any way, then yes, I would love to.
Also, alternate alpha is right on when they say that careers don't exist. They really don't anymore.
Yeah, like, that's kind of it, right? Like, you know, I worked my previous job for 7 years, and I never really spent any money on anything, and I saved up, and now I can just kind of do this. Denny Snipes, thank you so much for that.
Can you elaborate on that? I think a lot of people our age feel like even if you go to college, which is what folks say to do, there will not be necessarily a job that will provide enough money for you, or will be around long enough and consistent enough to be a career.
I think that that's very true. Like, it's very different in America. Like, you know, this didn't mean to turn into like socio-political
You're
stream,
good.
but I think
You're good. It's late. The podcast portion you can say has ended.
okay. I think
Kind
I think I'm definitely of the opinion that no one deserves to like go hungry ever. But you know, let's say for argument's sake, just off this one, no matter what job you do, no one who is working 38 hours a week should be worrying about money coming in. I don't care what the job is.
Okay.
I think that's fair. And I think that job loyalty, you know, if it ever was a thing, it's certainly not a thing now. Like, my last job definitely didn't respect my time or everything I put into it. And, you know, I was one of the senior figures there. I was in charge of people, telling them what to do. Like, you know, there was no respect for me or my time or, you know, like, at all.
Oops.
I don't like this notion of, you know, finish high school, go to university immediately. Take a gap year.
Especially with, like, I don't know how exactly student loans are handled in Australia right now, but right now student loans are, like, pretty widespread here, and they're huge, and it's just like, you can't always guarantee you're gonna have a job to pay those off immediately. It's just, I don't know. I don't mind that that's in a system that's in place for folks, but pushing it so hard on people who haven't really gone out and experienced any aspect of the world yet is kind of nuts.
Yeah, like, me at 18, that guy knows nothing. Nothing at all. That's me fresh out of high school. I didn't know what I want then. I don't really know what I want now. I'm sure that majority of people listening don't know what they want. Like, they have they have an idea of the end result. And that's what they want.
And, like, the difference is, like, are you going to go and, like, I mean, if you go and you start an entry-level job, like, you probably won't, like, accrue tons of money. You can if you're very frugal and you're good with your money. Not all of us are, let me tell you. Yeah. But, like, the other option is you go and you buy a house, and the house is named school. Yes. And, like, you might learn something you want there. You might figure out what you want to do, or you might freaking not. That's that's a lot of money.
Yeah, like, it's a lot of money to learn that you don't want to do something. And, you know,
I don't know. I don't think it's wrong that option's there. I just don't think it should be pushed so hard as the default. I don't know if it is in Australia, but it sure is here.
Oh yeah, absolutely it is. But I can say, like, all of my friends who I went to high school with, who went to university straight away, they dropped out. They couldn't hang. They didn't like it, and that's good. That's a good thing, because, you know, at the ripe old age of 25, you know, I don't know what I want, man. I want to be happy. I want to be, you know, doing my best for people, and, you know, that's all anyone can ever ask, right? Like, but I don't need to be, like, affluent. You know, the life I live right now, I'm pretty comfortable, honestly. You know, I'm.
You don't need a Lamborghini for your Twitch channel?
No, I would hate to own a Lamborghini for starters, but, like, you know, I don't know, man.
Yeah, and that's not to say that you can't do that either, Harush. Some people will figure out through the experience of school what they will or won't want to do. Some career fields really need that sort of education. Some people need to do that, and other people don't. I just think it's a bummer that it's pushed so hard as the default.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and Marth's asked about trade schools. Like,
yeah, I wanted to get to that.
Provided that it's what you want to be doing, they're fantastic. Like, I've worked a trade before. Like, I worked in a factory installing air conditioning and in trucks and buses as, like, a, you know, like welding and soldering and, you know, drilling like a big boy. You know, I've done all of these things, and I think that it's damn hard work, and it's good work. Like, all work is good work, right? And provided it's what you want to be doing. Life's too short to be miserable. Like, you are... I say this often, but you are going to be deceased one day. You might as well enjoy what you got while you're here. And, you know, I think that if you believe in an afterlife or what have you, that is a completely respectable opinion. You know, don't make the journey through this mortal coil a miserable one because of societal pressure.
Martz asked, what do you think is the best first step to searching for and attaining marketable skills?
What do you consider to be a marketable skill? I guess is the question.
Me or Martz?
Yeah, just like as a general thing. Like, you know.
I think that for me, I'm biased because I didn't go to college. I just went out and started working. And, like, I've attained some skills that are worthwhile, and I've attained others that are hard to market or not as worthwhile. But I think that it's always you'll learn something from legitimately any job, whether it's learning a new skill that you can market yourself on, learning a condition you won't want to be put into again. Like, you'll learn a lot from any job. So I think that working is the best thing that anybody can do for themselves in terms of learning and becoming a better human. But I'm kind of biased in that, and especially because not all jobs are really fair. And, like, you'll learn something from that, but I can't necessarily tell you that going out and working any job, especially if they're unfair to you, might be worthwhile or not. I don't know.
Yeah, like, marketable skills look different in every market. That's the thing. Like, you know, I guess it's hard for me to identify what my strengths are, but, you know, like, building up a good work ethic and learning to listen is a really important one. I think that's a great marketable skill, but, you know, ultimately, Marths, it depends on what you want to do. Do you want to go into a trade and become a carpenter or something? Well, learning, you know, how to use a saw is a really good, you know, start to that. Going to a trade school and getting your journeyman, which is a thing in the States, you know, absolutely what. Absolutely, go for it. But I can say from what I've observed of America, you guys have it 5 times harder, because it seems like there are people who are actively working against you to ensure no matter what you do, you know, for instance, it should have never been a discussion about, you know, raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, which, like, that sounds even barely livable. But yeah, like, I guess my advice would be, every bit of societal nonsense you've ever been told about, you know, life in general, like, oh, you know, move out from your parents at 18 and, you know, go and start a family. You know, I don't need to buy a house because I don't think I'm gonna have any kids to leave it to. So, you know, ultimately, I don't need that debt in my life. If I had it my way, I would have, like, another roommate that I got along with, because I would cut my bills down. And, you know, if you can live with your parents, like, if you can find someone that you can live with, you know, let's say your rent is like $1,200 a month, and you're, like, struggling to pay that. You add one more person to that mix, you give up one extra room in your house, that cuts it in half, and you have an extra $600 a month to play with, which is an enormous amount. Like, that's a lot to play with. So, you know, I think it's important to, you know, question, A, why we're told things, and B, like, does it actually matter to you? Like, is your ego going to be impacted by, I guess, not adhering to something like that? You know, like, I don't care what
Dude, it feels so good to say screw you, I didn't need to go to school. I mean, like, maybe I will need to go to school someday, but right now it feels great to be like, screw you, I didn't go.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, I fully accept that one day I'll probably go back to uni, and, you know, that's not going to make me better or smarter than anyone. It's going to make me qualified, and it's going to give me skills to do a job that I'm already looking on improving to do. But I don't know what to do yet, man. I just know that living the way that you want is more important, because you know, this is not eternal. And I think it's never too late to make a change, right? Like, you can get to 60 and still have a career change if you're so inclined.
That's true. Whenever someone's feeling like they're stuck in something that they're, I don't know, feeling stuck that they're not going to make any different changes, or that they're stuck down one particular path, it's fun to remind people to think about all the things they've done for the first time in the last year, and then remind them that they've got that many more years to do that still.
One thing,
lots more years to do lots of new things.
One thing that I always like to say is, your life is not measured in, like, hours, days, weeks, years. It's measured in seconds. Like, I was at my past job for 7 years. I went as far as I could go. I couldn't move up anymore. And, you know, I had been thinking about quitting for a long time, and then one day I just did. Like, I didn't work there anymore. I didn't work at this place that was effectively my life. Like,
yeah,
you know, the basis of which I had social interactions, the basis of which, you know, how I sustained myself in my day-to-day, you know, that was just gone.
Yep.
Like, it just happened because I handed in a piece of paper that said, I'm done. See ya. Like, and the thing is, you know, I wake up tomorrow and I walk out my door and you know, this is morbid, I could get hit by a car. That's something that happened in a second. You know, I walk out my door tomorrow, I hand in a resume to a place, and all of a sudden I've got another job, and my life changes drastically again. Drastic change happens a lot quicker than you realize. You know, good luck is preparation meets opportunity, but sometimes, I truly do believe you have to carve those opportunities out for yourself. They are not just dropped into your lap.
Sometimes it's easier than you think, though. Just taking a small step.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, when I say carve those out, like, you need to go looking for the opportunity, but, you know, it's not everything is, like, the most difficult, I guess. You know,
that's pretty good. It's a pretty good note to end on, Phal.
Yeah, I think so. I think ultimately we can be the people that we want to be, but there's a lot of courage, you know? There's a lot of courage involved, a lot of understanding that ultimately you don't need to worry too much about what others are thinking, because the people that care about you want what's best for you, and what's best for you is what you want.
I Thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah, no.
Not to take away from them at all, but I've just noticed if you stand right where I'm standing in the hub, your feet clip into the floor.
How... This is... Oh, mine are... Oh, they do across this whole wooden platform here. Damn, dude, my drip. It's
you can't see
clipping
your
through the
6
floor.
shoes. Yeah, dude, what the hell?
What a ridiculous...
How are they gonna charge us
Refunds
3,000 zenny for
Refund
these?
now. I can't
1,000
believe it.
zenny and they clip into the floor.
I can't believe it. But yeah. Alright. I think now is a great time to wrap up. We dropped everyone into hopefully some
Sorry,
positive
Mark.
existentialism. I think that's a good place to wrap up. So, would you like to tell my chat a little bit about who you are, what you do,
Sure.
and why they
Sure.
should follow you? Because if you don't follow my good friend Ristretto, I love him and you should click the button.
So, I'm Ristretto. It's nice to meet you, Fals chat, and or anybody else who's wandered into this initial Monster Hunter cast here. I try and play through the Monster Hunter games really slowly, ostensibly someday to be able to write about them in some form or another, but generally that just means that I go through the games and we do lots of quests and we let chat pick what happens on the stream. They choose what weapon I use a lot of the time. Aside that, I don't know. I would say that our stream is a place where we try and evaluate things with kind of a level head for the most part, and at least talk about upsides and downsides to things instead of just saying thing bad. So, if that sounds good to you, then I don't know, stick around for my own streams going through Freedom or Monster Hunter Freedom right now, or these podcast streams, which may return sometime soon.
I'm just gonna say that they will.
Yeah, sure.
I liked it. I think
I agree.
that there's more to be done. I think it's good.
Yeah, let's see where this goes.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have a cat on your head?
I do have a cat on my head. She climbs up on the head part of my chair. If you click on my, kind of see her. Yeah, she like hangs
Let me
out.
see. My computer might crash if I load up my computer. Let me get my phone.
Maybe someone can screenshot. Does it
That's
often.
okay. I'm gonna pull it up.
Albina. Cookie girl.
I see her. She is very much on your head.
Yeah.
Those headphones do look a little bit whopper
Yeah,
job.
look at this. Oh, something fell down my back. Yeah, I
All right.
think I'm gonna go buy some new headphones.
Val, would you like to tell my stream what your streams are about?
Sure. I'm Phalacin. I predominantly play Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy XIV, and typically some janky PS2/PS1 era horror games, but at the moment we're playing some janky games in general. Things that tickle my fancy. I also like to do discussions with a laser focus on mental health and philosophy and how we can do better for ourselves and others. I have a suicide prevention stream coming up on the 25th of September, donating money to the International Association for Suicide Prevention. I'm also going to be doing a giveaway for anyone who donates $10 to the foundation in their local currency. Doesn't have to be, unless it's like, aha, I donated 10 Zimbabwe dollars or something. I don't know what I'm giving away yet, but I do have an inkling, so if that sounds like your kind of thing, would love to see you there.
I'm pretty into Splatoon, so an inkling sounds good.
Good one. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that I like to do. And if that's your kind of thing, then consider sticking around. But yeah, we're definitely going to do more of this, and I think that would be fun.
I'm excited to see what we can come up with to talk about and ways we can, I don't know. I'm excited to see if we can refine this format to something we both feel very good about.
Oh, I got stuff.
Okay. I'm excited for this stuff.
Outstanding.
Hope you guys enjoyed this initial Monster Hunter Unnamed podcast. And we'll probably see you guys again. I guess, who am I going to raid? You're live already. Are you going to continue your stream? Are you sticking around or are you going off now?
I think I'm going to go off now.
Okay, well then who should we raid? Are we going to both raid the same person?
Yes, that sounds good. I'll let you pick.
Let's see. Is there somebody else streaming through you? There is. Their name is Casual Jojo. They have 1 viewer. I think we should raid them.
Sounds good to me. I'm going to give
Okay.
you one fun shout out. Please check out RistrettoChronicles, Bistro Chronicles. Let's go.
Yep.
Casual Jojo.
As well.
That was the person we were raiding?
Yep. Raid Casual Jojo. I can't raid that channel. That's another. Okay. You want another hot take? Don't turn off. Well, maybe that's more contentious now because people are getting hate raids. But don't turn off your raids. I want to raid you guys when you're like small Monster Hunter streamer.
Okay.
Hang on. Raid each other? That's not how this should work.
Like swapping wine glass.
Some people don't like it. I guess that's fair. I don't know. I like to be able to jump in and check out cool streams. I don't know. Hang on. I'm looking through Iceborne's category. Looking through Rise. Who's streaming GU? Who's holding GU down? We could raid my friend Karada-sama. Their stream is always a good time.
Yeah, no, Karada and I, we're pretty tight. Pretty tight, I would say. We talk. We have meaningful we know each other. We know each other.
Well, let's go ahead and raid Mr. Karada.
Sounds good.
This can be called the after party of the stream, I